can trust. Put us in the game, we remain only clutch. On your mark, set, go, feel the rush. You can have them over there, or you can have us. We got it, hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it, you at the right place, look no further. We got it, hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it, you at the right place, look no further. Take a look at this, take a look at this. Take a look at us, take a look at us. Look at us. Look at us. Yeah, you like that? We got it, hey, turn down when you can turn up. Yeah, we got it, you at the right place, look no further. We got it, hey, turn down when you can turn up. Come on, we got it, you at the right place, look no further.
Sorry to say I'm a boss. If you don't like it, then baby you're lost. Yeah, I look fresh, smell good, and I floss. I don't think anybody else got the sauce, to be honest with you. Plus I'm chill, I'm humble pie. Okay, yeah, you know that's a lie. I'm looking fly like a 747 in the sky, cause it's prime time. Gonna sip wine with a fine dime. Supersonic, hypnotic, we love it when it's a party. Leave it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look, and boom.
Hello everyone, I just messed up my audio settings, so I hope everything is now okay. I've also not changed my camera over. So, for those of you that didn't catch the hint there, we're playing in Shenzhen today, which is NIP's home arena. I'm going to sort something out in the background very quickly. And this is an upgraded LPL NIP arena. We've never used this one before. 1 second, I got to go sort something out real quick. And then oh, it's good night for you, Admiral. Huh, well, good to see you anyway. Right, let's get this thing sorted out, shall we? Let me get my coffee and then I shall be right with you folks. I'm back with coffee. Sorry for leaving you unattended at this vastly important moment. Can't wait to watch IG smash BLG. Hey, that matchup is going to be insane. So, folks, what's going to happen today is I'm going to be solo casting the first series to allow Sam to get a bit of a rest. Then what's going to happen is, I think, is this Onivia? I am not Onivia myself. However, I am restreaming on Onivia. So, hello, my name's Nymaera. You might have known me from, you know, various broadcasts around the place. I've been a pro broadcaster since 2022. Why are viewers so low today? Huh, so strange. I guess LPLs, LCKs. Strange. Normally it hops up a little bit more than that. Oh, whatever. Let me turn that off for now. So yes, this will be an NIP's new home arena. It's worth noting, the new home arena, which is kind of crazy. Oh, it's T1 Gen G today. That makes sense. This match is different venue. For FPX versus TT, can focus on JDG, NIP, but will be ongoing. So, as far as I'm aware, the games will not start until the last series is finished. So we have a rolling schedule. So as far as I'm aware, we won't have overlapping games, even if that, even if the first series goes long. I'm totally not lurking for that for the second series. FPX TT. So what we're gonna do today? Oh, they do the Crepo box. This graphic, we call it a Crepo box, by the way, because he's the guy that kind of like invented it for League Esports when he was on broadcast. Oh, looking to watch MT1 versus Gen G. Yeah, I'm going to. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna solo cast the first game. I think Sam is going to solo cast the second game, the second series, and then we're both gonna do the third one. TT and FPX should start on time because it's different venues. No, so it is still a rolling schedule, ManHL, as far as I'm aware. So I got this confirmed. So even though they are different venues, they will be starting one after the other. So we won't have overlapping games. They don't have multiple streams going. The big thing is that they don't have multiple streams today, but there's only one stream. So they'll have to wait until the first series is over to start the second series, and we'll see how long that takes. I got spoiled today, both F1 race and T1 Gen G on the same day. Yeah, I gotta go load up T1 Gen G on my phone and see what happens. KTTK is also a good matchup, thinking about it. Oh. Third matchup today is my featured matchup. I think it's everyone's featured matchup. IG versus BLG, the most regionally dominant LPL team of the era versus the new super team. Yeah, that's cool to watch. Very cool to watch. Okay, and then we'll figure out what's happening. So for this matchup, JDG and IP, of course, this is a matchup which happened. This didn't happen in playoffs, rather. Is this the first time they've played this year, actually? I think it is. I think this is the first time they've played this year. They weren't in the same group, and they didn't meet in playoffs, because NIP played against anyone's Legend, and then got knocked out by Top Esports in playoffs last split. So this is the first time we're seeing NIP versus JDG this year, which I think is a very cool matchup. Doonby versus Scout, you know, two of our more veteran shot calling mid laners. Very good macro presence. I mean, stuff like the Rise will be very high pick ban. Trying to think where my eye is drawn to in this matchup, but yeah, obviously mid lane. We have Leave versus Pays. That's a really good matchup. Leave versus Pays is a good matchup. When will the game start? So we'll probably have another couple of minutes of preamble while they go through their graphics and stuff when we talk about the matchup. And then there'll be a 1v1 to determine game 1 side select. And there'll be about, well, we'll head towards the stage now. Oh, we got in interviews. Probably, okay, so 5 minutes of stage or so, and then we'll have a 1v1.
好，欢迎阿乐。那第一个问题也是想问啊，也是我们登峰组你们的第一场比赛了嘛，正式开始了。那遇到了老对手上单山鸡 NIP， 那感觉信心有多少？或者有什么地方可能要多注意一些？
首先就是山鸡这个选手跟他交手已经是非常多次了，然后也非常清楚他的打法和风格，然后我就做好游戏内自己该做好的事情吧。
也是知己知彼了，就看今天的发挥如何了。那第二个问题，今天嘛，也是说我们是深圳新主场开放的第一天，所以今天呢大概有900多名观众全部都坐满了，座无虚席。那也想问一问，有很多你们的粉丝呢，也是不远万里千里来到了深圳的主场，有什么话借此机会可以跟他们说一说？
很感谢粉丝们能这么早就来看我们比赛吧，然后很辛苦，今天我们会努力去赢下来的。
好，那也谢谢阿乐，也希望一会儿赛场上有一个好的发挥，我们一会儿比赛见。好，欢迎来到我们的前彩环节。大家好，我是主持人陈宇，我们也请来 NIP 的上单选手山鸡进行我们前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 NIP 上单选手山鸡。
好，欢迎山鸡。那第一个问题也是想问，我们第2赛段的组内赛也是正式开始了，包括登峰组也是强者汇聚。那么对于目前的 NIP 来说，你的信心有多少？包括对于第1赛段相比而言，你觉得提升在哪些地方？
对于我自己的话，我感觉还是就越打越好吧，就是只要越打越好就行，只要不退步，感觉每天进步一点就够了。
每天进步一点就可以打得更好了。那第2个问题，今天也是在新的主场的新的场馆进行主场作战，包括座无虚席，来了非常非常多的粉丝朋友。那像这种观众坐满的情况，对你而言会兴奋更多一点呢，还是紧张会更多一些？
二者都有吧，就也没想到，就是我们周围还挺多的，没想到今天会坐满，所以还是挺兴奋的。今天
还是挺兴奋的，也都是来支持你们的粉丝啊。那也谢谢山鸡进行我们前彩，也希望等会儿比赛有一个好的发挥。
Well, for those of you that speak Mandarin, I hope that was cool for you. Right, a couple of minutes till we get to stage 1v1. Have we got our nominated 1v1s yet? Ferguson sometimes posts it in. Oh, we have the solid. In fact, that's exactly what they've done. Thank you so much, Freg. I appreciate it. So we have Arlo versus Shanji for our first 1v1. And that'll be for Sidelanes. Sheer versus Beichuan for our second series. And then Bin versus JJ for our third. I'm not sure how this works, but I'm pretty sure... Hey, morning, Pandora. Good to see you. I'm pretty sure you can't nominate the same person for a 1v1... multiple times. That can't happen in this stage, surely, because you've got more than 5 matches, so you have to cycle through it. Maybe everyone has to play a 1v1 before someone else can play it again. Oh, it's gonna be a long day today. Which is why Sam and I are gonna tag team, like tag in and tag out. Nibs can't do 2 in a row, maybe not 2 in a row, maybe, but I know for playoffs you couldn't nominate the same person multiple times for stuff. What's the chance of Doom v Velveth? Pretty low for it to be mid lane. I mean, if anyone's gonna play at jungle, no, it'd be Kanavi that would play it before. He was the guy that was playing it, so he's not playing today. Good to see you there, Gio. Righty, let's do that thing where we watch League of Legends. I think for me, is JDG favoured? Aki and Shanji looked really bad in group stage. And I think Shun had some good moments, had some bad moments. Kind of what we've come to know from Shun. Anything else? Mid lane should be competitive. AD carry should be competitive. But I do think that JDG have the top jungle advantage. Don't be Malphite? Don't we all? You know, he made that skin for FPX Malphite for his wife, who's never played it. Honestly, hilarious. Yeah, imagine winning Worlds, making a skin for someone else, and they never even play it. Ridiculous. Alright, we'll get towards stage soon. A reminder, folks, this is the new NIP arena in Shenzhen. They've upgraded it, which is really cool. So we get to see the increased capacity and hopefully some cool light shows and stuff. I have got my coffee, don't you worry. I have my coffee. Good to see you, Soul Puppy. Did I open my epic pen? No, I don't think I did I? 1 second, folks. Just gotta do this so I can draw on the screen when I need to. I know it does close the browser very briefly, which is not the best thing ever. And we'll get ourselves a 1v1 now, I guess. Let's go check. Okay, yep, I can draw on the screen now. Cool, perfect, just in case I need to. Alright, let's get on stage. No worries, Blake, don't you worry about that. Slow getting towards stage today. Who do I favour? TT versus FPX. FPX in current form. Should be a good series, really. I think probably FPX. Yeah, I think I would. Thanks for the follow by the way, Cryosphere play. I appreciate you. Oh, are we into game yet for the... Oh, it's, no, it's just in the first series still. Oh wait, DK just got Neferi, but I don't know if LCK is that good at Neferi. Who do I think is going to MSI from the LTA? Pretty early to tell, we only have 1 day of games. Obviously, you know, FlyQuest kind of bodied LTA. Isn't it 1 team from LTA North, 1 team from LTA South? So you don't get a team from both? No, rather you don't get 2 teams from 1. Because I don't know about the South. I haven't checked LTA South that much. Obviously, but there was 1 team which went pretty far into the last playoffs. Long time getting towards stage. Come on. Get us towards stage already. Apparently, Crisp in his interview yesterday was asked about look, it was a really long series yesterday. It was really back and forth. Anyone Legends played well. What did you think about the long wait time? We were watching the previous games. Fortunately, BLG finished their series fast, or this game was going to go into tomorrow. Okay, we're getting towards stage now. In theory, when it gets kills in the early game, it can farm very smoothly and has strong ability to threaten the backline. I don't even think it needs to get early kills. Can do, of course. It's very good ganking, so you should be able to, but yeah.
2025英雄联盟职业联赛
Damn,
第
that's
2赛
loud.
段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端转上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服。打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，抓拍氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
See some talk about the Smash versus Guma stuff. I don't think we look. Guma played well in their other series, but T1 they were playing against a weaker team, right? Like I like you, Cal, but that team has issues. So I don't think we learned that much versus, you know, in terms of the Guma versus Smash debate from that series. It's one series, you know. We'll see what happens when they are versus, you know, Genji, H-Lee, PK, stuff like that. Because that's their real test. Welcome to NIP's newly revamped, refurbished arena in Shenzhen. First time on this stage. I like Guma a lot, don't get me wrong. You know, he'll go down to the history books for sure. But, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say that Smash doesn't deserve a starting spot somewhere either. And if the coaches had determined that, Smash had determined that, needed that. But, yeah. Do I have co-streaming for South American League? No, I don't. No, I don't. Not that I've asked, but, I do need some free time at some point. I don't even know what's going on. Okay, so thanks for the follow. We don't talk directly. Look, we're live on currently 3 streams right now. So that's here on Twitch, on YouTube, and then on Nivea's YouTube. If you want to talk about betting, you can go to our Nivea's stream. I don't like betting in my own personal stream because it gets a lot of people get kind of messy when betting starts happening. So, appreciate being here, but if we could not overtly talk about betting in my own Twitch chat, that's I like the little turn they've got walking out there. I know it's LPL, but who do you think will win between Genji and T1? Genji looked really good. I actually don't think T1 looked fantastic versus DRX. I think that they team fought better with worse competition. No worries, Alphys. Thanks, I appreciate it. Well, Affles rather. Sorry. I think that T1 showed a couple of weaknesses actually against the Rex.
组内赛第一周第2日的第1场比赛，由北京 JDG 对阵深圳 NIP 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Is this the team with Pays? Yes, it is. This is the team with Pays. JDG has Pays. Can you co-stream LCK? I don't have LCK co-streaming rights. I don't have LCK co-streaming rights, so I got to do LPL. Plus, also for me, I mean, yeah, viewership would probably be better for LCK. But I wouldn't be able to, can I co-stream your heart? That sounds like a song by, either Motley Crue, co-stream my heart, or Bring Me the Horizon. But yeah, my priority, folks, my priority is to, cover the LPL because there is no official broadcast. Also means that I can cast it. Like if I'm doing the LCK, I'm not casting it because there's already a broadcast. You don't need another cast, right? And I think it's quite disrespectful to cast a league which has already got a cast. Like if LPL had an official broadcast, I wouldn't be co-streaming it the way that I did. I'd be much more chill, much more like other broadcasters, right? Other casters. Do you watch a lot of LCK offline? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Funnily enough, I do a podcast on the LCK as well. We are going to do one in the next few days. Was meant to be doing one today, but I don't think Kira's free. But yes, normally I do a podcast every week or so on the LCK with Rich and Kira. Yeah, on Rich's channel. Yep. So I watch LCK for the purpose of that, and plus, you know, I love the LCK. It's a great league. It's a great league. You know, I really started my lolesports journey by getting invested in the LCK. Hey, Asta, good to see you. It's going okay. Well, we'll have our 1v1. I believe it's versus it's Shanji versus... Is this Shanji versus... Arla? There we go. Top lane 1v1. This 1v1 will determine our side select for our first game of the series, so it is important. Jace immediately locked in for Arla. Heimerdinger it for Shanji. See some laughs on the faces, some laughs and smiles. Did WE and JDG swap jerseys? Yeah, I know, it's a very bright red JDG jersey, isn't it? However, it's worth noting that you do have home and away jerseys in the LPL. So they're alternate colors. So there was a, you know, like a Weibo bright green one instead of a white one, for instance. Yes, this will determine side select, folks. Can other leagues start side selection, or is it just an LPL thing? This is the 1v1 side selection thing is I think it's just an LPL right now. I'm not sure if it's an LCP. I haven't checked because they haven't started their league yet. VCS and PCS last year had and they had 1v1 side selects for either game 1 or game 3. I think one region had one region had the other. So they started it, and then LPL took it on, and it's been really cool. Reminder, folks, if you're watching on any of these channels, it makes a lot of difference to us. If you can drop a follow and other stuff, I need to go change the volume, don't I, to up it for this game. Ooh, all inning very, very early on, which does help a little bit, doesn't it? Sense of our excitement. Oh, they're going really, really deep. Blows both cylinders from Shanji. Has both of them to himself. Has flashes barrier. Has to blow the barrier himself early to stop that last rocket barrage coming in. Skill shot accuracy has been insane from both of these so far. Rider, Arla is the only one with a flash. Shanji needs to stay out with outside of flash Q range, otherwise that'll happen and the first kill comes through. Arla takes the first blood. Reminder though, the win condition for the 1v1. Win condition is 2 kills or 1 kill in the Ring of Fire or first turret. Those are the 3 ways that you kill. They're on the bottom of the site. See it, the screen here. This is a 1v1. We have seen so many nothing burger 1v1s. That's your first tower win condition. 2 kills before the Ring of Fire or 1 kill after. Those are your win conditions. So, Ala has the first kill and has a great lead now. Goes back and immediately gets a Hex Drinker. That is a hell of a strong infantry. On the other side, you've just got a couple of rings and a book. Basically nothing. That's an insane start to the 1v1. Ala just, you know, showcasing his strength on what is a very powerful technical champion. Ala hiding in the brush. Good shock blast on target. Shanji maxing his W first. On Heimerdinger, against melee matchups, you can often go for the Q-max if they can't clear your turrets very well. Because then the increased DPS is kind of nice. Both these players trying to poke each other a bit. Shanji going for the Conqueror on the Heimerdinger. Sometimes you go for the Comet, sometimes you go for the Airy. Conqueror helps if you're taking like the extended place. Gets the beam attack from the turret. Does miss, but this W doesn't. You know, funnily enough, I was in a montage reel for Heimerdinger. I had a really cool play on Earth where I managed to flash out of a Rakan engage and instantly kill him. It's very, very cool. It's out there on YouTube somewhere from like 2016 or something. Ala in such a good spot now. The thing is, he is running the flash, which is a longer cooldown than the ignite and the barrier, which you'll notice are already back up from Shanji. I believe on this mode you get lower summoner cooldown. W misses. I will be looking for next shock blast on target. The thing about Jace is that when you're in matchups like this, you want to be standing at the end of your Q range, because even if you miss left or right, it can still explode next to them because it reaches the end of its range. And that can be very powerful. Right there, though, he just hits straight up. That's so much damage! God, that's so much damage for this point in the game. Gets into the Healy Mobili to get some extra mana. Does take a lot more damage than he would have wanted, though. And just as we we're saying, oh well, great Jace damage. The Heimerdinger is doing good damage back. Q misses this time. Ala will get out of the lane. That's not what I wanted to say. I can't remember what I wanted to say though. Scatterbrain. Ala wants to get one more Q on target. Shanji's out of mana, so Ala thinks he can stay again. Does he want to cancel the recall? What's the play here? I reckon he knows he can cancel the recall here. No, okay, right. I'm wrong. Shanji using the arcane skin, by the way, with the banjo. Ala quick wave clip. Yeah, and I think Shanji didn't expect the extra wave to come in, so now he actually might miss the cannon minion. That's a problem, because that's like 200 gold on this mode. Oh, it's going to be close. You can see on the minimap, is he going to get here in time? He is. There we go. 229 gold would have been big problems if he didn't have that. Full more of Malmorches for Ala. Full more. So many good stats. Has his flash up now too. Yep, you show us that one. And as soon as the shield starts getting proc, of course, then you get the Omnivamp afterwards, which is really nasty. Ala's looking for the all-in. I think he's looking for the all-in. He has that flash. The thing is, though, how do you play this now, Alex? I don't think you want to flash in. I don't think you want to flash in. You want to clear out the wave. You want to clear out the turrets if you can. And then you want to flash follow, I think, if Shanji manages to land a skill shot on you, or flash out of the E. I'm on the JDG Discord, so how do you get pings from that occasion? Where's that resident old man Sam? He's asleep right now. He'll join us for the second series. Let's say that I'm gonna tag out with Sam for the second series, so he can solo the second series. Heimerdinger, no matter the language, does sound a lot like Heimerdinger, doesn't he? It's funny that. Ooh, Ala just sidesteps back into the W. Shanji reading that one well. He's in his head. He's in his head. Full Leandris for the Heimerdinger now. Good damage. Great damage for the poke, of course. Increase your base damage is an awful lot. That's one of the great things about Liandry's, which people do not recognize as much, because it gives you % damage increase. It increases your base damages. So if your base damages are high, the Liandry's gives you, you know, max stacks 6% on that. Riftmaker gives you 10% max damage if you upgrade that. Which is why both of them together are very, very good. If your base damages are high, you get a lot of value out of that. Of course, most of the time, if you're building those items, your AP ratios still are more significant, but worth thinking about, you know? And of course, that's without the burn from Liandry's being factored in as well. Level 11 from Alice, so a level ahead of Shanji. Level 11, not as important for the Jace, because Jace doesn't upgrade his ultimate. In fact, as you can see that, 6 and 4 in terms of his abilities. 10 seconds until the Ring of Fire comes in. Ooh, missed the Shock Blast. That means the poke can go towards the high midding. Guess the Liandry's burn, but not much else. Not going to be a tower first blood win condition. Arla gets his Q blocked by another turret. He needs to recall now, I think. I actually think he needs to recall. Wait, we have our our special dramatic music cropping up. Shanji gets the heal, but Arla tags into that as well. And that's a better skill shot. Shanji not winning out on that one. Merc treads and the more. Lots of magic resist and lots of skill shot accuracy. Arla took that first blood. Now it doesn't matter. If Shanji gets the kill, he will win the 1v1 because it's a kill within the Ring of Fire. Arla, huge advantage. 20 CS lead, good amount of gold. Shanji does manage to hit there, but I don't think he's living through this one. The flash comes through, and Shanji does get a good stun. The towers take a lot of work, and so the slow starts come in, but he doesn't have enough mobility. The boots and the flash are enough for the Jace to secure the 1v1. Arla will win side select for his team. During your stay in China, what was your favorite food and province? Well, I didn't get to see that much of China, so I can't compare and contrast different regions of China that much. However, I loved hot pot. Hot pot was insane in Xi'an. There was a really cool guy called Victor. That was his English name. Who ran a hot pot in one of the Xi'an malls, which was really cool. And yeah, that was a very special experience. He'd never spoken English in person before. He'd taken English lessons, but he'd never spoken English like in an actual conversation. So yeah, that was really sweet. And we had hysterics. He spoke like broken Chinese, and we had, you know, Victor who spoke broken English, and we kind of worked around that. You can usually choose 2 broths, and they bring a fight. So the burners are set into the table. Yeah, So Mazelle's not like a big spicy food person. So we had like a tomato broth for him, and then we had the super spice one for Hysterics Night because we're good with spice. There are some good hot pot places in Berlin, actually. You know, I went to one which kind of you get your own. Yeah, there's a place called Hotang Hot Pot, which is good. Yeah, what's happening in LCK? Update on that. I'm going to run ads right now, just so we don't get pre-roll into the next game, by the way. So if you're on Twitch, you'll see some ads now, so sorry about that. DK Casey looking fun. Neferi's looking kind of fed. Yeah, I think DK just clean sweep this 2-0, don't they? Showmaker's going for the rower build. I don't really... Oh, hang on. Is he going to die to a turret shot? Close. BDD gets out. Okay, well. While I focused a little bit on the LCK while we're in the break, we all head into our draft, won't we? JDG versus NIP, and JDG won themselves the side select through Arla's Jace beating Shanji's high midding him on the Howling Abyss. A lot of priority picks left up. We still have Jace, we still have Ambessa, we have Skarner, Kalista. With the Rise and the Aurora on the ban list, it leaves some other things open. I think you have to ban that Rise. That's a non-negotiable, actually. Skarner left open, easily locked in. JDG have themselves that very powerful tank jungler. Now, typically, that has had some issues against, you know, Neferi, but that's banned away. Has some issues versus Callista, but it's only one champion, right? Can't be that bad, right? So NIP, they see the Skarner go over. What is your answer into that jungle? We saw a little bit of Shinzao around Worlds last year attempting to play into the Skarner. Mixed success. Not really that impactful, honestly. So, Shinzao locked in. What else have you got for his NIP? Alright, got themselves a global champion. Global champions are so powerful for both Derby and Scout. Very, very powerful in both of these. Jace for JDG is absolutely insane though. We say global's powerful for both these mid laners, and I think Scout versus Derby is where my eyes are really drawn in this matchup. So the Talir for Scout, very important. Good into Galio in the laning phase. Okay into Shinzao, stops him going aggressively, but Shinzao can pop that ult and stop getting damaged, of course, for a little while. I think I prefer Skarner Talir as a 2v2 massively over the Shinzao Galio though. Despite the aggressive nature of Galio allowing you, well, Galio allowing you to be aggressive can be very, very powerful. Thank you, Will, for the subscription, by the way. It means an awful lot. Thank you. Leave gets Kai'Sa, and you get to ban away some lane dominant picks in the second round. So, let's theorycraft this a little bit, because there's still Misfortune in terms of lane dominant carries, but Pays didn't look great on Misfortune before. They still pick it. Do NIP choose to ban that? JDG, do you ban away the Nautilus? No, they ban away the Scion. They're actually more worried about top lane picks. I think you could ban away some supports to really leave this Kai'Sa vulnerable, because I think you can win this game just through bot lane laning phase now. NIP, I mean, you can ban away... I mean, Jhin looks quite dangerous here. You ban away Jhin if you think JDG are going to outrange. And also is good in lane. And the Misfortune is the ban. They were worried about that laning phase, which is something that we highlighted just before this. JDG, what do you do? Do you let the Nautilus go through and you lock in Alistair Rell? Missing, you know, that he's comfortable in both those champions. He's been a player I've been putting under a microscope recently. That's why the Ambassador. Well, I guess that would have been a big dive champion. Would have been nice for starting off the fights. Do we get Kashanji? Typically loses out very heavily towards the 1v1. I'm going to imagine we don't have Pengu Garen on Tournament Realm. It goes for the Kasance. Goes for the Kasance. This is a losing matchup versus the Jace. Heavily losing. Can you still pick 1v1 used champs in the main match? Yes, you can. Fearless Draft does not include the 1v1 side select. That is agnostic of it. Well, you let the Callista go through. And the Callista is locked in. You can go for the Callista Nico. Callista Renata looks fantastic into this. Triple melee locked in with a likely melee support for PP God. Yeah, I don't know how you make it out of laning phase here for NIP. I actually don't know how you make it out of laning phase. This is so difficult now. Callista Renata could have been the Callista Nico as well, but I think the Renata does better into the late game team fights. I think you have to go for the Nico or the Rakan. The Nico buys you some space. Yeah, Nico's probably your one answer. It's hard engage and gives you a better laning phase. Still though, Kai'Sa Nico, not necessarily going to be something I'm confident taking on the Callista Renata. JDG, I think, walk away with much stronger lanes. They have a range advantage. NIP are looking to dive. They have a triple melee topside, but that's into Talir, Skarner, Renata, all of which buy so much time for the Jace and the Callista, and of course the Talir herself, to do a lot of damage. I think JDG walk away with a draft win. Who won the 1v1? It was Ala versus Shanji who won the 1v1 to allow JDG side select for the first game. Leave has very distinctive cheekbones. I'd know that because I have similar ones. Woo. Yeah, so Arla won the 1v1. Thank you, Blade, for the prediction. And we'll get ourselves into that thing that we're here to watch. Gameplay. On to Summoner's Rift, that's the thing. No troll, NIP should have gone for the Yorick counter pick this game. Well, Yorick actually was. It has been buffed on this patch. And we are on 25.7. So we're on the new patch. I think someone was asking earlier. Well, let's hear how the crowd here at Shenzhen feels today. That's a loud crowd. Wow. Whoa. That's insane. Jeez. Crowd is absolutely on fire. The crowd caller for JDG, Munchables made the joke once that he sounded like an Elden Ring NPC. So he had this whole riff about, "Curse you, Bale!" Oh, that was insane. Oh, I love the energy. That's gotten me awake. That has gotten me awake. Ooh, interesting things in the bot lane. Let's point that out. We have Halo Blades. Halo Blades on Kai'Sa. That's kind of important. It's not the... This is not the lethal tempo. Of course, in this kind of matchup, you're going to struggle to use it. Gone for the Halo Blades for the earlier burst instead. That could be very crucial. We'll see how the early lanes work out. You need to be able to play out the early lane well. What happened here? So we saw the level 1 play go in. Scout went down there to make sure a ward was cleared early on, which means that they don't get the bush advantage. Which means that Missing can walk up into this burst. Gets a lot of good auto attacks to level 1 against PP God. Yeah, that's 4 auto attacks level 1 unreturned. The E misses. Auto attacks now getting traded back. Yeah, that's why the Nico is really nasty. Arky clearing through. Oh, hang on. No. He's gone blue buff over to red buff. Doombee's level 2 roaming onto bot side. Really want to crush this down. If they hit the level 2 and they get the level up, this could be huge. Flash, the heals come through. Flash away from the root, but Doombee might just be able to get something else. No. Ah, that's a swing and a miss from Doombee. Tried to go for that legendary level 2 roam. Signed and certified by Huhi's Aurelian Soul. But there's not just the one person roaming, there's another one. Aki goes into the enemy jungle, steals a buff, and looks for the knockup. Gets the knockup on from his 3-talent strike, and takes down Missing for first blood. NIP's mid lane and then jungle, both gang bot lane a second after each other. Doombee gets back into mid lane, and NIP, on their new stage, their new arena, start things off well. That was so cool. Aki, just watch what he did in terms of jungle pathing, right? I'll draw it on the map, because you'll notice, obviously, this camp here is still alive. Let's draw a look in the minimap. Went from his own blue buff over to red buff, got level 3 from the bot side camps, and then walked in towards bot side for the gank. The thing about Scout starting bot side and going down here and putting down a ward meant that they didn't have full vision across the entire starting line here, and they couldn't get themselves wards to determine where Aki was on the map. This ward, which is just spotted him out there, is very important. Spotting out an early Shinzao is so incredibly important. The early game pathing, very, very crucial to what happened in that bot. So we do have a lane swap coming through now, as leaving PP God get themselves that first kill, recall and go towards top side. Aki takes bot scuttle. Is he gonna have his recall stop? No, he's not. Ward cleared on bot side, Missing doing a good job there. While this happened, worth noting, Shun did end up picking up Raptors, but nothing else from Aki's side of the jungle. So he loses camps. Aki ends up recovering some. So JDG, they need to be a little bit careful here. Kalista down in gold. Aki, his red buff runs out. He gets another one immediately. Dude, that's so good for a Shinzao. It's so good for him. Slow lands, handshake lands, and PP doesn't have any summoners. This is Kalista Gaming. And it's just you say, well, it's not looking good for JDG, strategy, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's got a plan until they're punched in the face. Pays and missing, land the skill shots, and this is why it was dangerous to let the Kalista go through. Combo on Sturmy. Scout gonna dodge out the winds of war. Kalista lanes, man. Kalista lanes. That's why it's so powerful. And so high pick ban. Doesn't matter what your support is sometimes. Sometimes they're Kalista Renata or Kalista Nico or... Doesn't even matter really. Kalista plus anything. Force to fight. Kills you early. Shanji. Very far down in the 1v1. This was a worry too, wasn't it? Ala used the Jace in the 1v1 versus Shanji's timing of that. And he won that one out through solo kills. Ala's now 10 CS up. Only 5 minutes into the game. Taking a turret play up there. Took one in the standard lanes too. So took one in top lane, took one in bot lane. So that's 2 plates to his advantage. Scout. Lands the shove. Low mana. Will be recalling. Aki just making sure that there's no Shun flying through, I suppose. Ala getting more grasp procs. Doomby sticking on the map a little longer. Has a level 6 now. Does he have teleport? No, he used that a little earlier. I missed that one. Grub's getting started up, Dragon alive on the other side of the map. Pays and missing, being on the top side of the map, and after that 2v2 kill, have full control over the top side of the map. And Leave and PP God have to leave to go towards the bot side of the map. That wasn't intentional, it's just on my brain saying leave. Make like NIP's bot laner and get out of here. See how that was a Back to the Future reference? I'm clever, I am. Grubs go down. Grom taken on the bot side. Aki level 5. Very high XP, worth noting. Much higher XP than Shun. Who's Aki, good early game from him. Really good early pathing. Doomby's lost some XP, but, you know, he is a Galio. Can get away with that to a certain extent. Doomby go for the Leandry's first, worth noting. He's not going towards... Or Blackfire. He's not going towards full magic resist. Leaving PP God will be able to go down towards bot side. They don't have Grubs, though, and JDG do. They get themselves 2 plates up here, and they'll do more damage with that. Ala on top side. No one has teleports here, but they're a little bit afraid of Galio covering them, I think. Covering that side of the map, maybe. So you want to group up and force. Look how much difference it makes having, one, the earlier lane, the plate taken, but then also the Grubs on it, too. Almost the whole team of JDG wailing on this top tower, and they will be able to play in this one. However, Leave and PP God getting gold for themselves. They won't be unhappy with that, given how the aim of the game is to survive the early Kalista early game. Early Kalista early game. Wow. I said early twice, so it's got to be early. Split on the camera as we see that first tower go down in the top side. Towards the JDG, that'll be towards their feats of strength. However, the Kalista trading with the Nico and the Kai'Sa, I don't think that's awful for NIP. As long as that gold number doesn't get particularly huge for Pays and missing, NIP probably walk away feeling okay with that. I haven't seen the burn Galio in a while. I used to love full AP Galio. Do you remember that one patch on Season 7 where full AP Galio would have so much maximum HP scaling on his Q that you could one-shot with a full AP build? Because no one expected... Well, Riot didn't expect him to go full AP. They wanted him like a tank. And yeah, he just gonna one-shot. Hang on a second, that's a top lane roaming towards the mid lane. Ala's pushed out top lane so far. Needs to be careful. Yeah, and Doomby doesn't expect that. Aki's coming to cover though. Ala acting like a second jungler. Shanji got a good freeze on top side. That could be a bit of an issue. Shanji is no obligation for him to push out that wave right now. I think this is a very good freeze coming out from Shanji. Aki's still got access to his top jungle camp, so it's not like that's going to be a punish. One of the things you can get punished for is losing jungle camps if you start freezing, because you don't want to leave that wave to go help out your jungler. But that's not to be the case here. Aki gets himself the Raptors, leaves that top side of the map, goes down towards bot side. Shanji's cooked right now. In the individual 1v1, yes. However, the freeze does help. He'll push this out now, and we'll see what happens with the Jace there. Yeah, you need to avoid this Jace 1v1, and this is why I didn't love the draft coming through from NIP. Felt like all of their lanes felt a bit dicey. Mid lane notwithstanding, I suppose. Top lane and bot lane felt like you make a mistake and the game falls apart. Kinda happened with the 2v2 bot lane. Well, I suppose it was in top lane at that point, wasn't it? Hazen missing now, moving in towards the mid lane. Minute until grubs. Kai'Sa recalling. Hang on a second, what the hell is Leave building? What is Leave? Why does my Kai'Sa have an Umbral Glaive? What? Why does Kai'Sa have this bit? What? Leave is in the kitchen. Aki's in this red buff. 3 members walking towards him. Lethality Kai'Sa. I have not seen that one. Leave. Can walk up Peepagov. I think they thought that was Kai'Sa flying in towards Pays, who jumps away from the player, and now suddenly Peepagov caught, but there we get the Galio ult coming through. Lots of disengage, not an awful lot of actual kills coming through. Missing goes further forwards and has a big old ultimate too. Everyone pulling out all of their abilities, but no one died just yet. Aki wants to change that, but is knocked out of his W by Arla's chase. Leave on the lethality Kai'Sa, starts to pop up though, and the damage rains down 1 for 1. As the Shinzao goes down, Shun still has HP as the Scout. I think JDG think they can continue the fight, and Flip Black confirms that to be so. Arla tries to throw in a skill shot, but it isn't needed. Scout takes out another kill. Kashanji starts to go into his unstoppable onslaught and goes down all the same. Double kill to Scout, who continues the play, and JDG come away of this early game 4-2 and will claim the grubs. Who cares about lethality Kai'Sa? What the hell is this Kai'Sa build? Lever's doing some weird stuff on this. It got reduced to 2,500 gold as an item. Well, that makes some sense, doesn't it? He'll get to... he has his Q upgrade already. That's what he's got. With the Umbral Glaive and the pickaxe, he gets a very, very cheap Q upgrade, also having lethality. That'll be why he goes for it. The initial damage coming through is kind of huge. You see the hostile takeover. Gets a lot of work done. Feels like a lot of abilities are thrown to not much of it. I missed a huge impale during that play too, because I thought that Leaf would do a bit more than that. A lot of skills used, and it's early in the morning. My brain was not completely switched on. Scout, great play from him. Great play from him. Dermby, you should have just flashed out of that. Oh, Dermby ends up baiting in his team to die there a little bit. So ends up being, what, 3 for 1 overall? 3 for 1. Well, that's a bit of a taste of how the team fights can go. If you fight in a single direction versus Renata and Talia, you're going to lose. If you're going to choke points, you have to play against Hostile Takeover, the Unraveled Earth. Yeah, you're going to lose that, folks. Dragon is up. 1 Dragon to NIP already. 5-1 in the grub score. Leaf has his ultimate again. Peepagod going very far forward. Missing does have Flash, and Scout has it too. He flashes out of the Nico ultimate, and we get another big play. I mean, Derby's flashing forward, gets a 4-man top, but where is the damage? Scout is down, that definitely helps that the Callista is alive and starts the Ren set. That's a massive hostile takeover, as you've just fought into the perfect Callista team fight. Triple kill already, can he get more? He can get himself maybe one more as the bailout comes through. It's not his, but it'll be for his team, and he gets himself the reset. Shanji tries to get a last kill, quadra kill for Pays. There's JDG run rampant in the early game. JDG pick up the pieces as once again an ill-chosen team fight from NIP. This Callista is now utterly disgusting. Utterly, utterly disgusting. So, what happens first is Peepagod spots out missing and says, okay, well, they don't have Callista ult. Doesn't have Flash on the... well, he does have the Flash on the Renata, but maybe we can find a good play. But then they go into the same choke point again. Yeah, it's a 4-man taunt, but where's your damage? Leaf doesn't have good DPS. It's a lethality Halo Blades Kai'Sa. This isn't DPS Kai'Sa. Gets pinged back into the play by... I guess that was a handshake. Arla comes in to clean things up too. But why? Why are NIP fighting into the choke point time after time? Quadra kill for the Callista makes this so hard to play out now. I don't think you can close down the Callista. You have 3 melee champions and a diving bot lane as well of the Nico and the Callista and the Kai'Sa. Shanji's caught out on the side lane. No flash here. He'll go down. Easy kill. As JDG starts to open up the map, Arla snacks that. With a shock blast. Yeah, he did all the hard work. You take that kill. Galio pushing alone in topside. Oh, let's stole the Penset. Ah. Hazel feel hard done by with that one. Dimby trying to get something open up on the map. Oh, NIP. They've had a dynamic game. They've thought about where to attack the map. Ganking bot lane early, try to shut down the Kalista, moving around the map. Aki having a good set of early pathings, but NIP, they've chosen poor fights now. They have chosen poor fights. You cannot fight into choke points versus Renata. That is how you lose League of Legends, folks. Turns out well, it turns out there are just as many ways to lose League of Legends as there are to win League of Legends, because, you know, one team loses and one team wins. Dimby going for an interesting build, by the way. I'll highlight this. It hasn't gone for the Rod of Ages, but if you look at the Galio build, it's a bit higher damage. It's not towards the Unending Despair or Hollow Radiance. That's the one. Or the Sunfire, I suppose. Instead of going towards the mask stacking, potentially, of Leandries into Riftmaker. NIP as a team really cooking, looking for the instant burst. I think what the plan is, if Galio's higher damage than he normally is, and you have the Kai'Sa, which is higher damage early game than they normally are, because of the early Cure upgrade, has the Essence Reaver now, has some crit, might be going in towards the Shadow Flame 3rd to get the W upgrade. This should be an absolutely insane shotgun from the Kai'Sa, with the Galio also providing more damage than they typically should do. PP God has the Hex Tech Triangle. Big item spike for Nico. Can you tell I'm being sarcastic? I mean, it is pretty good, but, you know, I'm being slightly facetious. Dimby, he's caught out a little bit here. Has no flash, has an ultimate, can use either to get out, might be able to do something aggressive instead. Remember, he has a bit more damage than a regular Galio, manages to hit his W and his Q, but there's a lot of people on top side, and you have to stop the Kalista. Here comes the Shinzo, but that's not a dead Kalista, that's just a half-health Kalista. The flash forward from the Nico might change that, though. Damage coming through, but Peas is still alive. He has a bailout on him, and he might need to use it. It comes through, but you need to get him down twice. You got a double tap, and they can't manage that. It's currently a 2 for none, and JDG clean up 1, yes. Skarner goes down, but it's a triple kill for Scout this time, who gets involved with the kills mightily. NIP, once again, cannot close down the Kalista in good time, and they fall by the spears. As javelins getting pulled out by the Rens. By the way, they are javelins if you throw them. Just technically, it's a throwing spear as a javelin. But whatever. JDG will take themselves a tower in the mid lane. NIP, credit for them to trying something different. Has not worked, though. JDG have been much better at playing through these early skirmishes and rallying around their carries. Dimby caught out. Reinforcements are called for. Aki spots out the bot lane heading up. You have to kill this Kalista. Gets himself the 3 talent strike knockup. But where's the follow-up? And once again, you're fighting from a single direction. You're fighting from a single direction. They get onto him, but you need to be fighting from multiple sides. You can't just be playing down the throat of a Renata ult flying across your team, of an Unraveled Earth flying down the middle of a team fight. It is so hard to play single directional team fights versus this JDG composition, and it feels like every team that we've seen. Oh, that's a very stoic member of the crowd there, arms crossed. I wonder if they're an NIP fan. JDG have a lot of fans too, though, of course, because Scout's on the roster. Scout, a very popular player here within the LPL, being both a Worlds winner and a multiple LPL time champion. What happened in draft that they ended up with a full dive comp versus the best anti-dive comp you've seen? Well, they gave over the Skarner first pick, and they picked over Shinzo Galio very early on. And then after that, it felt like they didn't respond very well to the picks. Aki barely missing out on that. Barely dodging out on that skill shot, the handshake. Shanji on topside might get slammed into all. Has a W. Is that going to be enough? I don't think so. Ult's over. Goes all out. Gets him to safety, but flash and ult down. Shanji, the Kashanji has not really been a classic one. PP God, well, congrats for him for cosplaying as what he actually is this game. That could be the caster minion. I say that's a bit harsh. He's actually done alright in terms of his big engages. Has the cooldown boots for more flashes too, which is very crucial in this game. Those cooldown boots are very important for those flashes. A flash Nico ult maybe turned things in a better game. I don't think it does now. You're 7k behind. If you get the Kalista down into the bailout the first time, you have to kill them again. Very, very hard. You know, one of the bonuses of playing Kalista with Renata is that if you have a really high damaging skill which hits the Callista and brings them to 0 HP, the overflow damage doesn't go into the bailout. So if I hit them with a Karth Assault, and they're on like 2 HP, they go down to 0. It doesn't take damage off of the bailout. So you still get the full duration of the bailout to work with. Cloud Dragon's going to get started up. I don't think JDG really need a soul to win this game. They'll just take it anyway because it's on the map and there's nothing better to do. How did JDG get Callista? I missed the second phase bans. Well, NIP were worried about lane dominance, and I think they thought they could shut down a Callista because you can sometimes 3v2 them and shut them down. And they tried that. They did get the early kill onto Missing, but they banned away Misfortune, which would have been very bad for their team. And they also banned away... What else did they ban away? Another lane dominant champion. I can't... Varus, was it? Was it Varus? I think it was Varus Misfortune second round bans. So they had to let through one of Varus Misfortune and Callista, all of which would have been pretty bad, folks. Obviously, the Callista got a quadra kill as 605 and 2k up individually. It's not a good look. PP God very narrowly escaping that play. Scout would have liked to get the Nico flash away from PP God. We are getting the Shadow Flame build coming through from Leave. So this is not the... It's quite similar to the build that we saw before, where we saw... I think it was... Was it Shiv Essence Reaver? No, it wasn't Shiv. Anyway, we saw like a higher AD item first, going towards the 3M spike. I mean, Callista could be... Hang on a second. That's teleporting. Can Ala get some good damage down there? No, he can't. Maybe he turns around for a shock blast. Atakan started up. And they have the Rend. Now, this is where the game could go wrong, if anywhere. NIP need to choose a second angle for the team fight. You can't take this down the front and center. I think this is so dangerous going into the Renata like this. JDG pull back a little bit. A lot of Rend stacks. They want to just make sure they stick up. Keep those Rens on target. It's going to reset, but they want to keep that pin cushion stacked up if they can. Get a Q on target. That keeps the Ren stacks available. How many stacks is on this damn thing? So many stacks. NIP. Watch the stacks fall off now. Scout is pushing mid lane. That's why they don't care about this. They have the 5 grubs. They can go towards this NIP. They see this being leashed. It would be the GA. That's how it goes down. Does Scout want to teleport into the play? I wonder if JDG are cooking a little bit too hard. Shanji goes in. Does he have the all out? He might need to use it at some point. Goes in. He goes down, though, before the GA comes through. It will be GA claimed by NIP. Do they find themselves a better fight? Scout is here. Doesn't land the combo, and they get the play on to Pays. The shotgun doesn't land. It's not the best Renata ult ever. They do get the Callista down. Remember, they have the GAs. This is a better fight for them, but Scout is still alive and doing damage. Can they win the fight with the Callista down? I'm not actually sure. I think the Callista being down is a big difference, but the Talia is still looking good. They do get 2 more kills, though, and maybe that's the difference. Scout alive. He can try and do all the killing tower himself. Scout has the flash. Will look to try and claim the rest of those withdrawals, and he will do. Scout doesn't need an AD carry for this one. NIP blow all of their cooldowns onto Pays, but can't finish off Scout. That hard-earned Atakan really doesn't amount to all that they wanted. Get 3 kills back. That's something. They get some shutdowns. But NIP don't get the knockout blow they would have liked. It's much better than it could have been. Much better than it could have been. I thought partway through that fight, NIP could have pulled away from it. Shanji goes in very, very deep, trying to stop Shun from getting into smite range. Gives his life to stop the smite. Maybe goes a little too early. No follow-up. When Scout shows on this side, they realize they can split the fight. Now, Talia won't be here for the first part of this. Really good kill combo onto the Callista, who I guess for somehow doesn't get the bailout, because the Renata is also kept into the CC combo. This is where it's too far, I think. Look, I think you can give up one other person here. I think Leave needs to... Leave shouldn't have walked up there. I think if Leave doesn't walk up, they walk away with a much better fight. That's a mistake, walking up that far. Leave blows the barrier too. That was... Well, I guess if he gets an auto in a single target Q, probably kills Shun there, because he has the Shadow Flame after this fight. This actually... 5k advantage. You know what, folks? With the gold which Leave earned from that fight, getting to 3 items, I actually think Kai'Sa can... I think Kai'Sa can carry a game like this now. If NIP choose a better multi-directional fight again, split the Callista Renata from the rest of the team, or the Renata from the rest of the team, I wonder whether Leave can one-shot. Shadow Flame is a hell of a drug, folks. Bailout wouldn't work anyway, because Atakan doesn't count as a takedown, does it? No, Solar Puppy. No, it doesn't. You do need to actually get proper kills. That is completely worth mentioning, and I've forgotten about that. Much like how Viego can't get resets on Atakan targets. Stuff like Triumph also not effective on stuff like that. Oh, Doomby's going for the mask stacking build, by the way, in case you hadn't realized. Has himself the triple Haunting Guys combo. Riftmaker, Leandries, and the Bloodletter's Curse. So Doomby does a lot more damage than you expect. Less tanky, more damage. Doesn't have the Rod of Ages, but this is the same build without it. Didn't want the slower stacking item of the Roa. Dragon's gonna get taken. JDG only gonna be on 3 dragons though. Soul Point, yes, valuable, but not the end of the game. Baron spawned. Feels a lot later than Baron spawn. Remember folks, the NIP. First game in their new arena in Shenzhen. They revamped it, and they've gone back home. JDG, of course, have their own arena in Beijing. They're playing away from their home crowd this time. They brought the crowd with them, though. God damn, the crowd was so loud for our Gyros. 3 items to Callista. That Terminus gives you a lot of tankiness. That's going to be a problem for NIP, because that Jack Show likely comes in afterwards, or maybe even a Wit's End. We'll see how he's feeling. Kai'Sa with no E-Evolve feels weird. Well, it's the least important of your big ones. Leave. Good W accuracy. Look how much damage that W is doing. Less cooldown than potentially you can have sometimes. Because you don't get that Gnash's Tooth CDR. Of course, it doesn't have the magic damage ratio on hit from that. It does have it from his passive. Arla and Leave both trading off their poke now. Shun around the flank. Leave trying to get some poke down. Good damage onto missing from Doomby. Remember, Doomby's actually a damage threat now. Shanji wants to dash out of that and does so. Every time Leave hits that skill, remember it goes on half cooldown. Ah, Doomby, that's quite far there, friend. I think that could have been a little dangerous. Fighting over mid lane push because there is a Baron available. It is really a battle of poke. I feel like JDG working out pretty well with that, but I mean, can't deny the impact which Leave is having. If you hit that second Q, W rather, onto missing. I do play Kai'Sa. I know it's the W. I know it's the W. Ugh. Would have procced the passive. Another one there. Leave good skill shot accuracy. However, even the Callista Q getting good value out of it's the poke battle now. We have ourselves our NIP Ram, I suppose. Baron started up. Doomby pushing towards bot side, gets that objective bounty, and teleports immediately into the play, choosing not to go back to base as an early Shinzo ult pulled through. That'll help with the tank, but that's an important tool down. Down has to flash out of the Impale, and pays. Ah, now that's a problem. Under half HP. Did we got the shotgun? That W could have killed. Oh, Leave could have killed Pays just there. That skill shot looks so innocent, but that could have killed Pays. Leave in a point now where you can just jump onto Pays and go absolutely wild. Each of these W's flying towards Pays could be the start of something absolutely huge. We know that Leave can do a lot of legwork for this team. He has been a heavy lifter. Goes for the Void Staff as well. I think that makes perfect sense. It works so well with your passive. I think Void Staff is better for your damage than Death Cap a lot of the time. 40% shred, so important towards Kai'Sa's kit. Doomby going towards Zhonya's next. Of course, the objective bounty is helping out the entire team. We're into a good game state now, folks. From what seemed like a surefire JDG win, that Atakan play from NIP, which netted them some gold, got them through to the 3-item Kai'Sa and got them towards Kai'Sa late game, changes a lot. Now, Pays is going towards a Wit's End. We'll have a lot more magic resist on the table. Void Staff's already there to help claim some shred already, though. PP God on the Nico can't overstate his value in teamfights too. A flash, Protobelt, Nico ult could change so much. Ward spotted out, will be swept away there. Doomby not that tanky worth noting. So many goddamn pings on the map as Scout splits the team, and that is a caught Shin's out. That's important. The poke hasn't come through, and the jungler is dead, but Derby's blown in anyway. Yes, it's a good taunt, but how much does it matter? 5-man Pop Blossom maybe makes the difference, but where's the DPS? Where's the damage coming through from him? I come from Leave. Flies into the back line and takes down Scout, but he's the only member alive left in the fight now as Derby has had to leave stage right, and the Kai'Sa can't get it done. Yes, it's a good Galio ult. Yes, it's a good Nico ult, but they don't have the staying power. JDG pick off the jungler, pick the team fight, and will win themselves the Baron off of this too. NIP needed more poke. They needed more time. JDG didn't give it to them. Derby over the wall. Hang on a second. That's a lot of damage. The Bloodletters goes. Hang on a second. The Baron's doing a lot of work there. Needs to be careful. There is a bailout. And suddenly Derby over the wall. But the 3-man wins a war with the higher damage build. Stops the Baron being taken. And suddenly now, JDG out of position for the Dragon. They have 20 seconds to get towards the backside of the map. Folks, we are in for a dramatic late game, dare I say it. Starts off with a great wall from Scout. Scout splits the team. Picks off Aki. Really well played. No way out of that. Derby has to buy into the fight. It is a great Pop Blossom. It's a great Pop Blossom, but realistically, your damage starts to get kind of messy after this point. Derby gets a good Q over the team. Yes, it starts to stack Magic Resist Shred, which is only onto the first target, though, not onto everyone. Wow, what happens here? Does he kill out Pays? Oh, I missed that on the other side of the fight. But as we come back to live, Shanji. Oh, he's had a difficult game, hasn't he? 0-5 on the Cassante, which he's made his name on so many times. The Impale misses. Scout goes forwards, and PP God tries to get the Pop Blossom back. Doesn't catch Pays, but he catches 2 others. Scout has the bailout onto him, and there'll be a flash forwards, but the Callista keeps hitting. The Callista continues to hit. 2 kills from now, keeps rushing forwards into the play. I think NIP might have made a mistake leaving this AD carry to free fire, and indeed they have. They kill off one of the carries, but they can't get both of them. I say that Pays does go down eventually. NIP have 2 alive. Ends up being a 3-for-3, all things said and done. Thought Pays would get out more cleanly. Drama still yet to be had in this game as the Dragon is still alive after everything is said and done. Pays just gets absolutely splattered by a Kai'Sa W, I suppose. Finding it hard to keep track of everything. So messy fights. The Impale not getting value onto Aki. Scout with not the best play either. PP got a great return ultimate. What the hell happens here then? Well, Leave goes in for a massive shotgun burst. Of course, Shadowflame crits with his passive on low HP. I thought, hey, well, Pays is going to run over this fight. Surely that'll be the end of things. And then something like this happens. Gets knocked back. Goes into half HP. Look at this W. Shadowflame crit. That's insane. I can completely... Whoa. That is insane. Leave is something else, man. Leave is something else. What an AD carry. Ahead in gold now against his opposing number for the first time in this game. What does he go towards next? Do he go towards a Zhonya's, or does he go towards a Death Cap for ultimate burst? What's the plan there? I mean, Leave. Credit to him. Good smells coming out of the kitchen. He's cooked up something good, he has. Yeah, you better accept that W. Baron's still available. Dragon was taken for the JDG, so they do have the Cloud Soul. Derby needs to be a little bit careful here. Alright, Leave. Let's see how much poke you can get done. Is a fight going to happen before the poke comes through? Did I spot the Baron being started there? Because it's not. Shun on the side. He didn't get his full item, I don't think. I didn't spot that one. Hard to keep track of everything. W lands onto missing. Goes through the shield. Ah, that's a lot of damage there. Missing. Actually in a bit of trouble. Shun tanks up that. Now he's tankier. He can tank up some of that poke. The big thing is if you can get 2 Ws on the same target from that Kai'Sa. Scout once again on the flank, trying to split up the front line of the back line with a good lateral wall. Does need to be careful here. Scout around the flank, and that's an Impale. Who does that get? It gets Derby. He does have the stasis. Is that going to be enough? Good damage coming through. Leave takes a little bit there too, but Scout is splitting the team. Great play with that Unraveled Earth to make sure NIP can't safely walk up to the back line and support their front line. Scout really splitting apart NIP well. And I think with the damage and the flashes down, we'll be able to go towards the Baron for free. Leave is going to come over. Doesn't have an ultimate. Does have really big damage, though. And that can be more than enough. The Umbral Dave helping clear through those wards. Baron getting started. Where does the W come through? Arla spots out. The wall come through to split the team. No way across it. Baron cleanly taken. NIP, do they look for anything more? They have the Galio ult, but they don't have Kai'Sa. With her ultimate, anyway. You can't proc passive off 2W anymore. Stacks last 4 seconds. There's 4.5 enhanced CD on W. Oh, I didn't realize that blade. Worth noting. Didn't know if there was extra cooldown reduction builds coming through. Damn, didn't even realize that. Death cap in for Leave. Oh, that is a powerful Kai'Sa, isn't it? That W poke. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Nasty, nasty stuff. Close, close, close. Close, close, close. Leave. Very close to getting that. The scary thing for JDG is, if you are caught out with a Kai'Sa W, the marks can land, and Leave can fly in for a second W to, potentially just one-shot you when you get below a half HP. That Shadow Flame giving you that insta-crit of your passive is very, very nasty. And of course the W if you're below that HP as well. Gives you an extra 20% damage for your DOT also if you have any. Also increase more if you don't have it on this build, of course. 2.5 minutes until the LW. We are going quite late in our first game today, folks. Cannons continually firing. Scout walking up. Scout's had a great game. Scout's been fantastic here. He's been a good secondary carry, alongside Pays, of course. But he's been a primary carry. You can focus one of them. Can you get both? Arla not necessarily been able to be a DPS carry in the same way. Hard for him to jump into melee range. W lands onto Scout. That's important. That's a great impale, but it's traded for the Shinzo ultimate. PP God has an ultimate. Is that going to be able to be used? Flashes forward, but will he die? No, he won't. Yes, he does, and he doesn't get the carries he needs to, and the fight becomes a fracas. Leave has his ultimate. When is that going to be used? Good damage coming through. Can Leave carry the fight? Pays, goes in and takes down his opposing number, gets himself so much damage, and another quadra kill will be claimed for the AD carry of JDG. NIP brought it out to the late game, but couldn't dance with the Callista. Inhibitor down, Nexus down, JDG started well, had a fumble in the mid game or two, but will claim the first Nexus in NIP's home ground of Shenzhen. Well, all things said and done, Entertainment, I think, was the winner of that game. I am thoroughly glued to my seat, folks. Now, of course, I was solo casting that game, so I apologize for my rusty play-by-play there. It's not necessarily my thing, but I hope that was enjoyable all the same. Hi, my name is Nymaera. My brother Initialise and I cast the LPL because there's no official LPL English broadcast anymore. So there are a number of projects starting up to make sure that the archiving and tracking of the league still stays alive for our international community. If you are someone who has been interested in the LPL for a while, or might be interested in some of our teams and LPL players, this is one of those places to catch up with our teams and our players. If you see anyone streaming the LPL currently, go and support them. Whether it's us or it's LPL English or one of the other many co-streamers, it makes a difference. It does make a difference, folks. Right, I need to get myself a coffee at some point. Oh. Geez, get hydrated? I will get hydrated. Yes, I will. I'll get myself another coffee, and I will get myself, I don't know, maybe, do I want to get a Red Bull a bit early in the day for that? And also, I did kind of want to have a nap for the second series. When are the shitters playing? I miss EDG. I'm sorry, EDG won't come. They're not playing today. Can't tell you that one. Bananas in pajamas. Yep, that's NIP when they lose. BIP. I'm gonna steal Sam's room for seriously? Yeah, probably. I'll probably just take a nap in his room. Because I can't sleep in it, can I? Because Sam will be yelling about 6 feet away. Such a good first game of the night. It was really cool. That's a really cool curse logo, by the way. The elephant on fire. Do you remember Elephant on Fire? The curse logo, but like rotated on its side? Great stuff. Alrighty. So, NIP. I mean, I liked the build. I think actually the higher damage Galio made a lot of difference there. I think that the higher damage Kai'Sa, in terms of, well, the burst one-shot Kai'Sa did make a lot of difference as well. I was a pretty big fan of that. I need to go check on what's happening in LCK though. What's happening in LCK? Appreciate you casting a stream. Well, I appreciate you being in chat, Justin. Thank you. I'm not a play-by-play by trade, and I'm very rusty on my play-by-play. But yeah, I hope it's an enjoyable experience all the same. It's between series right now. That'll be why numbers bumped up then. That makes sense. Essence Reaver felt unnecessary. It gives you good cooldown reduction. It means that you don't need mana sustain. It's really good because it means that between what Essence Reaver does is it gives you a really good build path where you go for one first item, but you get the pickaxe from Essence Reaver, and it allows you to get a very good Q upgrade, and then you get a lot of cooldown reduction to do an awful lot. And you see how much damage Leave did. Leave was really doing work. What do I think about Shu and Lucid? I think Lucid has been one of the most... I think they're two of the most fun rookies we've seen in the last year or two. I think that Shiwu, the fact that his first split was in a lane swap meta as a top laner, and he still played that well, is kind of insane. And I think that Lucid as well, he glowed up so goddamn well. I like that Kai'Sa build because you don't get time to auto. I think particularly against, yeah, I think against Talia and against Kalista, you don't win the extended DPS trade. You need to burst someone. It does mean you basically don't have consistent DPS. I think Shanji had a bad game as well, which is not great. Shanji had basically 0 impact. Shanji was poor. Shanji was poor. Suru is a 17-year-old rookie and he's playing like that. Jesus, man. That's insane. I was so hyped for Yike, Lucid, and Milky Way to meet internationally, but it never happened. Yeah, Milky Way is also... I actually wonder how much of a success you can contribute to... who is his bot lane? Was it Dogdam and Life? They were really good, Dogdam and Life, together. Like in spring, they did throw a lot of games, yes, but... I actually think that Life was very, very good at enabling Milky Way to play hyper-aggressive. I'm happy with any game where Cassandra has no impact at all. Yeah. We've seen a lot of that champion do disgusting things for a while. Doombeep had a good game, you know. I actually think his ults were pretty good on the whole. I think early game NIP didn't realize that they can't just throw themselves at JDG. They threw themselves at a single direction. You need a secondary angle. You need a secondary angle, otherwise Kalista hops backwards into the Talia E and is safe. Because you can't follow into the Talia E or into the Renata ult. Owner's ranking his top 5 plays from his career so far. Oh, I did see that. I was wondering what he was ranking. I saw he was ranking something. I did just flick over to the screen. That's cool. Very cool content. I like when players do retrospectives on their career like that. Especially when they have a very storied one. Oh, so Umbral is 100 gold cheaper and has plus 5 AD, so you get the fastest Q evolve. Right, it's just Kai'Sa getting the fastest Q evolve. That's it, that makes sense. I like how every time I look over to Anivia's chat, doesn't matter what day of the week it is, whenever it is, there's a person which is just typing Falun Dafa brackets Falun Gong is good. Now I'm going to imagine that's some kind of food, but I'm going to choose to believe it's food, even if it's not. I appreciate your presence here in Onivia's chat, and if you here are watching this on Onivia as well, hope you get yourself a drink. I need to go get myself a drink actually. I need to roll some adverts and get myself a coffee, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back shortly. So you guys enjoy what presumably will be the MVP afterwards. I'm going to who's our MVP? Pays or Scout? I think it's Scout, you know. I think it's Scout. Oh, the Ralph flash of the arrow? That was pretty insane. Damn, I'm kind of cold as well. I kind of want to get nudie. Oh, the Poppy solo kill. Was that the one? Oh, yeah, when he flashed forward in the jungle. Yeah. Here's our MVP. Pays gets it? Yeah, double quadra kill. I mean, I think he was bailed out by his team. I actually think Scout deserves it. I think that Scout played super well. But Pays is also not undeserving, right?
活生活，玩出新意。
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买50系列电脑新品上京东，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。
京东。
Hello, I'm back. What great timing. It was like I didn't plan this. I didn't plan this. You know what, folks? I'm gonna get cozy. I'm going to get cozy. Because it's a little bit cold here. Don't know why, just is a bit. And that's why I'm going to be here in my Udi. Right, folks, second game. NIP gets side select this time. Of course, you don't get the Leave Kaiser anymore. It's a big tool. You don't get Doomby's Galio, another big tool to be used as well. Which raises questions. Raises questions about NIP's champion pools, which has been something which I've been a little bit worried about. Just a little bit. Not hugely, just a little bit. It's on camera, actually. Don't need to on camera all the time. Haven't shaved in freaking forever too. It's a problem. So insane that he was Faker has been playing 12 years in pro play. So insane that he won Worlds in his first year and just last year as well. Yeah, his career is absolutely astonishing. Of course it is. Of course it is. He is our GOAT for a reason, right? And the thing is, most fans of Faker now probably never saw him at his peak. Faker's peak was a long time ago. Well, okay, he's had multiple peaks, obviously, but they probably don't know the full trajectory of his career now. I've done some stories about his first year of play, first years of play, and I've got them on my TikTok. Don't know, some of them are too long to be put on my YouTube, actually. In terms of the short format, anyway. Warning, how I've overslept. How was the first game? It was fun. It was fun. JDG in control, but NIP had some good slapbacks. Which is the best Faker year? I think you can argue it's 2013. I would say it's 2015 summer. Kira says 2016. But yeah, I think 2015 summer, 2015 summer he played Master Yi mid, he played Riven mid. He was playing everything. He was the only player that played Rise at that Worlds. Sure thing, Anton. 2017 Worlds, a lot of people say, is the best tournament ever from a single player, despite the fact that he didn't win it. And I think that's, there's some relevance to that, I think. But yeah, I think a lot of people at this point haven't necessarily seen Faker at his peak now. No, I think that Faker's peak was well, I think you can argue that the most important parts of his career were a long time ago now. It's incredible that he still gets to keep up this level of form, but you know, when we talk about Faker in these kind of hallowed tones, these reverent tones, because of all those years back then. You know, back when you'd reach a finals in the LCK or the OGN and he'd have a special pick waiting. He's not that kind of guy now to have that special counter pick at the last moment. It's not really that's not his style anymore. He leaves his teammates to do that. When Bengi said in the Faker documentary, when he was crying after the 2017 loss in finals, you watch that tournament, you can say understandable. Well, yeah, I think basically 2017 Worlds, strategically they were a broken team. Huni could never play towards bot side, he must teleport towards his own lane for laning phase when every other top laner was teleporting bot side. Kind of meant that his bot lane couldn't function. So I actually blame that World's loss on strategically the way that Huni viewed the game in that point. Have you seen the Owner documentary? It's my favorite. No, I haven't. Maybe I should watch that at some point. No, I haven't. Thanks for the follows, by the way. I did see a couple coming through. Well, we have a draft to talk about, don't we, folks? NIP on the blue side. Of course, JDG one side select for game 1 of the day through their top laners 1v1ing. Ala 1 with Jace versus Shanji's high-midding it. Lots of top lane bans coming out this time too. Renekton, Gwen, Rumble, all out. And Bessa, the one top-tier top laner that's left on the table, I think. Anything else? That seems to be the one, really. Some questions about Sion, I suppose. Aurora taken away from Dernby. Of course, Ryze taken off the table. And Neferi left open, so that's an easy first pick. LPL has loved this Neferi. JG locking the Ambessa Vi, though. Now, the thing is, Neferi, very, very strong. Ambessa Vi, very strong too. But the Neferi utterly counters those two champions, because you press your ultimates on the Neferi, she presses W, and they don't work anymore. Aki locks in the Poppy. Well, no, well, locks it in for PP God, you assume. Shanji as well. No, it's probably for top lane, actually. I think it's good into the Ambassador. Shanji's a big player of the champion. Good into the double dash. You need some engage somewhere. You do need some harder CC. The Poppy can help a bit with that, but you need some hard engage somewhere. Now, if you lock in the Ahri, good with the Vi. Not great into the Poppy, obviously. Hovering over a couple of bot lane options. Do you focus top side or bot side? With the Corki locked in, NIP can shift that bot side and ban 80 carries. They lock in Scout Ahri, who I think has actually been very proficient on this champion. He didn't make much of an impact, on my opinion of him, while playing Ahri in the last year or two. But I think he's gained more reputation from me, at least, in the last while playing Ahri. Had a very good game on it in placement stage to win against LGD, who probably should have won that game if it weren't for Scout's great play in the late game on Ari. Ban away the Silas now from JDG, banning away some matchups from Doomby, I suppose. NIP, I think they ban away AD carries here. You can switch that Corki down towards bot side. You don't have the Talia to go into the Ari, worth noting. Ryze banned away too, so that's 2 of your better matchup into the Ari gone. Let's have some questions about what you'll have left available. Akali not bad into the RE2, not bad into the Vi. You press your W and you kind of go, you know, you go obscured, you go invisible. Might be a consideration for JDG to remove from the table. They could also remove something like the Rel as well, which is very powerful for NIP's bot lane. VOD review request from Dogworld. Alright. You message me about that and we can figure that out later. I can't do that today. It might be... Can I do Oscar Night? I can do that at some point, Darkworld. Yeah, I actually haven't gone back and watched that for a while. That's a fair point. 50,000 goddamn points spent for that. Well, we'll do that at some point then. I'll have to figure it out while you're watching stream, so you let me know about that one. Now, I think Rel MF looks pretty good for JDG here. Again, there's no really good... I wonder whether... This is the thing. I wonder whether JDG should have locked the Rel right now. I guess Rel's not good into Poppy is the problem. You would have 4-dash champions. Guess you go for the Leona, which is better into the Poppy. 5 mid lane bans, but if you count the Rumble. Yeah, fair play, fair play. Alistair locked in for PP Gob. Now we get to see whether the Corki goes mid lane or bot lane. And they lock in Lissandra! Hey, now that's a little bit different, isn't it? This is the first Lissandra I've seen in a very long time. Good anti-dash champion, and gives you the engage which you were lacking alongside the Alistair as well. NIP, turn this on a dime. Very good versus the Vi as well, because the Vi comes to ult you press ult on yourself. NIP is cooking today, folks. Lissandra. Poppy top lane, yeah, we kind of called that one out, but with the Lissandra locked in for Doomby, the first one of the year and the first one I can think of anywhere for a long time, especially in Tier 1, this is a very different draft for NIP. Great tools against the dash and engage of JDG. You throw the Nautilus ult, you throw the Vial onto Lissandra, she presses a roll or gets a Zhonya's later into the game. Alistair can press ult, Neferi can press W, Poppy can use W to stop the dashes of 4 out of those champions. Technically the Nautilus hook counts. I think NIP have been really deep within their culinary arts preparing for this series. Their first series on stage for their new arena in Shenzhen. I think NIP have got a very cool draft, and this one I can see winning. Now the problem is you do need to deal with that misfortune. You don't have the easiest cancels. You need to get a flank angle. You must get a flank angle. Alright, NIP trying something different. Oh, fuck, I've just spilled coffee all over my desk. That's really bad. Oops, oops, oops. I need to go sort that out. Well, that'll just have to do. I've done that thing where I've spilled coffee all over my desk, which is really not great. Oops, I hope my mouse survives that, amongst other things. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I guess I'll have to focus on the game and figure out whether my mouse has survived a little bit later. Sound delayed? It is delayed a little bit. We can't fix that completely. Not, well, luckily nothing's huge happened. We'll have to clean up my goddamn desk. I think my mouse wheel is now broken. That'll be something I have to deal with in the future. Oh, goddamn it, Alex. Okay, level 2. It's very threatening here. Hook lands onto leave. He does have the barrier available. Good damage coming through. Uses it to turn a good damage onto missing. Of course, doesn't have a cleanse to get rid of the ignite himself. Shanji doing well in the laning phase up here against the Embessa, but it's one of the reasons why you pick this champion into that matchup. Now, of course, Embessa can choose to not dash around. It is worth noting that. Alrighty. Split map. Aki on top side. Shun on bot side. No audio for our top side here. Dive into the bot side and Shun Q flashes his Vi, gets good value there as Alice stays alive in top side. Well, Ala gets away with that one, doesn't he? Much happier on his side of the map than Shanjio's on his. I suppose could have been worse. Could have broken my PC. Going to a replay of that bot side again. Broken my keyboard. True, I do actually have a spare keyboard, though I don't have a spare mouse. Oh, what am I like? What am I like? Shun walking in towards top side. The Vi being ahead, pretty scary. Dermby gone for the electrocute build on Lissandra. People even talk about Lissandra being okay for a little while. See what happens here. Oh, Charm lands even through the dogs, goes forwards. Electrocute comes through. From Scout, like he has to back off. Fight over our topside river, topside jungle rather. Keeper God goes forwards. Dermby has the level 6. He can flash ult and he chooses to go onto the Vi. Great damage coming through, but will it be enough? Remember, you get the Lissandra passive, and that's exactly what happens. Missing goes down too. Now you have 2 frozen thralls wandering about the place. Scout's going to get damaged by perhaps the last of them. 2 ult stacks left. Will be able to get out safely. 2 for 2 in the early game, but a 1 fight for NIP off of that Lissandra, really. So we'll get to see this again as, you know, Lissandra, first fights of the game, very, very powerful. One of the reasons you pick it against the Ahri is that you kind of match the power spike at the points in the game. The Alistair being able to CC into the Frozen Thralls, also very important too. The Vi not being able to influence plays too definitely helps. You can't, you know, of course at some points in the game you can kind of ult through the ult because you're unstoppable during your ultimate. Aki in topside jungle, level 6. Should not level 6, importantly. Neferi with early kills. Nasty, nasty champion, of course. That hot dog, yeah. It's a lot of work, doesn't it? swaps around the map. Shanji spots Shin taking this. Level 6 to level 6. Gets the shield. Good damage early on. Uses the W, but I think in case... The only way you get a kill there is if you stop a IQ and you manage to pin them into a wall afterwards. You kind of need like a perfect outplay that. And as long as Shin plays it safely, unlikely to happen. Well, you'll be glad to know there's still coffee falling out of my mouse. So, I don't know. I guess I'll just unplug it and see what happens there. Oh, what am I like, man? Spilling a full cup of coffee all over my goddamn desk. Which team has the better late game? I think NIP have the better late game. I think they do. I think it's much easier for Lissandra to pin themselves onto a target and Nefiri to jump onto them. Yeah, no, I'm not particularly happy at myself for, you know, throwing liquid all over my expensive PC setup. Well, I didn't hit my actual PC itself, but, yeah. Okay, 3 grubs over to NIP, Dragon over to JDG, of course. We had that trade early. Poppy late game is so strong? It is. It is, actually. If you're top lane, it is. If you're top lane, it is. In jungle, less so. But, if you're doing well in the individual matchup, Poppy becomes very tanky. I think JDG might have trouble closing down the first target. You know, Nefiri has W. Poppy has, Poppy's tanky as hell. Lissandra has ults. Alistar has ult. It's only really Corki that can play around that. There's actually a world in which Corki goes for the Zhonya's as well. There's actually a world in which you can do that. Or at least Seekers. Or GA, one of the 3. Did your mouse tank most of the CC? I didn't think it did. It kind of mainly went over my mouse mat, which is fine. It didn't actually get over much electronics. I just needed to make sure it didn't drip onto anything. But yes, my mouse did tank up a lot of the coffee control, sadly. Rod of Ages for Scout. I wonder if that's a mistake too. I wonder if that's a mistake. I think you need to be more bursty. I think you've got to try and kill Lissandra before... Well, can you kill Lissandra before the CC comes through? Yes, with the buy, I think you can. You can. Lissandra's also going for the low this build, worth noting. Not bursty. Shenji gets the wall stun, gets the double Q. W stops the dash coming through. Ala might need to flash hit. There's a chance that the ult would kill. Flashes away from it. Ala losing the 1v1. However, has bought time for Shun to come down now, and Shun is kind of scary. 5 seconds on the W. Shenji would need to use that. Is there a flash Q available? Yes, there is. Goes in. Locks up for the Ambassador. Does dash out to a minion. The ults had to be forced through, but they will get themselves the 2v1 onto the Poppy. Aki will claim the grubs on the top side. 6 grubs for NIP. A worthy prize for them. Shun will get himself the first item now after getting that kill onto the Poppy. Charm onto the Alistar blind as the brush. Scout Force stacking up that Rod of Ages. Happily will do so. Feels like there's a play coming through. Multiple teleports. Without a disengage now, and everything flashes out. Thinks he knows that the play is starting to dissolve a little bit. Charm under the tower. Remember this, Shanji doesn't have himself an ultimate. It's going to be very powerful, though. You have Alistar to tank the dive, and he's starting to pull it. The ultimate takes aggro. There goes the Lissandra ult. Lefiri goes through with the ult reset, and both of them start to pop off. It'll only be the 1 kill, likely. Indeed it is. Scout jumps forward. The aggressive combo from NIP getting value there. Let's see how my mouse is doing. Maybe it survived. Not sure it has, actually. Sadly, I wonder if my mouse might be a little bit dead. That could be a bit of an issue. Oh, what am I like? What am I like? Well, goodbye, fellow warrior. You've served me well. But in a Rice, it won't work at that point. It doesn't clean out stuff from the internals of it. Rice sucks up moisture, but not from actual inside. Things missing. Goes forward to the Hex Flash. Doesn't land the hook. And Poppy ult misses too. That means it will come down to a smite fight, and it's won by Shun. Arla's not into the fight yet, but can go in with the public execution. A bullet time gets a lot of damage down. First kill of the fight goes to NIP, though. And Better ult misses. Arla not able to get into the play in the way he wants to. Donby ults defensively, but Shun is still alive. There's no Lysandra ult now, and now the Ahri can start resetting. Instead, it's a 3-for-2 currently as damage starts to come through from Lee, but he can't finish up the fight in the way that he would have liked. Aki, what more mobility he's got? He's got himself a flash. Has to flash away from the scout combo on the other side. Leave going in. Arla tries to kill him back. The Repudiate. Not able to save his life, and it'll end up being, what, a 3-for-3 both sides? Dragon goes to JDG. Fight starts with a lot of important skills missing. Arla stops Dernby from getting into the play cleanly. Does flash in for a big old play. Has to ult the Nautilus ult. Does bring the Nautilus ult onto Aki and technically onto Shanji too. Dernby caught out on the flank. Big story of this fight. I'll leave my mouse upside down and hope some of the coffee just dries out of it. Hey, we'll see. We'll see. Neferi 3-0-3. Yeah, that's gonna be scary, isn't it? Neferi is going to be a damage carry by themselves. Now, that being said, Shun not doing bad on the Vi either, and Shun's Vi is notorious, very strong. Tussle over the mid lane wave. Arla and Shun taking the bot side turret. Of course, they lost the first tower of the game. So NIP have that feat of strength. This would be feats of strength for NIP if they take the Herald, which it looks like they are going to claim rather easily. There is a delay in the sound. However, I'm now at a point now where I can't actually refresh the stream because my mouse is not working. I'd like to refresh the stream and get that sorted, but I'll have to go get Sam's mouse from the other room. That's what I'll have to do. Rod of Age is almost maxed out for Scout. I actually think Doomby gets away... The thing is, getting a slightly later Rod of Ages can be important. If it gets you from level 15 to 16 instead of level 14 to 15, be a big difference. There is a teleport ward. Here comes Ahri. Aki, how quickly is he going to have to blow his W? ults and flashes to secure the combo before the Neferi presses W. Insanely well played from Shun. Means that the Neferi counter can't go untargetable. Scouts over the wall and starting to do damage. Misses the Q, but has 2 stacks hit. Does he go forwards again? Has one more charge of that ultimate hook lands. With the tower standing, hard to dive a little bit further. I think Scout maybe could have got more damage down there, but they'll take the 1 for none, which opens up the tower. Great play from Shun to get the kill onto the Neferi. His Vi on point. Shun taking the red buff now. Big shutdown. Very clean. Charm lands onto the Alistair. Take some damage there. Reminder that, of course, the REQ true damage on the second part of it does get increased by the Haunting Guise increased damage in combat now as well. It's one of the big changes to true damage in general, is that it does actually get increased by increased damage. Hex Flash over the wall. PP God goes on to Arla. Doesn't have himself ult. Does have a Repudiate. Hook lands onto the Corki, but he stands and fires. Leave's been a hell of a good player for this roster. Leave, good damage onto Aki. What's this gonna do? Doesn't have his ult. Lands himself a hook onto Leave, but he's left himself open to be reset onto by the Lissandra. The throws and stalls start coming through. Missing goes down. Not the best game from him. His hooks have been mixed. All ends up doing is really is giving NIP more damage through Lissandra's passive. Dragon up on the table. That's what they were all tussling over. Scout has his ult back up now. Is spotted on vision. NIP used that Lissandra ult on that last play, though. That's important for them. That Lissandra ult being down is a big thing. DMB going towards a similar build to Scout, who has that max stack on the Rod of Ages. But as we said, if you can go from level 14 to 15 instead of earlier on, it'll be very important. Dragon goes over to JDG in picture-in-picture. Great play from Shin. Great play from Shin. The ult flash, meaning that the Neferi can't even press W, goes immediately into CC combo. This Q hit, that Q that hits. I think Scout can play that, you know. Oh, would have kept the damage keep on ticking over. Not to be here though, not to be. Landry's finished for DMB. Not finished for Scout, but that means he's got boots over DMB. He spent more gold on the actual items, DMB on the footwear. Two items to Pays as well. Armor Pen second with the healing debuff as well of the Mortal Reminder. Who's that going to affect? I mean, technically it affects the Sandra ultimate when you go into that, which you do regen some HP from. Wait, is that true? Wait, no, that's not true. I'm thinking of Echo ult. Oh man, I am dumb. Does affect the Alistair healing. Neferi Q as well. I don't know if that's the best item ever. I feel like you could go for the Lord Doms over that if you wanted it. And you wanted the Armor Pen versus the Poppy, sure. Atakan up in, well, up now. Ruinous Atakan, of course. By the color of the icon. When's the next big play coming through? We do have all ultimates available. Scout needs to be a little bit careful. Two items for both junglers. Of course, hang on a second. Scout has a decent angle here, so you want to go for it again. Remember, PP God doesn't have his Celestial Opposition now. Don't be hanging around the fringes as well. Flash and ult available. Easy for him to get into the target and punish. Missing, jumped onto. Bleed starts to affect him. Black Cleaver goes onto him too. See the amount of damage Neferi does with just that double Q. 2 minutes until Dragon. Not really playing around side lanes this game. This series has not been about side lanes realistically. It's about angling around those objectives. Scout level 14 on the bot side of the map. Both mid laners have their Rod of Ages fully stacked. No real gold difference between the two. Of course, feats of strength definitely helping NIP a little bit. Damn, T1 are doing pretty well versus Genji, huh? Ah, fixed an Ari. Nice. Cool. Dragon in a minute. That's what we've been angling towards. Shanji on a flank. Could flash over the wall. Could also go for hang on a second. That's going on to Paze. He has the cleanse, has the flash, and Shanji flashes in, but not before FaZe flashes out. Neferi goes straight onto the AD carry, and Arla misses his ult. Paze is punted out, and it means he ends up living. The bleed doesn't kill him, and I wonder if NIP have now missed their opportunity. Scout goes forward, spots out PP God, and NIP just need to retreat. The W has ran out for Poppy. Scout could have flashed forward for a charm. Paze somehow lives. Somehow lives. The Poppy ultimate does the extra damage, I suppose, but Paze ends up living. Shanji's ultimate doesn't save his jungler, arguably saves the AD carry's life. Maybe that one's a bit... I think he would have died. I don't think he would have died anyway. The actual damage on Poppy, of course, probably makes up for one last auto from Neferi. Fighting the enemy's red buff now. Oh, Charm lands onto the Alistar. Does have his ultimate. Is that going to be enough? The Nautilus ult comes through. There is an Ignite from missing, but he chooses not to drop it, interestingly. Would have thought it would have been quite important in play like that. Another Charm lands. Great accuracy from Scout. Shun goes into the Poppy W. That's not what you want to see, but Paze is around for the double up. Leave is the best damage on the board, though. Shun doesn't get a Poppy W onto it this time, though, and it's a flash out from Scout instead. Neferi's back into the play. Is there another Charm? Is there anything left? No, there isn't. Aki has himself a reset, and that could be a problem. Scout has a Charm, though, and Neferi is put down. Scout saves the play for JDG. Scout, incredible plays from him. No smite now. This would be soul for JDG. That's why it's so powerful, and this Charm hits onto Poppy. Derby has ult. He might be able to reset onto Shun, but they have another ult. The passive comes through. The Conqueror comes through. Double kill for Scout, and PP God is just out of damage. Shun outplays, Scout outplays, JDG get themselves the Infernal, and NIP are left broken. That was insane. Insanely well played from Shun and Scout. NIP afraid to give over the Infernal Soul, but oh, this doesn't work out in the way they want it to. Paze gets jumped onto, forced the cleanse. Shanji can't get himself to wall stun. Paze gets out for free, basically. Even with Arla's ult missing. Oh, doesn't save it. Look, that ult looks bad. I actually don't think Paze dies even if that doesn't hit. 'Cause the extra damage coming through from the Poppy ult would have made the difference. I don't think Neferi even gets to auto attack. And then this play happens. Missing doesn't choose to use his Ignite. I think that might be a mistake given how important this phase of the game is. Leave gets a lot of damage down. Fighting in the Lysandra passive as well. I thought that would have made the difference, but Shun gets a second Q over the wall. First one was, of course, blocked by the Poppy W. Atacon going down in picture. That should probably be the series now, folks. Charm out of midair. One of the... Oh, no, the Dragon knocks him up as well. The Dragon knocks him up as well. It's both. But while you can block the Neferi ult like a... you can't block it like a Caitlyn ult anymore. You can, you know, block it with CC. Scout gets a double Q onto Doombi and onto Shanji. Baron's going down now, but JDG have an Infernal Soul buffed up by Ruinous Atacon. PP God goes forwards. Remember that the Infernal Soul gets an extra 25% damage now on top of the actual stats they're already getting, and that means you have a lot of damage. The bullet time is a great example of that. Scout gets to go forwards and starts to reset. NIP, it will not be A Cinderella story for them on their new arena in Shenzhen. They will not be walking away with a victory. They will have been swiftly 2-0'd by JDG. In this second game, Scout will walk forwards. The Baron, which NIP started, will be going towards their opponents instead. Tau taken in the mid lane, Baron taken in the top side of the map. All members going to be wearing the Hand of Baron. 3 items going to be hit probably across the board now after the gold they've just earned from everything across the map. Maybe not 3 items across the board, that's quite optimistic. PB goes forwards, but yeah, he's just not tanky enough. Pops the ult very late, on like 20% HP, just doesn't work out. And while Missing's low HP too, you don't get the resets coming through from Lissandra passive, you don't get to lock someone down for Corki to wail on them. You get the Ahri resetting instead. Medjai's picked up for Scout. A well-read fox is that Ahri. Has the double Haunting Guys items of Liandry's and Riftmaker. Medjai's giving you extra move speed. Helps you stick in the play. Yeah, we like these builds, folks. We like these builds. Now Scout doesn't have a Zhonya's or a Cleanse. That could have been dangerous there. 2 levels up and doing below. And having the Rod of Ages means that Lissandra can't one-shot you nearly as easily. Scout and Spirit Blossom skin. Leading them to the Afterlight, jolting forwards, and there goes the Vi. There is Lissandra onto the Ahri. It just doesn't matter. Punted out of the play, though. That might matter some more. There's a GA onto the Vi and goes in for an extra Q. A great bullet time from Pays allows him to clean up the fight. Scout has himself one last ult charge to get back into the play, courtesy of Poppy Airlines. Inhibitor goes down, triple kill for Pays to add on to the 2 quadras he had in game 1 as JDG, even though they're not on home turf, making this seem like their own. The Rift is theirs today as they finish off this series 2-0, and we'll wait for our second series of the day. Well, that's one way to end a series. And I gotta go get Sam's mouse because I currently don't have one that is working, folks. Myself a mouse from the other room, and that should at least set us up for this here today. Alrighty, that will help. Right, let's turn down that volume. Ourselves into here. So clean 2-0. Okay. Kick these OMG guys out of the team. I think Shanji did okay on the Poppy there. Like, it was okay. I think Shanji's been on bad form this split compared to the first one though, sadly. T1 stomping through Genji in the first game of the hang on, no, it's only 4k advantage, not unwinnable. But then again, T1 with the gold lead tend to do disgusting things. Doran's having a great game on the Gwen, nice. Oh, I can't believe I broke my freaking mouse. I need to go get a new one. It's more money I don't really want to spend, but hey, it is what it is. Well, thanks for stopping by, everyone. I do appreciate it. Got 2 more series today, of course. And I have to run some adverts here. Hey, Angie, good to see you. Oh, I'm so annoyed that I've just broken my goddamn mouse, but whatever. We can deal with that, I suppose. Maybe I'll try to get a Razer sponsorship or something. Who do you think MVP is for that second game? I think Scout played really well on the Ari. But then again, Shun's Vi also very, very good. Find you a new one. I don't know, I'll find out what can happen with the mouse really. But I need to try and see if I can find a mouse which is similar to the old Sensei Revolution Pro. Shun or Scout as MVP? I think it's Shun. I think that flash ult onto Nefiri was so clutch. I think that was so clutch actually. Can we go to the next series? Matt, it will be on this stream. You asked this earlier when you say, can we go to the next series? It will be on this stream. It's all on the same stream. That's all I've been told. Let's have a look. So, just reading from internal stuff. So, for example, if JDG goes to 3 games and FPX TT in Shanghai, will it wait for it to be over? Yes, it's on the same stream. And I know you've asked a couple of times before here, over in my YouTube chat. But yes, it will be on the same stream. It will wait until this is over. And this is the clean feed which I have access to. So, this is what we have, Matt HL. Unless you see a stream which is currently going through. The next game is FPX versus TT, and Sam will do that. I'm gonna go take a break. I need to until honestly as well. That was an awesome combo. Awesome combo onto Nefiri. Can't let this coughing go down to that. Good game from Faker and Ari. All in Shanghai, but the Chinese cast list has overlaps. They have to wait. Yep. I know there were questions about Nefiri being a direct counter to Vi, but is it safe to say that for a few weeks that it's not as clean cut as a counter, or does it solely depend on the nameplates? I think it is a counter. I think it is a counter. I think when you play as well as Shun, sure, but then you can outplay a counter. But Nefiri is very good into Vi. Because you do a lot of damage, but it's more about a team con, I think, right? Because if you have Vi Ari, you don't have to play around the Nefiri, right? I mean, and also I will say, just I think the problem with Nefiri is not about the matchup into the Vi. The problem is you have to have a team which wants to play around. And you see another Nefiri ult to stop. Oh my god, Aki's ult stopped there as well. Nefiri is hard to play for teams because she has nothing but damage. She doesn't have utility. She doesn't have CC. You are only playing for damage. Only for damage. And that's a big thing which teams have to get used to. Okay, folks. I'm gonna run some adverts on Twitch to stop pre-roll coming in, and then we'll wait until that next series. So I'm gonna turn the camera off. Sam will come through for the second series, and hopefully that'll be fine. And yeah, no, I gotta go to the toilet real quick. Well, got a little bit of a break until that second series, I suppose. I need IG to win versus BLG at my cook chat. I mean, IG looked pretty good, and BLG had a stumble. Well, no, they did look good the other day, actually. It should be a great series. It should be one of our most important benchmarks. It's a double round robin, so we get to see that again later into the split, but yeah. Zeri basically picked up Pentas in every other game she was played. Kai'Sa isn't far behind. No, actually, Kai'Sa is very far behind Blade, actually. Zeri has the highest amount of Pentas per game of any champion ever. It's insane. In fact, I did a video on this, I'm pretty sure, at some point, because I was talking about Jinx, because Jinx was the initial pentakill queen. And then we had a couple of champions in a row where things got kind of crazy. Release Kai'Sa versus release Zeri is close to pentakills. No, it's not, actually. If you look at pentakills per game, Zeri is much more likely to get pentakill per game because of the nature of like Zeri, Yuumi and stuff like that kind of being around there at some point. The biggest ones were, you had Jinx, you had Samira because she was on the Collector release patch, very close to that, and then you have Zeri. But Zeri is by far the most up there, it's insane. Kai'Sa did have a lot for sure for that point in time. But Zeri was something else.
最近的话，就是一从之前换线的比较多上下，所以我们这几天一直在练，所以上下一直在练习这个。Because
remember that Kai'Sa has the most pentakills of any champion, but was released in 2018. Zeri has more pentakills, well, has 120, but was released in 2022, right? Or was it 2020? I think it was 2022. Or was it 23? I can't remember. Yeah, it's 22, I think it was. So she's only been released for 2 years and has, has over half the amount. So the top three are Kai'Sa, Jinx, Zeri, then Aphelios is in fourth.
既有巧合，但也有实力嘛，所以那一波如果不是这样一个台，可能结果就不一样了。那问一下。
Samira's got 46 despite having a very low play rate, which is kind of funny too.
这件装备我们也知道它做了一点增强，所以现在其实还挺 OP 的。那对你而言，能不能给大家推荐一下适合这件装备目前这个版本的英雄有哪些？
就需要蓝的英雄都可以出吧，就狐狸、塞拉斯、冰女都可以出吧。
好，这些都可以说啊，听好了，偷偷上一波分，抓紧这个红利。那。 问一下，在来到我们的第2把的时候，我觉得非常精彩的就是那波野区的团战了，打了3个来回，你和勋2个人中野组合大战对方，最后完成了胜利。残血的时候他也没有放弃你，包括到最后的时候，2个人完成了反杀。那一波你们2个的沟通是什么样的？可以跟大家分享一下，我感觉非常刺激。
那波我们中野的。
In terms of pace, having 5 pentas in 2 years compared to Faker having 1 in 12, the nature of ADCs is played in pro for sure. Yeah. If you're ahead of Zeri, you're likely to get one, especially at points, yeah, because basically your ult would stack up and you'd never be able to run away from it, ever. Zeri pentakills felt unfair after a certain while, honestly. Thunder Talk win. I actually think FPX looked good. I think this next one should be close. This next one should be close.
很谦虚，很低调啊。那我觉得今天在粉丝朋友们的眼里，今天的发挥应该是非常出色了。当然，也希望你们后面的还有更好的发挥。那最后一个问题也是问到，今天呢是我们深圳新场馆的第1场比赛，所以呢也来了非常多的粉丝朋友来到我们深圳去支持你们。同样，新场馆有什么样的感受，可以和大家分享一下？
就环境都变好了，然后观众也很多，然后比较热情，然后休息室什么都挺好的吧。
都很好啊，不管是环境感受还是现场热情的粉丝朋友们，那当然啦，也希望我们所有的观众朋友们可以多多支持我们深圳的新主场，同样也支持我们的北京主场，还有其他所有的主场，多多支持我们的比赛。那我们的赛后采访环节呢，到这里也就告一段落了。接下来我们一起欣赏一下今天比赛精彩的 Spotlight。
推吧，啊，我靠墙隔了，过来，可以，我隔了，猜吧，你要小心。 小心尼克，这是尼克，我往前顶，捅我，捅我。加油！拉一下，还得，看尼克吧，看尼克，赢了，再赢。带我吗？ 打一下，打一下，打我，打我，打了，打了，打了，打了，打了，打了，给着我就，我死了，没事没事，赢了赢了。5杀5杀5杀啊！可惜啊！走吧走吧，2个4杀。谁往右边走，往右边走。先慢点，先慢点。哎，先慢点。牛没站，牛没站。先慢点，先慢点。拉一下，这个位置不好。我有点慢。慢点，我死了。要慢点。慢点，我也闪，没事。可以打。可以打。好，可以打。慢点，我走在左边，我 Q 上去。可以打。我追了。边女没闪，对吧？都没闪。我2秒，P，要杀，飞机。没闪吗？飞机。
Release Zeri stealing shields are gross. It was absolutely disgusting getting shield bash Zeri actually. Yeah.
要走了，我打到了，哎，他死了，来，打了，
Yeah, Kaiser does it with ult. Zeri gets it with a basic ability that was on really low cooldown when you had Navori or Essence Reaver or whatever it was at the time, which gave it like infinite cooldowns. And also just hitting auto attacks, reducing the cooldown of E. Oh, this is such a good 2v3.
同意，他妈2打5，黄绿圈。踢上了 ，OK。
Okay, FPX TT next, and I'll leave you in the hands of Sam. Oh, I'm really annoyed about the mouse. Whatever, can't do anything with it now. Just have to let it be. Oh yeah, Group Navarro and Group Sand, of course. So we have BLG versus IG, who are both on. Well, IG did drop a game, didn't they? Shoma's MVP. Cool. Yeah, I did miss that. Yeah. And NIP's next match. That's NIP's next match versus WE, and that'll be, I presume, in their own arena. Good thing about the double round robin is that you get home and away for the teams with the arenas, which is nice. I think Sam's coming through with his chat.
That's so annoying.
Yeah, I'll leave it.
Sure. I have a spare, it's just not very good. By which I mean the mouse buttons don't click super well.
Well, yeah, but like I won't be using it again because those are just something for Discord.
Sure.
That's
fine. I'm just gonna sort of checking where buttons and stuff work. Hello chat, I'm just gonna get myself a coffee and I'll be right back with you, yep.
unstoppable. She rock that suit like she slay, she fair, she overconfident. She don't need no mirror, no. Take a look, soak it in. Watch closely, this is how you live. Turn it up, let it rip. Watch closely, this is how you live. Clearly I gotta teach you a thing or two. Rarely can someone do all the things I do. Hear me in all the words that I have to say. See me
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是主持人小鱼。在赛前，我们请到了 FunPlus 的 KL 选手，欢迎 KL。在昨天的比赛结束之后呢，今天又紧锣密鼓的又一场新的比赛了。今天赛前大家的状态如何呢？
昨天因为休息的应该还行吧，状态应该还可以。
其实能够从昨天的比赛中看出啊，你们队伍的状态是有在逐步提升的过程中。KL 能跟我们来分享一下吗？最近为了进步，大家都做了哪些努力呢？
主要就是大家在各自那个对线啊，然后沟通啊，团队配合上面都有沟通很多吧，所以我们就看着就是一直在进步。
好的，也期待你们今天的比赛表现。好的，同样在赛前我们请到了 TT 的 Hoya 选手，欢迎 Hoya。这个版本对于 Hoya 来说其实也是一个挑战嘛，因为在我们的印象里面，你可能选择蓝领上单会比较多一些，所以在最近 Hoya本人的话做了哪些努力呢？
일단 대회를 많이 보고 또 요즘 라인 수합도 많이 일어나가지고 운영적으로 좀 많이 신경 쓰는 것 같아요.
最近其实也看了非常多的一个比赛嘛，在对线方面自己也有下一些功夫，然后包括团队的运营是比较重要一些的。那我们第二个问题要问到，在队内其实后亚也是一个老大哥的角色嘛，在赛前有没有什么加油打气的话想跟队友们说呢？
今天比赛加油吧 ，fighting！
好的，加油！
Coffee and a dream, baby. Let's go. Oh, how y'all doing? Hello, Anivia's chat. Hello, YouTube chat. Hello, Twitch chat. Altalex, you said thanks, Dan. Who you reckoning, TT or FPX? I actually don't know. I think FPX have looked a lot better. And TT have not been quite as good as I would like, but I think this should be a relatively tight series on paper. Hey Grumpy, hey JDG, Scout is best, for that really good. How can you miss a Scout game? I'm shocked. I needed to sleep. I was at a friend's party last night, so I came back quite late. So we were going to trade series anyway. We were going to do an overlap series, but I think Al's a bit tilted about spilling coffee on his mouse, so he's going to go have a nap and decompress. I like on XN. Help me. Jeremy. You a Peep Show fan? But I don't know at the minute. I think he's been very inconsistent. So I'd be I don't know. What's that one? BLG IG is going to be close, or is BLG just going to slap them around? I want it to be close, JD Blue. I want it to be close. I think it could be. Whether it will actually be is a very different question. So I'll turn the camera on briefly while we're waiting. Hello, folks. Do I want to put the headphones on? Not really. Thought about it. Decided against it. Yeah, it depends on when on, that for sure. And I think the other side, I don't think IG were that close either. They had a weird set of games yesterday. With IG under Nidalee top, that was a bit of a wild time.
LPL 第二赛段组内赛第一周第二个第二场比赛将会由 FunPlus 对阵 TT。LPL 5位竞巅峰。
JDG has been really good. Yeah, that honestly, that's been a big thing for me. I think JDG has been genuinely really good. I think his Lee Sin game was not great until he got that wicked Baron steal. That was some of the most insane A-team Mission Impossible pathfinding I've seen in a very long time. You need IG to win versus BLG. Are you cooked? Ah, Decker, I don't know. I think it'll be an interesting one. Who's our 1v1 options? Lights, camera. Oh, Sheer versus Bitchwan. Alright. Top v jungle. Fun. So, bans are in. Poppy, Volley, Varus, and Bessa, Jason, Gwen. We've seen the Corki fall off a little bit. Used to be a big thing in the 1v1s. But I think you're doing the Alistair tech where you headbutt someone under the ring at the end. Rumble. Okay. Shea, you've got to choose, my friend. Are we getting Rumble v Rumble mirror match? Oh my god, we are. Welcome back to Living. How's your honeymoon today with Evelyn? Been wonderful. Been wonderful with Evelyn. She's invisible, but I know she's here with me in spirit. Possibly in physical truth too. Threatening to kill me, which is just wonderful. Is 1xn good? I think so. I just think the split 2 has been a lot more inconsistent than split 1. They're also in a harder group, but we'll see. Poppy with ult could be good now. Yeah, she's banned, yes. Do not rub salt, Sam. Very true. Sorry about that. Apologies. What the hell was Jamada sharing with me at 5 in the morning? Alright, onto the rift we go. Let me up. El Volume. Haunting guys on one side versus double Dorans and a Ruby Crystal. Interesting. The Howling Abyss. I grant you, Trinity. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Well, big chunks come on through. Phase 1. Hang on. There's an overhit and a barrier. I think maybe that double Dorans might have been valuable, you know. Good work from Sheer. All summoners pop, but Phase 1 is a long way down. In a surprise to no one, the top laner knows Rumble mechanics. Are they playing ARAM? Yeah, kind of. This is for side select. So we do 1v1s for side select. Oh man, BLG is so cooked. That trade has cost him a lot here. And he's going to have the health, the healing shrine stolen. Gets some of it back. The other thing is, I'm just going to say this now. Shear's taken way less poke in the extended runs as well. This is over. Yeah, so basically they're making it, because there's been issues with sort of like which team gets blue side in particular being kind of like unfairly biased, so to speak. This is kind of one of the ways of resolving it. I think it's been really cool. It's been a really good warm-up for teams as well, and it's kind of legitimizing 1v1, which has been a whole thing for a long time in League of Legends in general. So they've got a special mode for it and everything. So for those who don't know, you either get where am I looking on arrows? You get... Oh, hang on, there's level 6 going on through. BLG will just ult the wave. Okay. So it should end up being an opportunity to reset here. Basically, you get the win by getting first turret, 2 kills outside of the flaming circle, or once the final flaming circle that kind of brings us into a 1v1 doom match. Whoever gets the kill then wins, which comes in about 10 minutes, I think. Is the difference really so high which side you start on? Particularly if you're a better team, yeah, pretty significant. Not necessarily unwinnable, but it is that there is definitely been a thing, and it depends on meta, it depends on patch, all those things. But yes, can absolutely be very, very significant. So, for example, at the minute when we get to best of 5, you get side select only. You get the side select 1v1 only if you go to game 5. So you actually get a 1v1 before game 5 is the way it works now. It's a big thing. So yeah, so exactly, Stamp. It's a bit of a weird one. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? Is it Stampeak? Is that the correct phrasing? But yeah, it's yeah, the blue side win rate in particular, but for good teams. Again, if it's a bad team versus a good team, and the bad team's on blue side will still lose, right? If it's 2 good teams together, you will see things get quite interesting on that front. Just call me Stamp. No worries, I can do that. Like Stamp on the Ground, if you know that song. Ah, vaguely. Not listened to it in a little while, but yes. Man, BLG is so cooked. Again. He's come back. And that double Dorans plus the healing pots, but Sheer in such a good spot. That's a rough viewing, baby. You know, I'd love to say something here, but I just don't know what. It's a mirror matchup, and Sheer is 20 CS up. Another reset's gonna have to come through from BLG. Does he get Merc Treads or something at least from this? No, he gets full Leandries. Okay. Not a bad bat. He's still gonna lose another wave. Probably a plate here. Maybe 2. How aggressively does Sheer want to play this? He doesn't. Okay. He's gonna let the minions take the plate while he's in range for it. He gets to reset. Man, he's up 1,000 golds. That's Leandries and boots. Oh no. Just look at the inventory discrepancy. I'm named after the rabbit Thumper. Ah. But in Denmark, Thumper is called Stamper. Ah. That's super interesting. That makes so much sense. There you go. Oh. Thank you for the insight into your name. So, at this point, BLG is... If you can cheat a recall, maybe... You can look for this. You really want level 11 though, because otherwise you're going to be down the ult. Discrepancy. Oh, there you go. Thank God for BLG. Can he reset? Not anymore, I don't think. Shit, you can't reset. And at the very least, Baytran cheated another recall in and got another Dorans and stuff. So actually, despite the gold lead, Sheer can't use it as well. The boots mobility might be super valuable. That's kind of it. You can't reset, can you? The ring's here. Oh, the timer was... Oh, God, no! No! Sheer! Sheer, no! 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 TT are winning the series. There's no way. Immaculate 1v1 from Sheer. Horrible mistiming. Horrible mistiming on the Ring of Fire. That is extraordinary. Wow. I don't even know where to begin on that one. Well, that tilted me a little bit. I'm genuinely mildly tilted. I don't know what to tell you. That was... I'm gonna have to get that clip later. That's wild, man. Alright, champion select, let's go. FPX will now no longer be on blue side because they screwed up that 1v1. Oh, shit. Neferi, Nico ban. Poppy Varus on the other side. Looking like Rumble, Gwen, Skarner. One of those three is getting through. Callista as well. I really like this champion select music. Nidalee game was great though. Want to see it spin today? Yeah, it could be a lot of fun. Could be a lot of fun forfeit. Well, there's the Gwen. Rumble. Up and available. Wouldn't that be ironic to play into Sheer after that last moment? So, Rumble did get banned, but that means Skarner's up. It means Callista is up. You Misfortune first pick? I mean, assume probably his best champion from what we've seen over the last few days has been the Misfortune. Let me drop that volume a little bit for you guys as well before I forget. We'll drop it back up again for when we get towards in-game. Misfortune first pick. Care going back towards Zari. Locks in a Vi alongside it. It's a good pairing. Care's a good Ahri player. We have this conversation every time we see him. He is, in fact, a former Ahri one-trick. Shadow's been on pretty good form recently, actually. If he gets a lead, expect him to keep it, or at least keep pushing it. What the heck does Beige1 want to go towards here? Shin's out of match. Rise for setup. Can be annoying for the Ari. The room prisons are always good. And there's the chase. So, that gets us a top lane option for Sheer. Beats most remaining matchups. Hoya is a bit of a Jace player, but I reckon if there was going to be a wink on here for FPX, should be Sheer into Hoya. Should be. Sion ban away from Hoya, Kalista ban away from Assume. Again, Kalista made it all the way through here. Considering how crazy high prior she's been for certain teams, and often she hits the ban table, that's kind of wild. Look at that little TT face. And Besser as well. Another one of those matchups that you can play into the Jace a bit more freely. Draven ban away. Okay, so lane dominance off the table, really. Unless you wanted to do something crazy like a Neela or a Samira, but I don't. Not awful into MF, not awful into Rise. I think Kai'Sa, though, is definitely more of an option. And this isn't the LDL anymore for Assume. Kai'Sa's a much more reasonable pick. Fits well with the Viari. Can transition into more of a poke option later. We've seen a lot of Kai'Sas do some seriously hard carrying. It's another champion with a lot of ability to find angles in team fights. Also, despite often having a rough laning phase into Misfortune, the mid game is still really good. We've seen a lot of Kai'Sas survive lane to be valuable later. I think Alistair is fine here as additional frontline. Does mean that Nautilus or Rel is up for Jway here, and Jway in particular has been a really, really good Nautilus player. Hoya goes towards the Gragas. I think Feather has to think about Nautilus here. I think it's a good pairing with Misfortune anyway. You could Rel, but I think Jway's Nautilus performances, especially with the fact you've already got the Ari, you've already got the Vi, your single target screw you CC is very, very high, so I think you lock that in. Gragas is pretty good. Disengage into the dive. Fine matchup into the Jace. You lose gracefully. Alistair then for Jway. Yeah. Rel also just fine. So, TT, big time team fight. Bullet time with a Rise, Gragas throwing in all the spells they can. You do need that bullet time to be good, though, I think. Quite short range as a composition. Rise not exactly known for his meaningful range. Everyone else melee. Again, Gragas and Rise, some ability to throw some spells out and manage that. But you're then into a Jace, the Kai'Sa. You definitely can pick and choose their moments to go on in. Dive comp, which could transition into poke later on. For the side of FPX, teamfight brawlings from Thundertalk with the Rise, the Misfortune, and that Gragas. Ways to disrupt the dive as well coming on in, with a lot of CC and displacement between a Shinzao, a Gragas, and a Nautilus. Hell, even that Rise can do a fair amount of that. Get ready for the rift proper. Volume up. Drafts completed. And a journey to the rift we shall all take for our second series of the day, FPX versus Thundertalk Gaming. Let's go head in. Ward already put down at the level 1. Assisting up for Jose. Not the cleanest Jose of all time, that. Alice has a very deep voice. And she gets a nice little chunk there. Is this going to be a bit of a level 1 fight? No, just put the ward down. Try and play this out best they can. Blue buff secured, but it does mean Shadow is a known quantity here. Oh yeah, the Clog Father, Glizzy Neferi. That genuinely terrifying bag of cat skin that is Shaco. Care gets slowed down by the rune prison, but it's not really a prison at that point. It's just a rune kind of like suggestion. Wave control for the Misfortune and the Nautilus. Charm lands onto setup, and one of the things you can do into things like Rise is if they start phase rushing and you charm them, they just steam at you at max 5. Hang on. Charm, auto! Oh my days! They both got the kill. I think Rise just about got it first, but I don't think that matters. Wow. Okay, flash to flash. Both teams can TP back in. That was intense, man. Care doesn't go for Dark Seal, though. Go for the Ruby Crystal. I guess he's going for this Roa build again. Let's have a look. So what happens? Is it Rune Prism for Charm? Gets a W across, gets hit with the Spell Flux, there's the Rune Prison into the Charm, Foxfire comes on through, last auto from both. Hilarious, he's slightly more gold for Care, which is hilarious to me. There we go. 300 for 308. A 1-for-1 in pretty dramatic fashion there, that's for sure. Lane swap already from the side of Thundertalk. There's a wall behind them, so it's kind of all known. And over comes Sheer and Dway. Gonna leave Kai'Sa to lane freely into the Gragas. Excuse me while I yawn slightly. Zerd for flashing forwards. Yeah. I see T1 Gen Gs happening at the same time, which looks quite exciting. So forgive me if I occasionally look down at my phone, because I may be keeping an eye on that one a little bit too, because it's quite a cool end of that game. Just popping in for a bit to say hey to chat before work. Of course, Shady, pleasure to see you as always. Hope you're doing well. Beitran's gonna dive this. Oh, assume. Yeah, you are a dead man. Level 6 for Hoya. Oh, this is just not gonna be playable. There's the barrier early. Tries to buy some time. There's no room to flash. Dies a horrible death. Beitran gets out. Nice dive from Thunder Talk Gaming. Room Pleasant slow, but there was no spell flux on him. And thus horrors were wrought, not in the mid lane. No spoilers from LCK, please watch later at spoiler free. That's super fair forfeit. The reason I'm not saying anything. But yeah, if we can, try not to spoil other leagues in here, because obviously other people are making some choices about what games they are watching when, and we don't want to give spoilers over. Grub started up by Beitran. Don't think there's going to be any real contest here. Shadow traded over to the dragon, right? So there's that. We're on a good timer as well. If I can do it quite early with Denting Blows and the Relentless Force, gets a fair amount of shred / armor and shields of her own. So able to tank up those solo objectives pretty well. It's actually farming super well as well for Shadow. Of course, there'll be a lot more camps right now to pick up for Beitran, but the price of those early plays is a few camps, being a few camps behind. Alright. 1xm, Feather, shoving up, doing a fair amount of work. Is Rise back since the Roa change? I haven't been paying a lot of attention. We've seen a lot of Rise in the LPL anyway before that. So that hasn't really changed. It'll probably make him stronger than he was. We already saw a fair amount of Rise over here. Do&B Scout, Xiaohu, all playing it. Setup's having a pretty good game on it so far. And Setup. Now chunking stuff out. Not a huge amount to be seen here right now. And yeah, he's back, says Trinity, which is fair. Just hard, generally enjoying the LPL at the minute. He's not like the most picked champion, but there are certain teams where it was like actively banned against them. So Do&B on NIP regularly had it banned against him. So yeah, it definitely feels like a champion where you will have certain drafts cooked for a best of 3 or a best of 5. It's like, right, Rise is getting locked. So this kind of draft, right? We say, okay, cool. Side lane threat, brawling, team fighting. Yeah, okay, rise angle. We can use the realm warp to get people into weird places. Let's go. Which team got first blood? I don't remember, actually. It was really tight because it was a 1-for-1 where both players died at once. So it was, I'm not actually sure. I think possibly setup, so possibly TT, but literally it happened within a frame of each other. So it was very hard to tell. The game here remains very close. Headbutt under the turret. Feather. Is okay. Had to flash. How did Dway get there? Did he just walk through the bush? That's left Beitron an opportunity to go bot lane though. Sheer could be in danger. Do they want to dive that? They decide against it. Gragas with his very squishy Space Groove skin. So, setup. Gets a fair amount of time here on these turrets. Beitron's back towards these grubs. Dragon's up. So I'm assuming we'll see Shadow. And we do on the other dragon. Yeah, maybe chill a little, Jeremy. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the work, Trinity. Alright, set up, in danger, gets jumped on. That's going to be a fair amount of damage back. He gets the phase rush away for toward end. Beitron here, but a little late. The teleport's not going to fly on through. Feather. Lots of plates down. They got 6 grubs now, so I think start claiming a few of these last plates in the last 40 seconds, though, could be pretty scary. How much damage is Sheer doing on the other side? Flash for the charm. Feather now in danger. Beitron jumps on the other side. The bullet time is absolutely mental, but Assume gets the kill regardless. Looking for the Realm Warp angle as Shadow has to back away on the other side. They pick up the Kaiser. Dway now in danger, also falls. Sheer going to try and race for that turret. Can they get a Wind Becomes Lightning as the might spawn? Buy themselves some time. That's going to leave Shadow out to try a TP out from Care. Means they're going to try and rush for some mid lane damage, and I think Shid should still get this turret bot side, and they do. That's first turret then for FPX. Damage still onto Shadow, who will surely fall. Gets himself a bit of a blast shield. They're still going to trade out as 1XM picks that kill up. Nicely done for Thunder Talk Gaming, who get the turret as well. Oh, that's the replay. Flash on in, and yep, you killed the Nautilus. But you really can't keep going forwards because there's a massive bullet time through that choke point. Shadow gets out briefly, but there's a Realm Warp coming. Dway's going to get Rune Prison. You go, oh boy. At which point, Beitron's going to basically stand there and spawn some mites, which gives them enough license to get some damage down and stop Shadow. They didn't have CC to prevent the TP out, so Care did at least get that shot mid lane. Oh, baby. TT with a decentish gold lead here. At least Sheer, by getting that first turret, got a lot of plates and stuff, got a lot of value there. That's going to be important on the Jace. The Gragas, though, kind of in an okay position. He's behind a bit, but that's whatever. Care needs to be really careful here. Didn't have to burn the ult, but that could have been very scary. Feather couldn't quite find the angle. Hexgate behind. No, decides against it. Hoya now barrel rolls a barrel into the little choke point. Little dink onto Sheer. Herald being considered. Jway steps on forward, still has the ultimate to work with and pulverizes, but to what end? He's now in danger as the ult's about to time out. Will headbutt Feather away, but I don't think he can get out. Shadow trying to get to the pit to steal it, can't do. Maybe forced to flash on out himself. It's in a 1v1 with base runners on the other side. The Rune Prison alongside that bullet time did so much work. Shadow caught in the pit will go down, and Thunder Talk are walking all over FPX. Nice. Six guns versus 2 Drakes, but not many kills. Not yet, exactly. The thing is, FPX have got decent Drake, and it is a Hex Soul, and we've seen in this meta, Drakes tend to trump grubs. However, TT have used it already well with the Herald. They've already got the turret. They can fight for this dragon in about... Well, they can fight for the dragon and fight... Well, they've already got... Let me try that again. They just got this dragon, so they've stopped the dragon stacking. This has been a really good sequence. Because basically, fights on 2 sides. Setup means Care can't walk on forwards on the Ari. He doesn't win that 1v1 per se. And Dway tries to force his way in for the team. It doesn't work. And Sheer gets horribly chunked out. As 1xN and Setup basically just unleashed full firepower on them. The Rune Prism onto Care means he doesn't get out either. It's basically a full ace with the exception of Assume, who bravely runs away. And now you're 3k ahead on Thunder Talk, and it's all in fantastic places. Your jungler, well, your frontline, ahead. Your Rise, Giga ahead. Your Misfortune, Giga ahead. The only person behind is the low econ Gragas. This is fine. Care needs to be a bit wary here, actually. He's ulted already. There's part 1. Also part 2. Still has 1 charge left, but that means this turret is falling. There's no way around it with 6 grubs as well. It be done. How far do they want to push this? And do they want to send someone to stop Sheer? Care has no ult, so his actual threat here is relatively limited. And he's gone for the rower build, so his damage at this point, not fantastic. He's at least finished the rower in terms of its stacking. Shadow onto one side, TP in. In they go. Into goes Assume as well. 1xN in danger. Fantastic pulverized. Holy moly, Dway. That was wicked. Setup's gonna have to run away. Oh, another pulverized. Dway! Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Dway, take your hat off. They didn't have vision on Shadow, so he gets a big ult combo with Assume. Fantastic start, but what really wins in that play is the double multi-man pulverizers. Holy moly. And Sheer got the top turret. Well, there goes the gold lead. So Shadow is off vision. Q, flash onto 1xN, into the ult, follow the flash. And then basically headbutt, pulverized with the flash, gets everybody knocked up into the air. Hoya turns up, but it's already too late. What's that? That cask does nothing. Another pulverize. Man, that CC score is going to be beautiful. Can someone make a holy moly counter? Where is the energy? Dead inside. You're right. Actually, I could be higher. Actually, that's true. That was sick. Looks a little hard for TT to play out teamfights into FPX's comp. Gragas, Shinsao, Nautilus all make the dive quite tricky. Like, you can go forwards, but even if you jump onto 1xn, assuming Hoya or Beitron are on the ball, you go and immediately get bounced around. It's really tricky. There's a lot on Jue to be really obnoxious as a kind of frontline slash engage to prevent that. But Hoya wasn't there that time. So I'm actually not sure I entirely agree, Shady. Not that FPX don't have angles, obviously. However, I don't think it's as straightforward as that. I think it's tough for them to engage into Ali, and FPX have a range advantage. That's true. The range advantage will prove a little problematic later on. However, if you're in the river first, FPX have to come into you. And yes, Alistair can do that. But I think it's less fun. Yeah, but these points are moot. They've got Bomber. That's fair. Hang on, we've got to pay attention to this dragon fight. Alright. Kevin looking for an ult, didn't find it. Actually, this ult needs to get used soon, or it's going to be a bit problematic. Ari, can you find an angle? Dragon down to half. To be soul point for FPX. Can Beitron get in? We'll look for the angle. Doesn't secure it. Smite by Shadow. Good work. Charm onto the backside. If they're going to get some damage on his way, he will surely fall. Does so. Flash Wind becomes lightning. Bullet time isn't fantastic, and that gives some space for Shadow to go forward. He got Rune Prison as he went looking for the QSU to the backside, but gets knocked up. And that is the problem for FPX. Nowhere to roam, as in comes the Realm Warp, a triple kill for 1xn. Access denied. FPX, every diver gets stuffed individually. They get Soul Point, and that is an important silver lining, but they will lose Atakan, and they will surely have a rough time in terms of holding on to some of these turrets. Shadow's still got EU in him, so it's so beautiful to see, doesn't it? So true. So true. Dway got absolutely wrecked to the backside, so that's diver number one. Dead. Okay, nice hook on his Shadow, who's then in trouble. And Sheer flashes away from the bullet time, which isn't fantastic. The Rune Prism mid-Q stuffs Shadow on the second dive. Assume goes in later. Gets immediately knocked up by the 3 Talon Strike. That is number 3. So we went 1 by 1 by 1, and all died. And 1xn comes away with 3 kills. Do you not just sell Alistair there? Yeah, probably. You don't need the fight. Shadow was already caught, though, so I think he was saying, look, I just have to go into the backside and try and set up for Assume, because I'm dead anyway, because he got caught by the Spell Flux and the Rune Prism was coming. So I think that's probably his thought process. Now at 2.5 items. Two and a half items. I think they were fine if Asum just saved his engage for the next fight still, though. Yeah, probably. I agree. Honestly, they should have pulled away, is the answer. They overplayed that. Wouldn't Talia be a good game, this game for Blue? Yeah, would have been. Very good Talia game. However, they went with the Rise, and in fairness to him, setup is making the Rise work. 'Cause the other thing that FPX lack is they've got decent burst, but their actual upfront damage is not necessarily always enough to deal with the Rise if he's got phase rush and stuff. You kind of start missing some skill shots. You've got quite a short range comp on the Rise if you start brawling a lot. Holy moly. Shadow, how did you get caught out? That's another holy moly for the counter. And that's surely Baron. That's a smite down. Oh, no. How did he get there? What? Oops. And that, my friends, is probably going to be TT winning this game. Give them Baron with more than enough time to set up lane shove and get some pressure down before Dragon in just a minute. So the priority here is pin FPX back in the base and ensure there is no way they are coming over to contest this Hextech Dragon. But yes, to go back to it, Talia would have been a fine pick here. But they went with the Rise, which is a bit more brawly, a little bit more HP. Survives the dive, probably a little... I say that. The Unraveled Earth would have been really nice here in a lot of FPX's dive. But it allows you to brawl, basically, and then you kind of become a late game win condition in and of yourself. Now with Roa, Seraphs, and Zhonya's, who is killing this Rise in a decent timer? Like, it's going to be very tricky. There's that turret that caused them so much strife earlier gone. Okay, engage, FPX, into the backside, Asum is down, there's a big Rune Prison onto Sheer, my days, Rune Prisons, again, every time, double body slam means there's more going down, you finally get the Gragas, but at what cost? It's a triple to Bejuan. They were looking for the engage, I don't blame them. Trying to break this shot, but that might actually just be game. Care has to find value here, or with the mites, they've got 6 grubs. I think Thunderjaw could just walk this in. Oof. They can't quite end the game, or they decide not to. They're going to Hexgate out with a Nexus turret down alongside the inhibitor and head back towards this Hextech Dragon. So, Shadow goes really deep to try and get onto 1xN, and they do jump him. Congratulations. However, you have not threatened the Rise or the Gragas, really, and you burn a lot to kill off 1xN, who still got a decent amount on his way out. And we talked about this Rise having Seraphs and Zhonya's. Yeah. Setup, gonna get a TP coming on in, but there's a Zhonya's, and that's now forcing FPX to back away. They've teleported themselves, and I don't think Sheer wants to be there! And Realm Warp afterwards, they can keep chasing. They send the Nautilus forward. Bejuan, I apologize, who's now really deep himself, throws out the Crescent Guard, buying a lot of time. Feather, with that Riptide, slows everyone down. Now Dway's in danger, knocked up. Will try and buy some time with the Unbreakable Will, but much like Future Armor, they can indeed break the spirit. On towards our inhibitor turrets. And the inhibitors we go. Carrot soon must try and wave clear here. But with what? With what? Waves come crashing on him. Final inhibitor turret. Dropped. Final Nexus turret. Dropped. Room President to bullet time meter soon drops too. And the Nexus soon after. Thunderdog Gaming. Crisp team fighting. Fantastic anti-dive play to ensure that FPX fall in this first game. FPX on the other side. Some of those calls to make the dives happen. Little bit disjointed there. That was a bit unfortunate. That dragon fight in particular, where they go in one by one, I think will come back to haunt them. But it's TT with a pretty confident win in the end. Hello, folks. I am not Nymaera. I am Initialise. He is currently napping in the room. You might have recognized him from the first series today, but he's not here. That said, I am here to take you through the last two series, and that's very good for me. Pleasure to be. Glad to have you all in. Hope you're all doing well out there. Yeah, if you can, follow me. I'm in the title. It's at Initialise Casts. I'm a cool person. I promise you. You can enjoy the content I provide. Please do. For the rest of you, please do consider throwing a like, throwing a comment, sharing something on social media to make sure people know about the stream, what's going on. It makes a huge difference to us. And for those who can, if you can do things like subscribe on Twitch or donate to the various links, it makes a huge difference to us in terms of our ability to keep doing this. Excuse me. So if you can, please do consider doing that. Helps us keep doing this. We've got a lot of support here on the channel. It means a huge deal to us. To those who can, throw a coin to your casters. Oh, viewers of plenty. It does make a huge difference, as we said, because there is, in fact, no official broadcast anymore, so no one's getting paid to do this. It really is out of the good of the community's heart, and to those who can keep doing that, is a big deal. And hello, Amber. Good to see you. Much. Good to see you, Manari Roll. Much love to the YouTube chat as well. And Shay Legacy goes bald. Bald Trinity. That would be a hell of a rename. Trinity? Just saying. I went to cash out in the prediction and someone was already here. Boom. Amber's got it. Thank you for sorting the prediction, guys. It does make a huge difference. Appreciate you all. Oh, I could use some more coffee, folks. I'm not going to lie. Bisto. That is a damage graph. Care tried, right? But a lot of that damage is... It's into things like Hoya. It's into like HP stackers, and that's cool. How much of that was valuable damage? Some of it was. I don't think Care played badly, right? Like, he did all right with the build he had. But look at Assume, look at Shadow, look at Sheer. Sheer was so ahead in the early game. And it means, like, actually, a lot of the rest of your damage was getting nothing done in these fights. When your Gragas is getting 6k over the Jace, it's a problem. Eesh. Game go, wee. Yeah, but that. Let's wait for the MVP, then I'll run some ads. Bring my camera back a little bit. This was, I think, the fight that really started things off, and I went, oh no, FPX. And FPX from behind get very chaotic. They get very scrambled. There's a certain, like, amount of panic button pressing, and it just looks a lot messier. This was a really good play. Shadow from off vision finds a wonderful Q flash onto 1xN. Dway afterwards with the headbutt flash pole. This was about as good as it got. And it was nice from FPX. Oh, Sam, you're obliged to roast me. Also, hydrate yourself. Yes, boss. Ghost. I would say try and find less mechanical games to play, because obviously League's not for you. But then again, you play TFT, and you don't have the hands for that either, do you? So maybe just give up gaming. Maybe it's not for you. How's that for a roast? How's that for a roast? For the record, that's not true. Ghost is lovely and actually quite a good player of both games. However... I've cast him playing TFT. Drop straight down to the lower lobby. Sorry, we shoot. I didn't pay attention. We'll see if there's a post-game scoreboard. Have a look. I said roast me, not meet my ancestors. Sorry, too far, Ghost. Yep. Perfect day for a roast, baby. Thank you. Cheers. Yeah, no worries, already. Yeah, well, one of the annoying things about the LPL is they don't really show post-game scoreboards, particularly to see like the kill scores in particular. They show like post-game damage and stuff and all those kinds of numbers, but they don't show kills very cleanly, which is a little annoying. You know, because people are interested for various reasons, and like there isn't anything on screen, which is a bit annoying then to keep track of the stats. Eventually, LoL fandom tends to get the scoreboards up pretty swiftly. So if you check LoL fandom, they may well have the numbers there as well. Depends how awake the editors are, because they try to do that quite fast. The scoreboard system is horrible. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know, and I, you know, and especially because like I know in this chat we try to keep conversations gameplay focused, because obviously we've had issues with people doing a lot of betting in the past, at least within the Twitch channel, who end up being real arseholes. We just try to keep it gameplay focused. But I do get the people coming and go, hey, been paying attention, didn't see the kill score, wanted to know, and like not being super obnoxious about it. It's like, I'm really sorry, we don't actually see, so it's off memory. And I get that people aren't deliberately trying to flaunt the rules, so to speak. But it's also like, I actually don't know. It's a whole thing. Self-play, go on YouTube. Yeah, if you go to the YouTube, actually, you can rewind there. That's the other option. Actually, very true. We are on YouTube on 2 places, Anivia and Nymaera's YouTube. So feel free to go look there. That's a very good channel. And redeem a compliment from Grumpy Zareth. Zareth, I know you are active in Discord. You're in movie nights. You're in my Discord. You're in Alex's Discord. Some really lovely things about the community. And it is always a pleasure to have you active in the community and supporting us. You've been a really upstanding member of the community, and for all that I know, you said you really value the community. We value you too, dude. Thanks for coming and looking in. Beitwan with the MVP, 6-1 and 12. He did have a very good Shinzao game. I wondered whether Setab might get it, because I thought his rise was pretty clean too. But Beitwan's frontlining this game was pretty solid. Oh, a compliment for Ghost. Hey, well, you get a fair compliment. I saw the compliment redeemed by Grumpy. I should have paid attention to chat. Oops. Blind compliment. Yeah, okay. Bonus compliment. Ghost, you have been one of the most gentle, kind, and interested people I've ever known. I know when you came with the group over to Berlin, it was always a pleasure getting to chat to you, and I always appreciated your candor and kindness. Very few people as genuinely kind as you are, mate, and it goes a long way with me. So, you know, as someone I actually know personally, I can give you a bit more of a personalized compliment. Don't lose that. It's a lovely trait, my guy. Your lifesaver. There you go. See, Trinity's got you, Ishi. Zap. Oh, yeah, I got you. It's largely my fault. I was late on the prediction because I was chatting to someone. Oh, that's fair. LCK is going, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Keep it out on draft there, actually. All right, guys, I'm going to run some ads. Turn the camera off, get myself some more coffee, and be back ready for game 2. Beitwan, what a year he's had. He's been really, really good. I'm excited to see some more of it. Good start for Thunthor Gaming. Can they complete it over? We'll find out. Love you very much for that. You're welcome, guys. All right. I shall return shortly. Some for couple for top lane. I mean, Hoya had some good barrels. Yeah, in fairness, okay, there was some good defensive play. I would have probably had more towards setup. I mean, it's a relatively split play, but it was split between the top sides of the map. Fair enough. Coffee required.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
Oh, we're into draft. Oh, coffee acquired just in time. There we go. Sorry, it took a little while to brew that. So, where are we at? Beautiful diamond. As I need to drop some volumes down as well. I forgot to do that. I do apologise. Bit more manageable. So. Yone gets first picked. Sejuani is up. Rumble Gwen down. And Fury down. Skarner's still up. Worth noting that. Thunder Talk. You can Tristana into the Yone. You can Sejuani. Do you want to give some of those nasty combos that they've gone for Aurora themselves? Saddle played a fair amount of it. Are you willing to give up the Skarner? Yone first pick means that you can be happy with the Skarner or the Sejuani. One of Beichuan's best champions has been the Sejuani. The Skarner so potent. They will lock it. Real dog, you're a psycho. That's crazy. See you, Shady. Enjoy the work. Good to see you, Noah. Dark, what did you go to sleep? Did Alex go to prep for LEC? No, he is just sleeping. It's been a long few days. And he's a bit tilted after spilling coffee on his mouth. And feeling a bit sad. So he's taking a bit off and I'm filling in. We were going to split series today anyway, so just me for now. But send him some love. There is the Kennen alongside the Sejuani. Big team fight AoE now. Sejuani lands an ult. Everyone else piles on in. Scary stuff. Mundo, been seeing a little bit of play here and there. Could get spicy if they went to that. Nassers. Oh, man. Can be really obnoxious for the cannon. But no, they go towards the Ambessa. A lot more standard an option. Boring. Boring. And thank you for the gift sub, Dark Worlds. Appreciate you looking after us. Hey, Initialise, great casting day as always. Thank you, mate. Oh, Clement. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you for looking after us. That's over in Nivea's chat as well. I've got all 3 chats open, so I am paying attention. Obviously, like, it's on a separate screen and I'm focusing on the games. But, dude, I do to pay attention, so those compliments mean a lot, dude. Thank you very much. Thanks for looking after us. Thanks for turning up. I know there's some big games going on today. So. What do? Looks like support bans by Thunder Talk. The Renata could be really annoying into the dive right now, so I think that's a fair ban. Nico might be a consideration. Ash ban by TT. Yep, I think it helps deny the Braum a little. I wonder whether TT could look at a Jhin here. Feel pretty happy about it. So could FPX. I think that remains one of the safer remaining options. Ezreal, I think, also a very high priority. 1xN, a big, big Ezreal enjoyer. And there's that Nico ban I wondered about. God, I'm good. Says feels like a deny pick rather than a shadow champion. Not gonna lie. You know, I somewhat agree. However, because he's with a melee champion, he can play this really aggressively. And I think it then fits better into Shadow's wheelhouse. Because he can still make a lot of plays and do it relatively early. At his best, he's been on things like Neferi and the Vi. Wasn't a great Vi game. And we sort of see the other side of Shadow, which is when things go wrong, he takes risky plays, try and get them back in. And comms get very chaotic, plays get very chaotic, and Shadow is often right at the center a lot of that. So we'll see. But yeah, I sort of know what you mean. I think a Jhin here is fine, but he's got a good pairing with the Yone to get some value. I think if you lock Braum here... Braum, yes. Or Rel, I suppose, if you want a bit more engage. Yeah, also counter pick. You got counter pick support, so Braum here blind would probably give Feather a lot of room to do something silly to them. Leona now a consideration for Feather. He is a big Leona player. Non-committal engage with the ultimate nicely. Pairs it well with the Skarner. And TT have got a very big team fight comp. Leona or Skarner land an ult. Ambessa can follow up. Corki and Aurora for the big team fight damage. All good. FPX. Not dissimilar, but a lot more all-in. Oh, I say that, not like Ambessa isn't. Your Yoni and Ken are going to have to really throw their bodies into the grinder. And that can be risky versus a Skarner and Leona. But a bit more ability to pull the trigger, I think, on FPX. But riskier to do so. Whereas Feather can be a little bit more non-committal. The Skarner is so tanky. Aurora and Corki, bit more mobile. But a relatively even style of gameplay, I think. Eyes on Assume here on this Jhin as well. Probably the longest range champion of the game. If he can start getting ahead, could prove a little problematic in terms of the range discrepancies. And Jhin these days, as we've seen, scales a lot better than people remember him doing. Here we go, find the correct phrasing. This should be a pretty big play. Alright. Get ready for mid-game brawls. Hey, Duo over in the YouTube. Bruno Belva, sorry about that. Our resident Belveth enjoyed Geocalyx. To the rift we go. The crowd will have a moment or two for some noise. And our Gyos completed. Not the cleanest Gyos ever, has to be said. Come on, TT and FPX fans, we can do better. Part of it, again, is because IG is in the building alongside BLG. A lot of those seats get bought out by those fan groups. Oh, boy. Where do our eyes turn this game? I feel like mid-jungle's going to be very important here as our kind of big initiation tools. Eyes on the sports too, but I think if we're paying attention, it's pulling the trigger correctly this game will be important for both teams. The counterpunch from TT with Skarner ult, with Leona ult, can be very scary if the Sejuani and Yone kind of fumble the engage. And similarly, if TT go diving forwards and they mess it up, Cannon flash proto-belting in, Yone looking for the ult turnaround can be very, very tricky to manage. Nothing super scary at the level 1 here. Shadow clearing towards his top side. Been a very standard clear. Base Run doing the same. Hey, Harold with nearly 2 years. Thanks for the sub. Feather actually now in danger. Oh my days, how did he take so much damage? Exhaust now comes on down to Assume, who cleanses very early. Flash for the Daybreak, can't quite find it. Looking for the stun, still finds it. Damage onto Assume is huge. FPX lose their AD carry and 1xN gets out to safety. Nice 2v2, and that's after Feather took all the damage to begin with. He still had the flash, still had the exhaust, and Assume that was not a great cleanse. I know what he was planning to do. The initial flash was fine, but he didn't actually cleanse any CC. And that proved problematic, and I need to put the game volume back up. Thank you very much, Amber. I knew I forgot something. That's what I get for not doing that one. I appreciate you, Amber, for paying attention there. Care has eaten a lot of damage in mid lane. Sometimes having the Yones early on, before you get all of your abilities. Oh my days, missed the Zenith Blade, but did get the level 2 simultaneously. But then Feather is going to step on forward, need a fair amount of damage, basically. But the Shield of Daybreak bought enough time that they then began to do the exhaust after Jhin is reloaded. Really, really nice. Because what happens there from Feather is he doesn't exhaust while Jhin is reloading, because he's not doing any damage. He's not. It's a useless exhaust at that. So he waits until the reload is done and then exhausts and then all-ins. It's not a great cleanse from Assume. The flash after is slightly better, but all the same, really good value. And because Feather could go on in with it, I think he didn't go Eclipse, he'd gone Shield of Daybreak, so he just managed to get on top of Assume and just keep running at him. Did JDG or NI Pilkers win? It was JDG 2-0 as well, as I understand. So, what do we think is going to happen from this point? Early gold on the Leona, not always a bad thing. Can rush towards Boots or a Locket. There's Kara and Beitron scuffling over that. Beitron didn't want to have to smite. Does now. He goes, okay, fine. Sees Kara as well, but it means he's a known quantity too. To what end, I don't know. Shadow's going to get into a lane here, but there's a ward in that bush, so he walks straight over it. And TT, no. Going to be wasting some of Shadow's time here. Thunder Talk Gaming, a very good split one. Took down BLG in a shock upset, got into the upper bracket of playoffs and kind of fumbled and fell apart there, and still a lot of growing to do. But we saw some serious highs from this team. People like Beitron in particular, really impressed. Hoya, who we had expected to be a liability, stood up well in that split. I think split 2 has been a bit of a return down to earth. It's not been awful. They made it up into Ascension Group, but they are more the mid-tier team we expected them to be. Beitron still looks good, but 1xN been a bit more hit and miss today. I think he's been pretty solid, but again, it's into FPX, who haven't been always the cleanest themselves, so perhaps not the sternest opposition. Setup and Beitron, though, have been good, I think, on the whole. So again, Setup has had his moments of weakness. I can't wait for BLG to demolish IG. Ooh, you're on that side of the fence, are you? The cleanse on the exhaust I don't know about. I feel like you just take the free summon and disengage. Honestly, Clement, I agree. However, that was the decision was made by Assume, and I have my issues with it. I think Feather played it well considering, and they earned themselves the kill fair and square. Such is the way of things sometimes. Sets of grubs beginning to be taken as Beitron heads towards them. Common, someone picked Belvath support. Duo, stop with this. Stop this madness. Dragon will be traded for FPX. It's a known quantity. There we go. Shadow on that Scuttle Crab. Game's been relatively quiet at this point. We've seen that 1 2v2 and everything else. Been just largely farming, trading up map sides as Sheer on his cannons. Had some really good cannon games. Didn't have a great time on it the other day. I still remember that insane 5k lead he had individually. Onyxen runs across a captive audience and decides to leave. Not as captive as I think maybe it's expected to be. His care has been suffering this lane. Settler's been getting a lot of poke down for the Yone. It can happen as the Yone. He's got the Vamp Scepter now at least, but he doesn't need to auto things for that to happen. With him shoved in, Gives the potential angle for Baytron to come on over. That control ward there is good. Assume way back. Afraid of being dived, and rightly so. Deadly Flourish lands, but not a valuable target. They'll mount up onto Feather, but again, he's not taking turret aggro until just now. So, large amount of that wave dropped for FPX, which is kind of bleeding out. They're nearly 1,000 gold behind off laning phase. Look at the discrepancy bot. Look at the discrepancy mid. That is significant. That's mostly off laning. There's not really been any jungle attention in. Feather interrupted, but not stunned. Share. Got jumped on a little bit there. Gets the stun. Be alright for now. Try to remember what Cannon W is again. I learned this twice yesterday, it just hasn't stuck. I know it's similar to another ability. Like Lightning Surge or something. One of these days. Shadow, gonna be on Vision again. He spent a lot of time on Vision. Been a little problematic. The game, very, very slow. 25 seconds on Grubs. TT got the first set. Just been quietly farming up. How far off first items are we? That'll be a question. Setup gets his Sork boats done. And on to the grubs we go. FPX will pick those up. We'll trade up the grub, even up the grub mark. TT gonna come fight this. 1xN in a position, potentially a position to do so. So TT here in force, but so are FPX. Looking for an angle. Glacial Prison lands onto Feather. Then the Magnet Storm. Gorgeous from FunPlus Phoenix. They turn around decently, though, with the Impale, but it's just not enough. The damage isn't there. Care's still alive. Shadow flashing out to safety. Aurora gets one, but a knock-up from Care in the back of the pit means Hoya's down as well. 3 dead for Thunder Talk. Nearly 4. They get 2 back in trade at the very least. Wait, hang on, Setup just hops on in as the bunny. He's got a Quadra. Wait. Can he pick up a Zoom as well? Surely not the 11-minute Penta. Can't quite do it. Setup, where did he come from? Absolute scenes there. It looked like a done deal for FPX, but Setup still quietly alive. Gets to hop in and claim a few more. Holy. That was really nice. Let's have a look at this, because initially, looked awesome for FPX. Glacial Prison into the Magnet Storm combo. Yes, you get a backline engage from Hoya, and that is solid enough. But that turnaround with that huge slicing Maelstrom. Yes, you get an Impale. Baytron buys a bit of time, but he's going to die here. At which point you're thinking, okay, you've done all the damage you need to. But Setup, still here, still full HP, gets one, and then Care's caught in the back of the pit. And you're thinking, that's still a 3v1. But then he just gets a Q into the E, and those health bars are too low. They're tanking the grubs as well, which could be quite obnoxious at this point of the game. That is now 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. This bunny is off to the races. Nice to have you see Monties, even if it is off the back. I'm being a little exhausted. Thunder Talk find themselves in a fantastic position now this game. This Bunny Rabbit could be really problematic. Can't quite get the passive proc on top of everything else. In comes the Between Worlds. Setup hit with the Fate. Sealed! Huge shutdown, crash down after. Feathers coming over, but to what end? The Impale is there. They'll Gander Zenith Blade, but to what end, actually? Because I've already got the Impale. It's not really layering up that CC very well. Assume now here, Hoya also around. But 1xN isn't. The damage is gone. They lose 2. FPX now corralling people under this tier 1. 1xN looking to come over and play this. You've got no TPs to come and get involved. There's the curtain call. They're going to try and all in regardless as the Fate Seals is used. Not the Fate Seal. The curtain call comes on down. Slicing Maelstrom is there. And the damage is too much for Thunder Talk to deal with. Thunder Talk by name, but unfortunately, Slicing Maelstrom's a little bit too much of their namesake to handle. Massive win for FPX. How on earth does setup get called? It's a great Fate Seal from Care, to be sure. Just trading out around Vision. That's going to cost them a turret as well, and FPX suddenly swing the gold right back in their fate. So let's have a look. Setup gets jumped on by Shadow. He's on top of a ward. Tries to jump away with Between Worlds, but the flash for the Fate Sealed extension means he dies. And then there's no damage because Hoya's TPing down, but 1xN is still in mid lane. He's moving now. He's not going to turn up to this play, basically. And the moment you use base run as well, there's just no damage. Hoya's here finally, but to what end? They keep trying to play it out, but the curtain call is doing so much damage across the extended play, and an endless Slicing Maelstrom is pulled. Got stuff from GT. Ooh! Corky Death's always entertaining. Great voice line. Couple minutes till Dragon, 50 until Herald. Are we going to see another contest around that? I imagine we will. Game's still very much in touchy distance for both teams, even if it had been very, very flippy. The Jhin being strong is very important for FPX. As we said, by far the longest range champion in this game right now with the W and the R. At least in terms of the length you can play from. Does look like we're getting some pings. The vision control right now, much better for FPX. Control ward deeper in. Got a couple of teleports working. Ked's got his flash coming back up. CTT going to head into the river and try and get some control of their own. But you can see they're pinging on that control ward. They can definitely go for a deep flank here if they want it. Care's debating it. Step will TP in just to the mid lane. Setup gets a decent chunk of his way over the wall. That means the Rel down at half HP to begin with. This Bunny Rabbit could be a threat, but the last player in this space was Scary. Feather doesn't quite have the permafrost locked on. Setup still off vision, still Scary goes across. The Veil chunk again onto Dway, who has to crash down away from danger. The shield will time out. You imagine. Deadly Flourish comes across. And Herald now in danger. Hoya looking for an angle. They get the Glacial Prison though! Driven onto the wall, into a big ult, onto the Yone means they die. The Slicing Maelstrom is decent. The setup tries to escape but can't quite do so. Across the Veil, not enough. Sheer flashes to secure it. But they're now split up. What can this cannon with no ultimate do? Knocked into the wall. Base one still tanky. 1xN beginning to unload. Shadow in danger. Trying to get some damage back. Base one survives. Definitely Flourish just shy. Gets a Bastion shield. Now she is in danger. Lightning rushing back in. 1xN flash into the pit. But will be force-shotted with the flash by the Jhin. Now the Hoya trying to get some damage down. Will Drake step with the repudiation. Deadly Flourish goes wide. No bullets available for Assume means that with a cunning swipe, Jhin falls. Ends up being an extended 5 for 4. Everyone but Hoya dies in the play in the extended run of it all. I take that back. Beitwan survived as well. So 5 for 3 as the respawns come on in. I do apologize. Dragon's up. We're going to play around that rather than the Herald, I see. Let's have a look at the replay. Because Dre starts this really low, and they jump on a Feather, but he gets the exhaust down and buys enough time that between Beitwan and 1xN and Hoya, they can blow up the Yone. The problem is, Setup get absolutely jumped by the flashes of Kennen and Sejuani, and that flank is swiftly pounced on. But killing off the Aurora is all well and good, but she's already used her ultimate. You're already going to lose quite a lot of damage. Beitron surviving here is big. Sheer's going to die. We'll get a decent amount of damage back, and then 1xM flashes away as the 4-shot was available. And Assume will flash to secure the kill. The problem is he's then a Jhin in melee range of an Ambessa while he's reloading. That's not a great time for Jhin, and has a bad experience. Hoya now 3-1 and 2 is in a really good spot. Setup is still scary at 5 and 2. And the game flips again, back to even. Setup can pick up this turret. 2 already claimed for FPX, it's worth noting. But a second dragon was secured by Thunder Talk. That'll help even up the gold somewhat, does so. Setup is really deep here. He needs to go across the veil. He doesn't have flash. Between worlds we go. But he's still going to get slowed. There'll be a glacial burst. I think Setup's just dead here. Waiting his time, but there's just nowhere to go. He between worlds too early. He tries to breed it, but Shadow Disc goes, cool. I'm not going to throw anything until you between worlds, and dies for it. There's nothing traded. That was really, really too deep. Setup. I'm praising him a little bit. And understandably so. But that was too far. Second item's beginning to get completed. Hoya now ahead of Sheer means there's no actual Shadow Flame quite completed for this Kennen yet, but they will likely be completed by the next objective fight. I don't think we'll be seeing a rush for this Atakan anytime soon. Worth noting, FPX did at least pick up the Heralds, and they've also got feat strength because they got first turret alongside those first 3 kills. It's a slight edge to them as well, which gives them something extra to work with here. Okay. What is our next protocol? I think it's going to be a bit of a calmer moment while we wait for that dragon to spawn. Hoya does a fair amount to care at this point. Ouch. Shojin and Eclipse. There's a lot of rotations and shields through those basic abilities. Mid lane tier 1 now under siege. All of the captive audiences proc at once. That was kind of synchronized. Jhin will appreciate the pyrotechnics. Turn around. Between worlds not going to work. A setup hit before he could escape. Slicing Maelstrom after. Yes, you got the impale, but you still lose both your mid and your jungle. 1xM now in danger. Permafrost flash for the auto. And FPX punish in a matter of moments. Assume gets a double. And that turret falls short, but FPX are swift on the punish. 4 dead. And this mid lane tier 1 will surely be the next trade as the Herald comes on in. TT over pushing, get absolutely wrecked. Shadow, what an ult. And that will surely be Atakan afterwards as well. Hope we get a replay because Setup did not ult in time there. Man, after that early fight, this Aurora was in such a good position. But that's 3 times in a row now that Shadow has broken the Bunny Rabbit's ankles. Oh, man. Beitron gets an impale, but there's just no turnaround damage at the point. Where is dearest Hoya? He's bot side. It's a 4v5. Ouch. Understandably, he doesn't want to TP in at that point. Would have been a little too little, a little too late. Suddenly, the gold lead is 3k. And the dragon fight coming with Atakan withdrawals available. Hoya misses an ult. That's unfortunate. Dway should be fine here. Did TT really want to play this into withdrawals? Are you sure, guys? Beitron, that's very deep. Gets an impale to not really much end. The Slice Motion comes on down. They'll get the withdrawal out. At the very least, between worlds they go. Decent chunk back on the drain. Actually, they have made this one work okay. Problem is, Beige1 is dead, whereas the others are just withdrawals. They'll be able to come back over the mat. Shadow trading on out. The Crescent Guard. Curtain Call comes on through. Different C ability. Newlands are losing your jungler for 2 withdrawals. Don't know about that one. They'll lose the dragon regardless. Can't play for Soul anymore. Hoya will get the tier 1 top in trade for that. Shear's turned up, but here come the rest of TT. Shear, I don't think you can be there, friends. Flash away, flash forward for the Shield of Daybreak, he's dead. And a reset comes on through. Setup secures it with the passive. Tier 1 goes down. Tier 2 in mid lane's already dead, interestingly, for Thunder Talk. That was the Herald plush earlier. Hoya. Going to be keeping shoving on up as FPX shove onto the tier 2 in bot side. So yes, he killed off the cannon. But FPX still going to trade up here with a tier 2 bot side in that regard. Can Hoya try to get this one down? We'll get a TP at the very least. He's gotten 4 grubs, so theoretically can do a little bit of damage, but Yone's TPing in. Has split off FPX though. 30 seconds left on the Adacon withdrawals. Recall comes on through. Beige1 not going to be spotted out, assume. I wonder whether he might put a captive audience in now. It's not Beige1, it's Hoya. I apologize. Assume. 4 seconds on the withdrawals. Flashes away. Now Hoya's in danger. Watch for Shadow over the wall. Flash out the Glacial Prison. As he was straight down stepping away. Does burn his own flash, but gets that off Assume. Could be very valuable here. The Dragon fight within time for that to be punished. FPX with an advantage, notably in bot lane, notably in jungle. However, you've got a Skarner at 2 items, so he's kind of fine despite being behind. And your Corki's still at 2.5, so, you know, still not in an awful spot here. Very playable game state. Only 2 dragons to both sides. The tower lead is a bit more concerning, but you've gotten all the outer turrets now at the very least for Thunder Talk. And this Ambessa, with the strength she's at, isn't really someone this Kennen wants to face in a 1v1 anymore. He's got a great team fight build. Not necessarily a great 1v1 build. Baron now alive. But no one's rushing that as yet. Atakan, as we also went down. Infinity Edge just got completed by Assume. That's big. Can 1xN try and get that? Lord Dominic's completed in that time. Don't know about that one. At least Setup has managed to pick up a death cap. QSS done for Yone makes him a lot harder to manage in terms of with the Skarner. So keep your eyes on that one. Hey, Soli, good to see you. Nice and low. One and a half minutes. That dragon will surely be our next point of contest. Setup, flash away. This time survives. My day Shadow's been hunting for him this entire time. Flash blown though. Straight for just the ult. Shadow. Good ults this game. Very good ults. Earning at least flashes, it feels like, with every opportunity. Cleanse. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. They got him behind the flash. Nicely done. Hoya. What an engage. That's huge. Can they Baron off that? They're going to try. Oh, Tinder Talk. I think they found the moment they were looking for. I think they found the moment they were looking for. Could prove problematic. Care looking to stack up on that side with the Q3. Goes across the veil. Does set up. Avoids the angle, but the damage is still good. They get Kennen though in trade. Care now in danger. Hops back in. Tries to get a Q3. Flashes out to safety. Massive Magnet Storm. Shadow into the backside. The damage so desperately much as they are doing as much as they can. Hoya though, with all of the Omnivamp, will begin to heal his way on through. Drake can step to the beat. Can they get towards Shadow? They couldn't do the Baron. Trying to get a slow with the upheaval. Dragon coming up in 5 seconds. Respawns coming on. Resets coming on through. Can we interrupt the Skarner back? Hang on. This could be really significant. Going to interrupt it. And Jin's now going to come on up. Can maybe make this a bit more of an ugly fight. Deadly Flourish just out of range. But it means Base One's not been able to reset as the Dragon's going to be started. But neither has Shadow. So Thunder Talk will surely get this one without too much of a contest. Oh, assume. Not again, not again, not again. He needs to be really wary. Captive audience. Teleport coming on in. He's gone too deep. They don't have to burn anything. And they can just repeat the play. Back to Baron we go with the Dragon being down. Hoya. What an angle off that TP. Oh, no. Assume. 2 back-to-back deaths as your 7-kill Jin. Not like that. There's double TP on Sheer and Care. They can drop in behind that pit. Shadow needs to be a bit wary. Looking to go across the veil is Setab. Won't find a moment to make that a between worlds. Dragon still up and Thunder Talk don't pull the trigger on Baron. Actually leaves him with a rough setup around this Dragon pit. Care can look for something, but doesn't get much more than a little bit of a chunk on Feather. Dragon started. They decide that is the wiser of the course of actions. Are they gonna rush Baron? Oh my days, they are. Here we go. Can't see anything. Feather has to face check. Base One off to one side. Sheer and Dway on a good flank angle. 1xN in serious danger here. Needs to not stand there. Here we go. Dway looking for that Magnet Storm angle. Feather body blocks now. Sheer still not found that way in. Now they're looking to get damage onto the pit. 3k HP. Hoya can get in there. Base One's also in. Impale in the pit. Means damage as they keep on going down. Taken by the side of Shadow and FPX. The trade back is huge as FPX unleash all of their ultimates. Hoya trying to Drake can step his way, but gets permafrosted. Shoots with a repudiation. Gets a double of his own. Setab gets more. They kill off 3 Hoya. What insane work at the back end of it all. But Shadow and Care survive. They need to TP in. I wonder whether you could have allowed that one to complete. Still comes on through. Hoya needs to back away. Shadow now here with the side of that Yone. Trying to get the shutdown. Does so. Big kill. Remove 3 Barons, but make it a 3 for 3 in the extended trade. That Baron take. Potentially critical here. Setup does a decent amount of work onto Asum, but not before Asum managed to blow up at least one there. Man, this Jin is scary, but Hoya gets on in there. Man, Hoya is having a good game. Goes for this turret. And don't blame him. Setup kind of leaves him out to dry here, but honestly, I don't think you win the 2v2 there anyway, the HP bars being what they are. So there you have it. Into the red side jungle of Thunder Talk. FPX now march. 3 items on Jin, 3 items on Yone, 3 items on Cannon. Beitwan behind though, can look for an angle. It's going to be a known quantity. They've got decent wards here. Trying to hold on with this Baron on 2 members. Can they find a decent angle? Not really as yet. And actually pulling back onto Shadow, onto Dway, who's now in danger. Magna storms himself. To what end? He's dead between worlds now. Comes on through. Hoya with the perfect execution. Sheer tries to turn it around and will at least get something. Fate sealed is brutal, but they can't quite get as many kills as they're hoping. Jin, though, unleashing at the back end of it all. The curtains are called. They've got Baron. Can they get the whole damn squad? Not quite. Beitwan survives. Deadly Flourish. Not going to get enough onto Beitwan, but that does mean another 3 for 4 this time. And the damage environment, I think they could shove for at least an inhibitor here. With 30 seconds on set time, can they try to end the game? They can look for quite a lot here. Baseone's going to be very tanky. I think the wiser course of action is inhibitor and out. Even with the death timers. Bit too much CC to manage. Over we come in this replay. The Magnet Storm. Bit ugly from Dwayne. He goes, oh dear, that's looking tricky. Then Hoya into the backside. Thinking great, but they don't quite kill Sheer before he gets a full combo. And Assume hurts so much at this point. Untouched on the Jhin. Gets to absolutely unload. Can't call after me if they can keep chasing. And back towards the pit we go. Live is Sheer once again with a slicing maelstrom. But this time Hoya not really touched. Gets knocked up by the 3-part Mortal Steel. Perfect execution. Shine. Assume low this time. Setup can kill him. Jin's finally taken care of. On the other side, the fight's going FPX's way. Setup across the veil. Being run at. Weirding for the slow. Sheer in danger. Setup trying to dance away around, but Shadow is so damn tanky. Golden, but that only buys moments. Buy time. Because look in the mid lane. Care is shoving. And Beitwan will not be able to recall. They're going to end the game with the teleports. Sheer survived. And yes, he killed the Jhin. But he's the only member that dies. And now Thundertalk will be looking at this game and shaking their heads. It's been messy. 54 kills in 34 minutes. But surely the game ends here. 18 seconds on 1xN. Can Feather buy time? He's going to try. But I think there's just too much damage. There will be too much structural damage. And FunPlus Phoenix will be taking us to a game 3. It was insanity. But it is done. Wow. That game was ridiculous. Hoya tried really hard there. On the other hand, Sheer, Care, Zoom all had such big team fight plays and hit a point where TT would get a pick on someone, but the person who was doing the pick would just die instantly to the massive burst damage that came back the other way. Whew. Hi guys, I'm Initialise. I'm not Nymaera. I'm Nymaera's older brother. We cast League of Legends together, and you'll find me here, solo casting them. And it means we are getting a deciding game today. Solo today, I'm a little bit. But absolutely, you can see we do the LPL pretty much every damn day here on the twitch.tv/Nymaera channel, also on YouTube, also over on Onivia's YouTube channel as well. Pleasure to see you all out there as well. Hello, hello, one and all. Yeah, we'll hopefully be combined for third. Otherwise, it'll just be me as well. Depends where Alex is at. He might be a bit pooped. I'm not able to do that one. We'll see. Has BLG vs IG started? Not yet. That is after the next game. It's a rolling schedule. So we will be getting BLG versus IG after the conclusion of FPX versus Thundertalk. So we've got one more game to go before we get that one. But yeah, phew. Yeah, you're in time. You're in time. And yes, if you can, guys, consider liking, consider subscribing to the various YouTube channels. Consider following on Twitch. Consider, if you can, throwing a bit of Bezos money as you've got that Amazon Prime. It gives you a free subscription. Consider dropping it here. Dropping it here. Dropping is the word I'm looking for. Can't do English today. It means a lot to us, helps us support doing this, especially as we are doing this by our lonesome. So for those of you who can support, it really does make a huge deal. Again, thank you for the gift sub, Dark World. Thank you for the resub, Harold. Nearly at 2 years here on the channel means a huge deal. Thank you for that one. Yeah, Alex Bushy spilled coffee on his mouth, which means his mouth's not working properly, so he's borrowing mine. I think he's feeling a bit down about it, so he's going, okay, I kind of just want to not feeling it today. It's like, that's fine, I'll take over. So I have. Sam looking swell? God, no. I need to head to the gym. It's not a time. Been casting in the evenings as well as in the mornings and streaming. Need to cut out some time for self-care, honestly, which probably is a bit of a thing I need to do a bit more of. Keep saying I will. Oh, there's our post games. Man, it was a fun game. Hoya definitely tried. Whew. Hey, Katari, good to see you. Man, what a wild game. Antoine, my suggestion is rewinding on the YouTube because there's no real scoreboards at the end of the game, unfortunately. So you might have to scroll back and check it out manually. Would be my suggestion. So, soon backs out. We find ourselves in a position where we are getting that deciding game. It was bloody stuff there. FPX, I mean, I think, who's MVP? Shadow, maybe? Although Assume had a pretty solid Jin game too. I think Shadow's ult to catch out setup a lot, probably pretty critical. We'll see who it is. Hoya, yeah, exactly, should have been. He tried really damn hard. Here we go, MVP. Hey, it is Shadow. 10, 3, and 20. What an obscene game. Tell me a game was bloody without telling me it was bloody. Holy moly. That's mental numbers. I mean, Shadow just found so many great picks onto particularly the likes of setup. But that bunny got popped multiple times. Shadow gets a lot of value there. I mean, he's been having some really good series recently. Basically, ever since the lock-in stage, the guy, not the lock-in, the last chance qualifier guy's been really locked in. Alright, let's run some adverts. I'm gonna get some more coffee. My god, do I need it? And I'll be back shortly. Boop.
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买50系列电脑新品上京东，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟千元礼盒。
京东。
That's right. Let's go. Eat it up. I ate that, yeah, I slayed that. Keep shining, big fat paycheck. What you gonna do when I come through? Woke up feeling fresh, brand new. Insta up a new pick. Moving through with my click. Looking fine, looking thick. All my girls looking sick. Watching how I talk. Watching how I walk. Watching how I talk. Make it look easy, please wanna be me. Come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Dum da dee da dum da da dee da dum da dee da. Dum da dee da dum da da dee da dum da dee da. I like it, yeah, I like it. 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 That's right. Insta up a new pick. Moving through with my click. Looking fine, looking thick. All my girls looking sick.
全军出击！
Oh my god, I had to leave for coffee stuff and we're already into game. Oh my days, we're so late. Oh no. Well, draft's here. So, apologies on the lateness. I had to have a quick chat with Alex about what plans are for the day. Where are my streamers? Yeah, good question. Hi guys, I'm genuinely so sorry I'm late. I had a few bits to do in the background there, which took a little bit of a second. Let me up my volume and stuff. So, basically, here's where we're at. 1xM, gone for the Jinx Lulu combo. It's dangerous, it's powerful, can do a lot of work. If you get to the point where it's valuable. You've got decent front line with the Poppy, with the Scion, even with the Talia to buy some space. That's the idea, but 1xM's getting jumped on. Just about goes down. Ashe Renata does Ashe Renata things. Because the other side of the lane is Ashe Renata is incredibly lane dominant. Burn a lot of summoners to do it, but they get first blood. Dway picks it up. He's been a really good sport of late. And they've gone for Viego Galio, Renata as well. So much anti-dive, really, which can be a bit annoying for the Poppy. And also be a bit of a setup for that Viego. Hello, mate. Let's have a look at this. The volley lands, and the moment that does, the slows are just ridiculous. They try to turn it around. It doesn't get as much as they're hoping, and then 1xM kind of caught a not a great HP point, and I'm assuming Asum just gets to frost shot his way to victory here with approach velocity. Great flash. And great 2v2. Reminder, the last game, it was Asum dying in the 1v1 after a great little play from Feather. But a lot of tools here from FPX to set Shadow up for success. And if you do overplay from TT, you will have the Galio and the Renata coming on in. The only thing I'll say is that TT aren't obligated to actually dive on in. You can play with Jinx and Talia range, and then you're kind of forced to use the Galio very aggressively with the Viego. Hoya, decimating smash, gets a knock-up. I think he still just dies here to the EQ and does. Sorry, WQ. Alright, quite a new follow the LPL. Could you give some more insights on TT and FPX? Absolutely. So, we're going to have a that conversation after this. Because another 2v2 kill. Oh, 1xM and Feather. What on earth has happened? Beitron's down behind. I don't actually think they killed this, though. Because Asum's still absolutely lethal. Oh, what a disaster. I mean, bot lane is over. Wow. Okay, so, hoping this is done so we can have this job. So this is from Nil over in Nivea's chat. Hi there, I'm Initialise, I'm Nymaera's brother. We cast together on this channel. So Nymaera's not here. He'll be back for the third series, and I'll make sure he answers that question too. But while we're watching this play, 1xM, I'm assuming, just got dragged under turret by a handshake. Oh dear. That's not great. Hey J-Borg, good to see you. So, share the sexy handsome brother, very true. But yes, Nil, to answer your question, FPX, otherwise known as Fun Plus Phoenix, were the world champions back in 2019. And this was following on from Invictus Gaming, we'll be seeing later today. And it kind of was the halcyon highlight days of the LPL. They had some incredible players on that team. Doinby, probably most famously, has now become one of the biggest streamers in the world. He's now playing on NIP. He was playing the first series this morning, alongside players like LWX and Tien, who's over obviously having quite a good time of his own over on Top Esports, and, you know, going through this big old roster of very, very talented players. And then basically over the next few years, especially with a big crash out at, I want to say Worlds 2021, where they burned out in groups, FPX have been on a really big downward spiral. They're now a budget team who have struggled to find anywhere near the same levels of success. Last summer, they had some moments. It was looking pretty good. They pulled a decent roster where they had Milky Way come up from the LDL, a player I'd really loved for a very long time. Come up and have a phenomenal debut into the LPL as this kind of carry, exciting jungler with so much creativity, playing Kindred, Galio combos, and, you know, 1vxing on brand and all these kinds of things. Yeah, FPX last in that group stage. Exactly, Darren. That's the year we're talking about. It was very messy. And then FPX after that kind of went splitting down in. What team is TN on now? I believe it's Top Esports, isn't it? Am I having a moment? Come on over. No, he's not. Of course, as the big damage comes on down. Of course, it's not Top Esports because, of course, it's not Top. What am I talking about? I'm having a senior moment because that's Kanavi. He was on Top Esports last year. And then Kanavi replaced him this year. Because he's on Weibo at the minute. With Xiaohu. Sorry, I got... 2024 was... 2024 was TN on Top Esports and he moved away to Kanavi's replacement. I was saying, hang on, what am I talking about? We were talking about Kanavi not so long ago. I'm having a senior moment. But yes, he's on Weibo. Why did I say top? That's wild. Yeah, and so FPX kind of now in this position where they had a really good last split, but then they lost Milky Way back to RNG because he was on loan on a contract and RNG called him back and all those kinds of things. So, with that in mind, FPX this split, people were a bit dicey about, and then Shadow came in to replace Sorrow, who was FPX's LDL, their academy jungler. And it took a little while, but they suddenly started to look a bit more interesting. Sheer as well, coming on in, having had an interesting time over it. I believe it was on JDG, wasn't it, where he was trading out with Flandre. And people going, well, why is Flandre starting over Sheer? Sheer's such a good laner. He's looking so good. What an incredible rookie. Should he not have been Rookie of the Year even? Wow, he's so good. And he ends up on FPX and didn't have the easiest time of it. Didn't really land on his feet there. But Shadow coming on in has given FPX a bit of impetus, a bit of direction, and a lot more aggression and playmaking. It's not always been clean, as we can see in that last game, but it is a lot more proactive. And that's been really valuable when you've got players like Sheer and like Care who are willing to throw their bodies into the mix for better or worse. And after kind of going through the crucible of last chance qualifiers, now ended up in a position where they're pretty solid, all things said and done. They are one of our weaker teams in Ascension, but have looked a lot better. Thundertuck Gaming, on the other hand, were a team I half wondered with whether they might pull an OMG 2023 last year. They had Yukal, they had 1xN, who were kind of underrated laners. 1xN, this kind of LDL prodigy. Who I've, again, similarly to Milky Way, been championing for a very long time. Right. Yeah, it's bots, I think, Amber. If you see it, just insta-ban it. It's bot stuff. Delete the bots. H1 my king, yep. Nah, it's just an outlier. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, deal with that. That's fine. Appreciate you dealing with that. Decent chunk down towards the spot siders. Cool boy. They got the kill onto Sion earlier as well, so they've already got first 3 kills in that market there. But we'll continue the TT story while we got a moment here. But basically, Thundertalk last year didn't quite hit the highs I was hoping for. Yukal was good, they managed to get players, but it wasn't that great. 1xN was solid, but the rest of the team just wasn't quite there. Hoya, serious loss condition. Beichuan, very inconsistent, not the player he was a few years back. And we come into last split, and they're in a group of BLG, and we're going, oh god, this group is going to be a disaster. And Thunder Talk really turn it on. Hoya has a great split. Is really, really solid. Beitwan and 1xN in particular are absolute terrors. Beitwan looking like a really formidable jungler. They beat BLG in a best of 5. They go into the upper bracket. We're going, man, Thunder Talk finally turning up. They're doing it without Yukal. That's kind of crazy setup. This kind of LCK dropout is looking pretty hot as well. It's all coming together. Feather as this pairing 1xN looks really, really cool. And then they kind of bomb out in playoffs and people go, okay, back down to earth. Maybe a little hot under the collar. Hoya doesn't look so hot again. 1xN had a bit of a rough playoff series. Oh dear. And Split 2 isn't great again. They managed to make it into Ascension, but they look a lot more middle of the road again. And that gets very, very tricky. But I still have a lot of faith in 1xN and Beitwan. I need to see whether Setup and Hoya can be consistent. I need to see whether 1xN as well can maybe get back to being that kind of formidable carry we know him to be. Had a hit and miss Split 2, I think. And as we've seen early on in this game, my boy, my goat, dying a couple times in unfortunate circumstances is not what I want to see. Is Beitwan a carry jungler or a Jankos? His two best champions are Sejuani and Lilia. So he's actually quite versatile, is the honest answer. But he is at his best when he has resources and vision to play around. Because he's very proactive when he wants to be. Like, he's a good... He won MVP in Game 1 for his Shinsao, for example. Because he was absolutely in the face of FPX. And basically, champions that can be in enemies' faces, he's really, really good on. Just in what form? So Lilia can go and brawl, get a lot of value out of the big carry option. Sejuani just gets to get in and go brawl. And he's really, really valuable in those kinds of scenarios. I don't like him as much on something like a Maokai, which is a bit more passive. I think his Zyra type play is okay, but it's not as exciting again. It's a decent Vi, good Shinsao, good Lilia, good Sejuani. Things that are a little bit more melee, a little bit more focused. His Kindred's pretty solid if memory serves as well, actually. What's my favourite team to watch so far? I always have a soft spot for Thunder Talk, again, because they've got 1xN on their roster, but that's not necessarily personal. I love this guy, and I love watching him play. And watching him last split was good fun. But I think, at the minute, I think Invictus Gaming are always a joy because they're so ballsy. I think TES, generally one of the better teams in the league regionally. I think disappointing at first stand has soured me on them a little bit. But I still think regionally they're pretty damn awesome. Though they did lose yesterday, and deservedly so. But those are probably my 3 favourite teams in the LPL to watch right now, for very different reasons. I will also just always enjoy watching Kanavi be a psycho. It's just a joy every time. And I'm a jungler by trade. Kanavi's always great. Yeah. I saw... Hey, welcome back, man H. Alex is out getting coffee at the minute, so it's just me, Sam. But lovely to see you again. And yeah, that ending to the Gen G T11, no spoilers as it is, was pretty damn spectacular. So for those of you who've not watched that series, pretty much, Garrett, it's pretty much obligatory viewing, I think. Oh, you know about Victor because he was in NA? Yeah, that's kind of hilarious. Very true. Alongside Prince. Kind of saw the downfall of Prince, really, didn't he? What a fall from grace for that guy. So, been a relatively slow game. We've got a little bit of story time. FPX. In a pretty good spot, honestly, this game, with 2 dragons and 3 grubs. They've got the feats of strength. We're up 1,500 gold and some pretty scary members. The thing is, later on, they are... Hang on, good engage, great engage. Flash out from 1xN, gets pulled back to safety, has to burn the flash, but does so. Heal and ult burn by Feather to keep that one down, but the engage fails. Top side, Setup trading with care. Doesn't lead to all that much. Poppy and Viego trading. I was about to say that later on, there was a call out in chat as well saying, look, full AD effectively into Sion Poppy with a Lulu backing them up sounds pretty miserable. And there is some truth to that. There's a reason why the Ashe has gone Blade of the Ruin King. I feel like Viego may need to also consider some anti-tank in his build. Black Cleaver will be obligatory for Sheer, because the armor stacking is going to be very difficult to manage if we get to a point where FPX have fumbled the snowball. Your only magic damage source really is a Galio, who is not exactly what you call anti-tank. You've got a lot of pick, and if you can blow up the Jinx, life is still good. But if it comes down to straight front to back, the front for TT is a mountain that will be very hard to overcome post a kind of mid-game point, assuming the snowball is a fantastic Weavers. We'll split the play. Assume knocked out, Jway. Now not in a great position, and that just means the Herald goes the way of Thunder Talk. Nice little re-engage from Thunder Talk to get into the pit. Re-entry. Probably it's a better way of doing that one. Chat, is 7 AM a good time for steak tacos? I mean, it's not standard breakfast fares, but I can get behind it. This is looking rough for TT, man. Jinx no cleanse is going to be quite hard. I agree that is going to be tricky. I think a Mikhail's will be a valuable pickup for Feather at some point. Or a redemption. Nice shot back. But as I said, I think compositionally FPX in a very weird spot this time around. Rocket. How's the aim? Oh, got body blocked around the dragon. Oops. Breakfast is a social construct. You can eat whatever you want for breakfast. Very true. I can also recommend eating breakfast for dinner occasionally. Cereal as a late night snack goes pretty hard, guys. Just don't drink it with pilk. Don't do that. This is looking rough for TT. It's Soul Point. Yeah, that could be a win condition in and of its own, right? They've cashed in the Cull as well. That is good stuff. Just eat Teemo's mushroom. I don't really want to do that. Thank you. Blech. Rooting for FPX on this one. I think they've improved a lot. No, genuinely, Hans, I agree. They've definitely looked a lot better than Split 1, Starter Split 2. The proverbial time chamber has given them some identity. And again, for all FPX, I've got some questions about the compositional validity later on. Arrow is well wide. Beitron gets a shunt into the wall there. Hoya was always a Poppy player as well. So always interesting to see when someone else or on the team gets a hold of it. Beitron, decent Poppy himself, of course. Okay, gets outside of the Unraveled Earth and should be mostly fine. Let me double check Beitron's stats actually. I'm curious how many Poppy games he's got. Quite a few, I imagine. Of course, Beitron back in the day, reminder, was on Fun Plus Phoenix. He was on their academy team for years and years. Slightly ironic. It was a pretty solid showing down there in the LDL. Alongside Sorrow. Took over from it. Oh, just missed the shunt onto that second turret. That's unfortunate. If I remember, originally he was an Echo one trick. Certainly an Echo main. There is Atakan spawning. And it is voracious indeed. Used to play a bit of Diana, if memory serves. Hecarim as well. Yeah, plays a bit of Poppy. 10 and 10 all time. This will be his 21st game. Was on a team that was not always the cleanest. But there we go. Brother nearly had the drift. It was so close. Shadow, on the other hand, of course, you may remember, over from Mad Lions, now, of course, by transitive properties, become Movistar Koi over in the LEC. A weird old journey did Shadow, but is now the starting jungler in the LPL. Italian-born, but I think he has Chinese nationality is the way it works around as well, but kind of a European, Chinese dual ownership of the regions. Arrow. Eaten up by Beichuan. Actually needs to be a bit wary here. Gets healed. Throws down the Steadfast Presence. Care gets taunt, but to what end? Jway flashing got in for the hostile takeover. Doesn't quite get as much as he was hoping for. And one extent still free firing with the shields. FPX have to back away. Jway went really aggro there. But a flash heal. Enough to keep Feather alive, and they will claim that turret. Resets need to come on through. As Hoya trying to deal with the Narshov. FPX, FPX, says Kristen. He was born in Italy. That's the way it worked around, yes. So he was a European player for a very long time, back in 2017. Now over in the LPL, a bit more veteran. Starting jungler for FPX. He's been up and down quite a lot of his own ways. Starting over Sora. TT looked pretty okay for being 0-3. I agree. I agree. The armor is beginning to be stacked. Thorn Mail done for Sion. Bramble Vest done for Poppy alongside the Sundered Sky. Mikhail's done for Lulu. Double items done for 1xN in the Hurricane and the Yunto Wild Arrows into a very short-range team. Get that turret topside finally, but hey, they'll take the dragon and break the soul option. Oh, my goat has returned with coffee and croissants. Croissant. Thank you very much. I'm going to move this away so you don't hear me munching on croissant, but I do need the food. Arrow. Fake spam. Get some scales. Excuse me, my mouth is full of croissant. Shadow needs to ult out, does so, but now Care's gonna split up. Shadow in danger. Backs away. Phase 1 is really fast with Phase Rush and Steadfast Presence on. You seen Poppy's little really bobby run when she's got Phase Rush running? It's hilarious. Well, that means Hoya's gonna get this tier 1 top. Sion's 1,000 gold behind. Oh no, what are we gonna do? I'm on cross up. I recommend it. I'm enjoying it right now. Things towards Outer Calm. TTR in the river. Seeing whether they could pull something off down there, but won't do so. Mid lane turret fell a while ago, remember, for Thunder Talk, courtesy of that Herald. 1xN building towards that Lord Dom's regard. This Jinx is getting scary now. Care around. Is he going to be caught out here? Quiet Shadow also here. Rough idea where the Viego's coming from. Hang on, this is going to be a lot of people coming around. The arrow does land onto the Jinx and gets Mikhail. Turn around, Phase One's in danger, goes down, there's a jungler dead! Way too deep. Now TT in danger, will just about miss that seismic shove. Shadow has to ult away. Damage still pretty heavy, and they burn quite a lot to get this to happen. Does TT still want the play? They're thinking about it. Jway eats the rocket, stays alive. In the end, it's just a pick that doesn't turn into all that much, but TT, now not in mid lane to defend that turret. Care, spotted out by a good fast start alteration. Setup unravels the earth. We'll be able to defend mid tier 1. Doesn't turn into anything more there. 30 kill games and now 0. Yeah. Welcome to the LPL. Can be a bit bipolar in our games, it has to be said. Dragon setup begins. Flash on him! Heroic charge on the Shadow, who ults away, but to how long? He gets knocked up by the decimating flash, goes down to the bailout! In comes the hero's entrance, but it's too late, the jungler's down! Base one traded, but look at 1xN! He's free firing, it's so damn excited! Wait, cannot find a hostile takeover in time! 1xN is too quick to the punch, shut back on the Sheer, who's got a Meganar, but nowhere to run. Flashes to the other side of the Atakan. But he's a dead dino. Zap just shy, but setup will find the seismic shove back. Unraveled Earth is there, there's no way to hop. And Sheer is brought down, 1xN. What a glorious Jinx team fight. Shadow dies, there is too much CC, he cannot buffer through it all. And to the Atakan they go, their prize, well earned. Dragon after in 15 seconds. Will be a big swing point for Thunder Talk Gaming here in this game. Tien is indeed on Weibo. Yeah, no, I had that conversation. For some reason, I just remembered last year, and he was playing on Top Esports, so he was last year. He's on Weibo with Xiaohu. Kanavi is great on top of Yasmin. Yeah, completely agree. I think he's been, for me, the talismanic player of that team. When Kanavi looks great, the team looks great. And he looked pretty good on the whole. Obviously, first down notwithstanding. And yesterday had a rough time on the social on the Skarno. This Jinx has to die, man. If you can't do it, it's going to get really scary. And Jinx is already obnoxious with movement speed, but she's got Whimsy and 2 Cloud Dragons behind just getting excited. Wall forces the Zoom off. Shadow has to ult away and does so. But now we've hit this point for FPX where how the hell do you kill the front line in a decent timeline? And then how do you kill the Jinx behind it? This comp required Viego and Galio to be really, really aggressive with the ults. Because they were going to run into a damage issue early on. And they kind of have already. That Scion is a nightmare. Sunfire, Thornmail, and then a Knight's Vow to add more insult to injury, which will guaranteed be on the Jinx. May have Jinx it hands, you may have. At least you got 3 items on Ashe, and they're good tank killing items between the Blade of the Ruin King and the Lord Doms. And they're going to need to be, though, as Baron's been started. Where Shadow Arrow lands onto the Scion. Pull back. Takes next to no damage, though. Gets Wild Growth. Will be able to flash into the pit. Nope, flashes over for safety. Man, okay. Does eventually take damage. Okay, TT, what are you doing? That was their best, unfortunately. Yeah, look at that. Infinity Edge just got completed by 1XM, by the way. This Jinx is going to be so strong. I'm not sure the Sion wants a Randuin's or Frozen Heart, maybe a Jack Show. Honestly, actually, I take it back. He wants an Ending Despair. Is what he really wants at this point. 3 items deep. See what that Kindle Gem turns into. Had I even the last fight? Ah. And there's the model reminder. Set up. Sidestep the arrow. So I'm not hitting any good ones in recent moments. Back to Baron we go. Shadow, flash, ult. Quite hard to keep out of the pit. Pulling away, looking for the fight. Handshake onto Hoya. I say Jinx doesn't need a bit Guardian, just go straight BT. Yeah, well, you've got a Lulu behind you. I think BT is very valuable here, I agree. And the shield helps prevent the burst. Uh-oh, goes stunning forward. Base one very deep against the 3-man keeper's verdict knockup. He'll get Shadow knocked down. He's surely going to bail out into nothing. Hoya finally falls, but Assume has to flash away. Setup when looking. Sheer desperately tries to hop away, but it's across the unravel. Ah, Rocket not quite enough for the Weaver's Wall coming down. Gets taunted off, but the damage is still done. Flash on forward for Setup. Gets another threaded volley. And FPX crumble in a phenomenal team fight. 8,000 damage done by 1XN. That's an inhibitor at the very least. Can they look to end it here? They might, you know. Care is in fact the only wave clear. He's got a Zhonya's and a Dream. He's gonna try and clear this wave. It's got to try it. Base one shoves him into the wall. Gets pulled back towards the minions. Goes golden. But to what end? The minions just about surviving. Tries to clear them out. Does so. 15 seconds on Assume. I think they've just get to walk at it. Jinx with 4 items will destroy everything in her path. She has a minigun and a Dream. And Shadow is turned into a bunny rabbit by the polymorph. And TT will pull the rabbit out of the hat and find alongside it some victory. In the end, not enough snowball from FPX, who went with a very hard to execute comp in the long run versus what they were facing. The armor stacking proved too much, and Jinx, despite the 0-2 start to the game, had some exceptional team fights. And once Jinx was online, what on earth do they do? Hello folks, I'm Initialise. Nymaera will be joining us for the next series. I'm his old brother. We cast League of Legends together. You may have seen us on such things as the LEC, NRC, Mere Masters, LPL of course, as well for Alex. And we do is co-stream this LPL pretty much every damn day of the week here on the 3 channels you may be on right now, which is twitch.tv/Nymaera_, the YouTube by a very similar name, of course, Anivia highlights over on YouTube as well, which we're collaborating, which is super awesome. It's been pretty cool, guys, but it does mean that we're all doing this basically off our own back, so any support you can offer in terms of liking, commenting, subscribing on YouTube and stuff makes a huge deal. If you see any cool clips, consider sharing them on Reddit and social media. If you like the stream, share it about, tell people that it's actually happening here. Just makes everything. Wait, we're actually siblings? Thought it was bit. No, I am legitimately his older brother. Yeah, I've known him for a very long time. We started casting together, and we are the only sibling cast in Tier 1 esports, I believe, at the minute. Used to be people like Day9 and Artosis, of course. Is it Day9 and Artosis? Yes, it was. There's Ketchup and Mustard in the fighting game scene as well. But yeah, it's not a bit. I'm actually actively related to him. But if you can do things like potentially consider using your Prime subscription if you are a Prime user on the Twitch channel, it makes a huge difference. If you have got that ability to subscribe normally or consider donating to the various tip jars. Makes a massive difference too. So please do consider throwing that £5 towards us and us as starving artists. I am also in the title at Initialise Casts, so you can follow me as well. It does make a huge difference. Much love if you do.
Whatever, that's fine. I just dropped croissant flakes all over the floor.
There you go. Hello, Alex.
Hello. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, I'm Nymaera. Will the real Nymaera stand up?
It's quite tall. Once again, real dog's like, wait, you're actually siblings. I thought that was a bit.
No, we are.
No, actually.
Funnily enough, we are actually siblings.
We used to look very similar.
Have you changed the volume, by the way?
I have not yet.
Because it does get quite loud.
I keep thinking to do that.
Yeah, no, it's just a different workflow, isn't it, really? I tend to keep it somewhat.
I think basically it doesn't change in here. I don't hit it like
no,
it just
and which is why I'm
me.
thinking about just changing it on there again. But that means that I don't get the band. It's harder to change it like accurately on the other thing. I also think I don't think at this volume we put it down to 0 when it's in game. It's actually slightly too loud. Hello, how's it going? So yeah, I'll be joining for the last series of the game. Last series of the day. Basically, like I just needed to not do 3 series after 3 series yesterday.
Yeah, I was in a similar position.
Yeah. Like getting up earlier to set up the stream, long day, and then doing it again the next day is just, I need a break at some point. Let me have a look at these post-game breakdowns. Well, I saw that Jinx got to reset a lot. Well, this is basically a Jinx. How do you deal with the Jinx in this comp, actually? That's just such a draft diff. You actually can't deal with the Jinx. There's no way you get to it consistently. You get Cleanse or Mikhail's.
Yeah.
You get a Lulu ult, you basically never reach the Jinx.
And it's also basically full AD into Sion Poppy, who basically rush Thornmail.
Yeah.
You've got Galio's your only magic damage.
Did Galio go for Leandri's first, or was it Holo Radiance?
Holo Radiance.
We saw Doomby go for Leandri's Riftmaker earlier, and I think that actually looked better for this kind of game.
How was the NIP JDG series?
JDG clearly the better team. Very entertaining.
Okay.
I think the game... Which game of that series is better? So Leave debuted a new Kai'Sa build, which is hot on this patch.
Yeah. With the Umbral, with like the...
I saw a lot of people flaming it in the post-game discussion, and I think it's good still. You go Umbral Glaive, Essence Reaver, Shadow Flame.
Okay.
So Umbral Glaive plus Pickaxe gives you the cheapest Q upgrade that you can get right now, because Umbral Glaive got plus 5 AD and minus 100 gold to completion on it too.
Yeah.
And then Essence Reaver gives you cooldown reduction, and then Shadow Flame gives you the full double upgrade, and it means that you crit on your passive and stuff like that. Obviously, you don't get your Nash's due to the DPS. You don't have DPS for that build. You go Halo Blades, and you go for just the all-in for that.
Burst, yeah.
But your poke is also really solid as well, and it's much cheaper 3-item spike than going for like a Yuntal or some of the IE big
build.
So stuff like that. Yeah, it's cheaper on that front. But yeah, so entertaining games. I think that probably game 1 of that series is probably one I'll chuck onto the podcast in terms of ones to watch.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun.
Do you want to try and do that after the show today?
I
think we might have some issues tomorrow, or tomorrow Tuesday, because we'll have German lessons.
Yeah, we might need to do it today. Yeah, we might stick around for a podcast today, because I was going to do an LCK podcast today, but Kira's not free, so now I am free for that. If you want to
let's do that.
Let's keep it quick. We'll keep it quick and cheerful.
Did you get the other one uploaded, by the by?
The episode 3, yes, I did. I shared
Fabulous.
it. I don't know if you shared it.
I did not. I failed. I'm sorry.
This is why I said I didn't want to do the social media side.
I didn't know it was up.
It's okay, it's fine. I shared it and I did. Okay, it's fine. It's all good. We're still learning how to do this stuff.
Sorry about that. It's on me.
Because I'm trying not to use as much brain power as possible on another podcast.
Yeah.
Turns out turning up and doing the creative podcasting stuff is the easiest part of doing stuff. Much like turning up and doing the stream is. Well, actually no. In this case, turning up and doing the stream is actually the hard bit, because we have to do it for 9 hours a day.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
On weekends.
It's a lot.
Yeah. And we don't talk about episode 2. Yeah, episode 2 will just be...
It's lost media. I have got it recorded and ready to go.
Is BLG or IG better? Well, IG lost a game the other day to FPX.
He did.
He looked... Well, I actually think FPX don't look bad. Considering that they came in through the last chance qualifier, I'm actually not unhappy with them.
Their trajectory's been solid, and I think Shadow coming in and now gelling with the team... It's
given them leadership.
It feels like they have an identity. They have a way of playing. It is scrappy. It gets when it goes wrong, it gets very chaotic, and people start trying to yell and pull ultimates everywhere, and it all falls apart as they all dive in like lemmings.
What's the podcast called? It's on my YouTube channel, so if you're watching on YouTube right now, you'll be there, and it's called LPL Recap. LPL Recap. We have a couple episodes of it, and yeah, we basically, the idea of the podcast is there's so much LPL, as you'll know if you're watching these streams.
Yep.
We try and condense down a week or so of games down into the must-watch games, and then what we do is a fun segment after that called the Fraud Wall. If you enjoyed Top Gear, which I did as a child, teenager, everything. We basically take LPL players and teams and put them onto the Fraud Wall from hero down to fraud.
To zero.
And we move people around, but basically we have a bit of a fun time slating. And is it on Spotify? No, it's not. I haven't looked into that, honestly.
I will look into that.
Because again, I'm not doing the back end for this because my brain.
Yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
Is there MVP? Who would you put as MVP? 1xN or Base?
1xN had 2 battle lane. He went 0-2.
Really? That's not great then.
So yeah, I think Beitwan had a very good popular. He now gets 2 MVPs today.
Give a Fraud Wall spoiler who's going there. Well, I can tell you who's on there currently. We have Jackie-Love.
Oh yeah.
Jackie-Love, we've actually split him into Jackie-Love and then, I don't know, Love Jackie, his alter ego, which goes internationally, and they're on opposite sides of the spectrum. The Shy is Wide Shy, who literally we've stretched the image and put him across the entirety of the breadth of the spectrum as well, because that guy's just all over the place.
Yeah.
Kanavi was in Hero. I think we have to probably revisit that too. We have Missing in full-on Fraud, actually, alongside... Who did we have there? We had Vampire. Although, actually, honestly, he might be put him into Fraud Watch.
I agree. He's been better than I thought he might be.
Yeah. 1xN was in Hero, we moved him down. Doomby, we was in Hero, we moved him down. JJ solidly in Hero. That guy's been insane. JJ is right up there. Rookie was in Fraud, and now we've put him generously up into Fraud Watch, I think.
Yeah.
Beitwan was in... I think he was in Safe going on Hero, actually, because he was looking really good from Split
He's had another very good day today.
Yeah, I can maybe... Yeah, we can maybe...
I might want to have a conversation about Shadow, as well.
Shadow, he's been a bit all over the place.
I know, but I would... Okay, I'd do this one. I would consider putting him in Hero, purely because there is... Purely because I think there is no one on that team that is more important to succeeding than Shadow popping up. Like, I think, but it's a hero in a different sense, in the sense that, like, actually, this team needs him to play.
This is our Fraud Wall right now, folks. Boop. I'll just show you this. Cut it down. But, this is our Fraud Wall for now, and you'll see this coming onto each episode, but we do edit this every so often. Oh, yeah, we have Way down in Fraud Watch right now. Yeah, this is our Fraud Wall for now. Obviously, we're waiting until BLG and stuff come on, but
well, that'll be an important series this afternoon, I think.
BLG IG, yeah, because maybe we could do. But look, in this kind of series, we'll see that. Well, we probably do need to move Kanavi. Well, no, he's so good regionally. This is the problem. It's regionally or internationally. We might need to make some.
He had a bit of a bad day yesterday. To be fair.
We did ask, well, his Neferi was awesome.
But his Skarn was awful.
That was pretty bad, actually. Yeah. Didn't they win that series?
No.
Against AL?
Yeah, I think AL
won. No. Topias was 2-1. AL should have won 2-0. Anyway, that's that. We have an interview. We'll leave you for the interview. You can take a break. We'll probably leave with the interview for a little bit. Wait, they're actually siblings? No, we are. Yeah, I know Sam replied to this earlier. For those of you who are thinking it's a bit that we're siblings, no, we are actually the only sibling commentators within League of Legends. Within Tier 1 anyway. Move Beitwan to save? Maybe. Wait, where did we put him actually? Oh, Beitwan was on the... He was on the... Oh, we put him on the border. Yeah, we can move him up. Huh, maybe we can do that on stream actually.
能够看出来也是有一些改进的。今天的 solo 赛环节啊，相信大家看的都非常的有意思，是由我们北川来上阵参加这个 solo 赛的。本来以为兰博这个英雄可能是圣丹在细节方面可能会做得更好一些嘛，但最后也是比较戏剧性的赢了下来。所以我看北川那个时候表情好像也有一点点没有想到，能跟我们复盘一下最后的时候你的一个心路历程吗？
就当时我不知道为什么就突然。就是结束了嘛，可能就是他没有管理好自己的那个回程的时间，被烫死了。
可能对缩圈的时间把握的还有一点不精确哈。那第一场比赛当中，赵信也是有非常多的帅气的团战画面，经常瑞兹就是开车让你一个人进去1v多了，怎么打得这么来劲儿？
因为赵信有焚天有那个大招嘛，所以就他们全是远程，有点输出不到。
在装备比较好的时候也是比较肉、比较能扛的。第二局团战确实是打得有来有回，打得非常的热闹。第三局可能就会相对平稳一些。你们在线上是遇到了一些小小的困境的嘛？但是你们是拖住了时间，在沉积了20分钟之后，直接开启了那波河道团战，是怎么去布置的呢？
就是他们的阵容就是欧赢前期嘛，所以我们20分钟那个时间是我们强势的时间点，就是在野区只要看到人，基本就是开启团来就可以赢下。
思路非常清晰，知道自己什么时候是比较强势的。其实每次看 TT 比赛的时候，都会有一种感觉，后亚是一位我们 LPL 很具个人特色风格的上单啊，他经常在前期可能就不吃线进行游走和支援了。所以作为他的打野，你怎么评价后亚这位选手呢？包括有的时候能打出很多奇效嘛。
这太牺牲自己了吧？其实我感觉，就有时候还是要改变一下自己的玩法。
希望他能够多吃一些经验和金钱。好，那最后一个问题可以问到，因为 TT 在这个赛段，包括上一个赛段，都给我们很多惊喜的画面嘛，所以北川觉得这支 TT 可能上限在哪里呢？你自己的期待值或者？
先进个季后赛吧，就先。
先定一个小目标，进季后赛，也希望你们比赛加油！谢谢北川，来到我们赛后采访的环节。接下来让我们看一段精彩的 Spotlight。
Is it better than the visually assaulting pink from yesterday? What do you mean?
我也踢了，看 T，杰森有闪吗？没事。上杰斯吧。
Maybe I need to turn the volume down slightly.
打脸上的。他卡了跟不上。相信你，我这一口。追一下吧，我有 Q 的2秒。塔上没事。慢点。追一下，我还有 Q 的。看中路，没事。这个够了。挡一下，顶一下，我顶一下，能推。推2路吧，推里没。中路线吧，中路线一波吧。
Y'all playing scared lately?
看飞机吧。
Hmm.
没闪，兔子很残。兔子追吗？我没血了。对。我去留蝎子，慢点呀！你别死。没事，你追。你们去一波，我留蝎子。来中。我留蝎子。你找他。杀了吧？杀，可以杀。断了他吗？能一波吗？断了。他现在会被断。能一波，蝎子杀不掉他的。你就恶心他。他放弃了。nice。连续得在中，连续得在正面。纳尔梅因，看一下，我开车吧。给你大了，拉回来，打脸上，他会死。哎，随便赢，慢点。那边大了。那解了，追啊！追！nice。哎，别让他断。
Alright, roll up for BLGIG. I need to run some adverts, folks, so we lose the pre-roll on this thing. This is the big series, folks. This is the big series. Is this the first time that BLG have faced IG? This is the first time they faced them this year. They weren't in the same group. Wait, just check with me, chat. Just check with me here. This is the first time that we've seen BLG versus IG this year, right? Yes, cool. Thank you, Darren. Yeah, Pilky Gaming. I will get that to that Rose Seraph, I will. Oh my god, we have so many of them. These are arguably two of our top, like, 3 teams. Well, we best get to it then, folks. Shall we? BLG. This is going to be insane. I hope they have a hype move with this. Maybe they don't. Alright, so, I mean, IG did drop a game yesterday. BLG looked really good in their series versus them. BLG looks serious. Oh, heck, who are they facing off against the other day? But like Knight versus Rookie is just never a matchup I want to miss. It's so good to watch. Okay, and Frag would have posted the 1v1 earlier. This is going to be such a good one, man. LP has been confirmed for LNG, so Photix may be out. Who's our solo for the last one? Bin versus JDG for our 1v1, by the way, later on. So how do I think this game is going to go? Well, I mean, the standard lanes are going to be obviously crucial. Obviously crucial. Like this is, I think this is a chance to show that IG are on good enough form to play against BLG in standard lanes. You know, there are no lane swaps anymore. Both these teams have specifically shouted out each other in terms of teams that they want to face in Group Ascend. Knight and Bin, still in magnificent form. Elkanon, great in the 2v2, sometimes turn the minimap off and lose to 2v3s, much like Jaculov and Crisp. It seems to be at a bit of an LPL problem. The 2v2s go well. Outside of that, get a little bit awkward. This was a clean series versus TT. This was disgustingly good at snowballing. Bin's Jace was disgusting. Wei had a good Lilia game. The Vi game was a bit more suspect. The Lilia game was good. And yeah, for IG, a question about some of the decision making. They have lost some early fights against FPX. They got snowballed in one game. I think, who do I think is on the best form here? I think JDG is the beating heart of this team right now. If JDG has a good game, I think the rest of the team falls into place around him. Cinema incoming. I've recovered a bit from T1 Genji. Well, get ready for whatever the hell this is going to be, folks. Oh, man. But FPX did take a game off of them, which gave us some worry. Of course, neither of these teams are what I would call perfect in game 1 of a series. Are we going to get classic LPL or classic LPL? A fine question. JJ got a Baron steal on the Lee Sin. The Lee Sin, mixed performance outside of that in that series. The Shy's Nidalee top was insane the other day. It was absolutely insane. Played AD Nidalee top, going Triforce Sundered Sky. I need to get myself a Red Bull for this game. I need the energy up. the Sidelanes. That's their key matchup. I mean, I get it. I actually think the way that the IG win this, though, is through... Look, I think this is the popcorn matchup, Ben versus the Shy. I think this is so cool. It's so hard to not rate this. I think where the series is actually won and lost is actually through jungle, though. I think jungle is where the series is won and lost. I think that Wei has had some struggles, and I think that JDG has been the most important member to Invictus Gaming. I think he's been absolutely crucial to their success. So for me, I mean, yeah, everyone's voting for 2 on BLG. I don't know. I think there's an opening for IG. I think there's an opening here. I think the Shy's been on great individual form. Zeref, I have seen the roast and the compliment. I will get to them at some point. I just really want to lock into this series because this is super important. In fact, I might actually... Zeref, I might just hold on to them for now. I might do that midway through the series. I just want to make sure I'm really nailing this and getting to the right headspace for it. Because this is like one of the most important things. Got an interview for now. I'm going to go grab myself a drink and then I'll be back very, very quickly.
邀请到了 BLG 的 Knight 选手，欢迎 Knight。相信各位对于这场比赛已经期待已久了，所以今天赛前抱着一种怎样的期待和决心呢？
因为也是第一次新正的 IG 交手嘛，所以就打出今天的比赛吧。
强强对抗有的时候我们说就在一瞬间，能不能抓住这种转瞬即逝的机会嘛？所以 Knight 觉得今天的战局的重心点可能会放在什么部分呢？
我觉得重心嘛，肯定是上路的交手嘛，就还有团队的发挥，感觉这2个比较关键。
好，那比赛见。好的，在赛前我们同样请到了 IG 的 Rookie 选手，欢迎 Rookie。那这一次组内赛其实是一个前所未有的紧密的赛程嘛，对于选手们来说也是一个挑战。目前队伍的适应情况如何呢
？Did Gumi Yusi do good, or is he going to get replaced with Smash next series? I have zero idea what's going on there. I think that... Sam, you want to tell me what's going on with the mic stand and the power button there, Sam? Do you want to look how close it is there, Sam? Do you want to explain why that is how it is, Sam? How many times have I got to mention this shit, Sam? Because Sam, if that mic stand goes into the power button, everything goes off. How many times I gotta say this, old man? It's not gonna work. That's not because of the mic positioning. Oh, okay, let me do the door, because you gotta make sure that... No, let me do that.
我们最近这个赛季也还是有那个 solo 赛的那个环节嘛，所以这个比赛时间也比较长。比如说我们一天打个就3点、5点、7点的比赛，如果每一场都打满的话，7点的比赛的俱乐部应该是要上班到凌晨1、2点，这个有点实在是有点累吧。但是我们确实是个职业选手嘛，这种情况也好好打下去，然后希望我们俱乐部然后所有的俱乐部都好好打，然后。
Microphone stand is in the way. That's the chair in the way.
辛苦，但是每一场都会全力以赴。所以对于今天的这一场硬仗有什么期待呢？在赛前。
我们最近的 IG 的状态还是也有起伏，但是确实有看见我们在进步，然后也有丹尼的教育，我们最近就比赛的时候比较开心，就玩的比较不知道怎么打了。但是我们后面路比较长，然后也没有到我们就是我们满足的状态嘛，就希望我们就是包括自己，我们整个 IG。就是能有最好的状态。
好的，比赛加油。
Okay, so BLGIG, hi. First off, if you're just dropping in after watching today's LCK fair, this should hopefully deliver some great gameplay as well. We have, for the first time this year, BLG versus IG Super Team. IG... We'll turn the camera off and we'll get welcome onto the screen in Shanghai. We haven't seen, you know, Bin versus the Shy in current form. We haven't seen that without lane swaps for a little while either. We haven't seen Knight versus Rookie in the current meta with a lot of flexibility on mid lane. I want to see whether we do get like the Ryze, Talia being traded off between them. The Ahri very important for both of them too, and I think that both of these players are two of the very best Ahri players in the world by my eye. I think Vi is likely to get traded in jungle. Lilia is big for both of them. I think Neferi could be big for, probably bigger for JJ than for Wei. Wei, I don't know whether he needs to be more of an initiator. Does BLG come out onto the stage? I think BLG come in favorites. I think they come in favorites. They had a cleaner series the other day, whereas IG
in particular, yeah.
IG struggled a bit more on that front. And yeah, I think the solo laners of BLG might have their biggest test of the year so far. I think even in the series they lost to Top Esports. I would argue that the solo laners of BLG were the ones that came away from that looking the best. IG though, this is why both of these teams wanted to face each other. In interviews they're saying, who do you want to face in the Ascent stage? Who do you want to face in Plus? Who do you want to face it? It's always been IG versus BLG, because these two teams, I think alongside Top Esports, have the strongest standard lanes in the LPL right now. And that is going to be the mark of a championship winning team here in the LPL with lane swaps removed.
Agree. That means looking at a team like Invictus Gaming, who've also got some very, very stellar lanes, the likes of Rookie, the Shy, Conor and Maker, of course, as well on that bot side, are hardly what you would call low caliber or unknown players. They're some of the veterans, some of the most successful players out there, and often known for their laning dominance in particular. Shy made his name on, right? As his specialty.
Yeah, he was the sword to Duke's the shield on IG back in the. Yes, it's night and the analyst test. The solo lane focus from BLG's players here, and it's very hard to not do that. So our 1v1 here for side select is between Bin and JDG. Of course, Knight played that the other day and played Pengu Garen, lost it, but won our hearts by playing the little penguin with a giant sword.
Knight used to play with his hands crossed as well because he was.
Yes, he did. The golden left hand.
He's a left-handed player. I know Don Jake posited in an interview he should be called the Knight's Cross instead of like a southpaw type thing.
In terms of the stance, so not him, so not Knight being called the Knight's Cross, but the stance he plays in playing called the Knight's Cross.
Yeah, with the cross hands. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a thing which sometimes you used to see that from some StarCraft players and from CS players, because when you used to go to LAN or to PC banks, you didn't have desk space. So if you wanted to play with your left hand, you couldn't necessarily organize things the right way, and you didn't want to move the kit around, and if you just play with the setup there, you'd have to switch your hands over. So Knight, for years of his pro career, used to play with the crossed hands. I have a LPL staff shirt from 2023 actually, which has got the golden hand on it, it's the League of Legends cursor, but it also has a reference to Knight in there too. This is such an important matchup, and we've been waiting for this for a long time, and I'm glad that we'll see this again at some point too, because it is a double round robin up here in Group Ascend. This is the big moment. This is the big moment, really, for both these teams. I think for BLG to, showcase that they are still the dominant team here in the LPL. Of course, they lost the first split against Top Esports unexpectedly. They had to get over a lot of issues in that split.
Yeah, they really did. And I think both of these teams in Split 1 were not at the level we were expecting them to be. Took them a while to get rolling. And now, of course, hopefully waiting for our 1v1 to kick things off for the day.
As I said before, Bin versus JJ will be our 1v1, and that will determine side select for game 1.
Fun. That will be an interesting one. We had a top laner versus jungle head-to-head couple times already. We had that Beishuan versus Sheer early on, which was a bit of a thing with Sheer dying to the Ring of Fire. Sorry, I got thrown off for a second there. Where Sheer recalled mid-Ring of Fire and died during it.
I think the ruling is you can't. I don't know whether it's you can't use the same player in the 1v1s 2 times in a row.
Maybe, I don't actually know.
But I know that in playoffs you couldn't use the same player more than once. So if you use them for a side select in the game 5 side select, if you went there, then you couldn't use them again, which affected anyone's legend, I want to say. I think it was, maybe. Yes, because they went to game 5 against NIP and then against JDG, so they did actually fall prey to that a little bit. Of course, didn't work out to 5 games in the finals, but still, worth talking about that.
Alright, Bin on screen looking ready to go. I wonder how much boxing he still does.
Occasionally see some videos from him. He went to go watch an MMA match in off-season, I seem to remember. This will be our 1v1 champion select for our side select. Winner of this 1v1 on Howling Abyss in the showdown mode gets side select for their team. If you have not watched any LPL before, this might look a little strange to you. but we have legitimately pro-relevant 1v1s. It is the showdown mode, and our win conditions are as follows. 2 kills in the early game. 1 kill if this starts to time out and the Ring of Fire starts to collapse, or you kill the tower first as well. Corki has been ridiculously strong in our 1v1s. I'm surprised to see that get through, but that means like we likely see a mirror match here, actually.
We saw a few times where Corki got through and then just no one picked it as well, which is a bit of a wild one because of how strong he is, particularly the turret taking it feels like. If you ever have a bad trade, it can be pretty tricky. We saw the Rumble 1v1 mirror match earlier in the day. It ended up being Sheer, as we said, who threw it all away by backing into the Ring of Fire, which was absolutely disastrous. JJ and Bin, though, neither theoretically Corki mains as a top and mid lane, as jungler, respectively. Still going to go for that mirror match regardless. Wonder whether Bin theoretically has a slight edge here in terms of his champion pool generally being a little bit.
And I seem to remember him playing Corki in a couple of 1v1s
yeah, exactly.
before. Now, typically it's been in our mid laner and AD carry's hands, so it's not as much there. But Bin has always been prized as a 1v1 player. JJ, no slouch on his mechanics. I think out of all of our junglers, he's one of the guys which I trust the most with that. And as we said, the winner of this gets side select for game 1 of the series. After that, it's loser's choice, so it only matters for game 1. And we'll get to see this matchup again, of course, too. It's not the only best of 3 we'll see between these two in this stage of the competition. It's a double round robin for Group Ascent. Group Nirvana, you only have the one time through it. We haven't seen any of those games yet, but in our coming days, we'll spot some of our lower tier teams coming through. Some smiles on the faces as we get ready to head onto the Howling Abyss.
I feel like Bin's got to be favoured here for all that JJ is a solid player himself and is a world champion, of course, in a way that Dearest Bin is not as yet. Maybe one day.
World finalists in 2020 on Suning. And of course, last year on BLG, so 2-time world finalists. Sadly losing out in both of those as we get onto the Howling Abyss and try to see who comes away with the side slate.
Bin on the Corki. Feels like that's the obligatory skin these days. It used to be the Ice Toboggan Corki a lot. Occasionally UFA. But these days it feels like everyone plays the Corki skin. What's JJ on? Actually, base Corki?
Shocking. No, I have to say, I actually quite like using arcade Corki because the sound effects are cool. Nice. That one's kind of cool. Yeah, that's a base Corki. That's the faker skin, as we call it. You know, has both gone for similar builds, but not the same. Ruby Crystal and Longsword, been doing slightly more damage, but of course more HP on the other side. Same runes, I'm going to assume. Same summoners as well. Bin has wave advantage, but the next one's not coming in yet. Both of them have missed their first fast bombs of the game, of course, very important. Big thing to watch in the Corki matchup is the Corki that jumps forwards is more likely to get hit by the enemy Valkyrie if they jump away. And Valkyrie does way more damage now because its tick rate is more consistent and its hitbox is wider. So that's the big thing in this matchup. And gets, I guess level 4 to level 3. And this is the thing. Yeah, that Valkyrie does more damage. JJ sits on top of it. Level down, loses that trade by about 200 HP.
That Valkyrie tick or 2 more that JJ takes kind of sucks there. Was forced into it by the level 4 coming on through. Regretting that one slightly. He's got the healing pot, which is slightly more HP restored than the
refillable. Well, so I mean, it's basically the same thing, but it costs more. It's only two charges for 150, whereas you know it's 50 for one otherwise. But Bin will get more value on the next recall. Yeah. Of course, that's even out slightly by the fact that the Ruby Crystal is more expensive, so he couldn't go for that. He only had the gold for the other part otherwise. But trying to get a fast bomb target. Bin wanting to get hit by that. The fast bomb, of course, one of the big changes to Corki, which was meant to move him more towards bot lane, was to hang on a second. That's really going forwards.
And JJ's just in danger here. He takes so much damage. Doesn't quite die, and of course, no flash or anything to confirm anything else. No ignite popped. And there were still barriers to work with, so I think JJ is safe enough, but will still be forced to reset on a pretty ugly timer.
That's the big thing. Bin's playing around wave control here, trying to get a summoner if they could. Didn't want to go towards tower shots, because then, of course, was likely to die on return too. Will be able to push in a wave. I don't think Corki... So I don't think JJ's Corki is going to miss the cannon minion, which is important. Cannons are worth about 200 plus gold in this mode. So if you miss a cannon, it is awful. It's a lot of gold you miss. So good CS lead from Bin, though. Gets the back on a wave later. So he's up 10 CS for this back, and he's coming back with a fade, which means that if he gets an auto attack, he gets the move speed advantage and won't be able to chase down a lot more effectively. Bin eking out small advantages, but remember, the win condition is not 100 CS. The win condition is 2 kills before the ring closes, or 1 kill while the ring is closing, or the tower kill. I don't think tower kill is going to be the name of the game here, so it's going to be kills most likely, and we'll see how quickly they come.
I've also seen 2 top laners eke out incremental advantages in 1v1s, only to throw it as the Ring of Fire comes in. I've seen the Shy do it. Just yesterday, I saw Sheer do it earlier today, in very different fashions, but the damage was still done. JJ eats a fair amount of damage. Ben going to keep on stepping forward. Oh my god, the damage is going to just keep ordering. He's got the health pot behind him. The barrier comes on down, the rocket on top. The ignite will be just not enough, as the healing shrine keeps JJ alive.
Surprised that Bin didn't dip into the healing of that relic either. Missed the battle aspect of it. Maybe thought he got the kill. The ignite did. Oh, that's a big one. Between the ignite cutting the healing of the relic coming through, and then, of course, landing more skill shots, Bin gets another great trade. It can be in mirror matchups. This is why it's so interesting and why I loved watching it back in Season 3 and Season 4 over in OGN in Korea, is those singular skill shots can genuinely determine an entire game, an entire phase of lane if you are good enough at exploiting them. And Bin is a player who is one of our very best in the world. Wondering about whether he can get a turret plate there. Doesn't think he has the timing. This time, no, again, I think there should be the cannon secured. Valkyrie in a big one. Can he get it? If he loses, that's 200 gold down.
Man, that's going to be huge. JJ doesn't quite get in range. Force bomb gets there. 290 gold to him.
As you can see, his Valkyrie's on cooldown, so he did do that to get back to lane. Still down 15 CS, so Bin keeping up the same kind of advantage. Has the barrier advantage now as well. If he forces a fight now, has the summoner spell advantage. However, if he goes in, yeah, you focus on that, but if you go in, use your barrier, and you don't get the kill, JJ will have both of his summoners up while you just have the ignite. So there's a desynchronized summoner timing here.
It'll be tricky. Our eyes on that, but Bin will need to try and use that well, especially as we'll have the Ring of Fire coming shortly enough. Items, the half-bound axe, giving the extra attack speed, the phage on top of it as well. It's still a lot of value.
JJ's Valkyrie's down. There's a chance Bin next time his cooldowns are up. I wonder whether you can Valk in. Valstorm's out. I think Bin can jump forwards right now because the Valkyrie was on cooldown for JJ. Maybe afraid that the summoner timing is coming up. You can see that all summoners are now available. So the fact that Bin had his barrier active before, not actually relevant now, wasn't used in that window.
Now back forward and misses the Frost Bomb as well. Hits a big one of his own and big chunk onto JJ, which is around a 10% advantage here.
Yeah, jumping forward to the level advantage. You know, he had the level 10 to level 9, so he could get a bit more stats to brawl with. Of course, this Frost Bomb already put out. Frost Bomb for big one traded out. That JJ actually hitting a sounds a bit rough. Hitting a rare skill shot here in this matchup.
Bin's been spacing super well here. It does feel like he's been the one generally getting more of those shots on target. Better use of the Valkyrie as well, I think, was pretty key early on. At the very least, not out of this, which we've seen before at this stage in the game, but we'll need to think about getting resets in shortly. We've got 55 seconds until the Ring of Fire comes on through, and JJ saying, now is my time to go back.
This could be an issue, because JJ is not going to be coming back to lane at level 11. Now, if Bin, well, we'll see. He gets level 11 now. He could look to find a level 11 to level 10 spike here. This is a problem. Can JJ actually get himself a good recall? He doesn't get level 11. If they both recall now, Bin will have the ultimate rank advantage. He's gonna stick around. I mean, if you're gonna... I think what he knows is that he can clear out the next wave very quickly. Look, he is a Corki. The wave's going to be there. He can recall now and stop JJ from... well, one, he'll get way more gold in the next back. He's 1,000 gold up. He'll get the recall. JJ will get himself level 11 off this next wave. So it's not going to be a level disadvantage in the big ultimate discrepancy, but Bin still will come back. Is he going to come back with a full Triforce? Yes, he is. And he gets the boots as well. There's plate to skill and the elixir of Wrath.
Oh, man.
Bin is boots up in the trade, and that's huge.
And of course, you'd have saved that elixir for when the damage comes on through. I wonder whether whether the elixir difference might be there, but having that ability to get both is huge. Also, steals the shrine at least, but that's a very minor win.
Yeah, and also likelihood is that, well, we'll see if JJ can get a good trade now. If he can get a good trade now, there's a chance he can go back for the heal, get some of that discrepancy down, kind of in his favor. Look towards it. Pops the pot, gets himself the heal back there. Level 12 to a level 11, so extra shred from that Gatling gun available from Bin. Alongside the DPS, the Ring of Fire is coming in. Next kill wins it.
Bin versus JJ. Bin in a much better situation. We've already explained why. Just look at the damage differential. He's still got a barrier to work with. It's all over. Bin just sits there. And Valkyrie's all over JJ's grave.
He just sits there and just right-clicks him, says, look, if I Valkyrie forward, I get hit by your Valkyrie. I'm just not going to Valkyrie. Auto-attacks and weaves in the spells. Wins through a slow bleed of attrition. And what that means is that BLG have side choice for game 1 And of course, it means that if they lose the second game, if they were to win with side choice, let's start it again. If the team now with side select wins every game, BLG will have the advantage there because they won this 1v1. Everything which I wanted to see from that bin sparkling off in the 1v1, and of course they choose blue side. Everyone's choosing blue side out of some rare oddities outside of that. As we get ready for our actual draft now, coming up just after this. If you're on Twitch, going to run some ads just so we don't get them into game in case the game goes long. So you sit tight, sit pretty, as we get ready to get into that draft.
Very good 1v1 from bin, not thrown away, which is a good start, considering we've seen a few top laners do just that, as we kind of mentioned.
Yeah, so we should be able to sit around for a little bit as teams. They do get a minute or two to adjust now, saying, okay, you have red side, you have blue side. Get to play around that. And we'll, so we'll have a minute or two until we get straight into that draft afterwards. Feels like JDG was just having some fun. He was laughing. I think a lot of players are using the 1v1s as a way to just warm up on stage, actually, which is not a bad thing. I think we saw that from... Who did we see that from? We saw that from some of our rookie mid laners in Split 1. Where in the game fives, in the best of fives rather, they were like, look, okay, it's your first on stage, get Saber in there for Ultra Primal, or you know, someone like what's the other mid laners that we've had? Setab as well coming into the LPL for the first time. Of course, he's been around for a while, but people who are on new teams and a new situation, get them on stage, get them right-clicking buttons in front of an audience, and let's see what they can do. If you lose, not the biggest thing. It's better than messing up on the Rift itself. Yes, side select, very important and fearless, but have to play towards your players, certainly too. And of course, you can see over here from IG, no one's had this Spirit Stamp and just yet, you know. The Shy versus Bin, they've had a lot of high-tier matchups. It's been a finals matchup. It's been...
Yeah.
It's been... or rather, it hasn't been a finals matchup for a little while, but what it has been is a world semi-finals matchup. Multiple times now, too. Billy Gaming versus IG. The first time BLG will face the newly formed super team of IG this year. However, they really are the super team of the last era. They are the dominant team to beat. Into the draft we go. Neferi banned away, Varus banned away. What are our other go-tos? Aurora, Ryze, I think for both these mid laner is very large. Gwen, Jace, Ambessa, Vi. Lots of power picks, and as you can see, there are only 2 ban slots remaining, and a lot of the champions which I've talked about are not yet on that ban list. We are getting some of those OPs through. Skarner also comes to mind.
We've seen Skarner drop a few games here or there where people are trying to pick it up. We saw Beitron lose with it earlier. We saw
Kanavi lose with it the other day.
Exactly. Yep. Big ones on that front, of course. Now the Vi going to be first picked by BLG. It's one of Way's better champions.
It is. It also combos up very, very well if you want to lock in an Ambessa at some point later, or Aurora, Ahri, Talia. Opens up very powerful champions for Bin and Knight, and that's scary because if BLG are going to stomp authority over IG, I think it's going to be from their solo laners. Having a champion from the jungle, which allows them to combo up well, very strong. JDG could go towards the Sejuani if they want to. They go towards the Xin Zhao, and Skarner actually passed over in this draft, so that'll be a power pick until later into the series. Xin Zhao locked in for JDG, who, as I was saying in our pregame, is really the beating heart of this team for me. If IG are doing well, I think it really is through this jungler that they start to get things off on the right foot. What else do you want to lock in alongside that? Typically, top side has been our focus. The Shy could snap away the Ambassador now if they don't want to deal with it from Bin, comboing up with a Vi.
Be a bit of an interesting one as they just lock in an early misfortune. Been a bit of a regular thing today. That Ambessa you talked about, it's already a potent pairing. You can do that and the Ahri right now and have yourself a very defined core already. Would make sense to me.
Yeah, I like this quite a lot. I think if you go for the Ambessa and you go for Talia or something that can follow on with the Vi, this composition now plays itself. You have really good ability to run across the map with the Talia ult. I also think that's a great way to cancel out the Misfortune as well. You don't have to ride it, but you send a wall of bricks at the Misfortune and they can't stand there. An ult one actually.
I think that would do damage. It doesn't.
No,
the wall of bricks doesn't hurt.
What tends to do the damage is the Talia that comes after it. Is the thing.
Right.
Yeah, once she actually starts throwing the rocks.
All right, that's the key. It has to be thrown.
Okay. Yeah. You know, you can't just build walls like that and expect them to be destructive all the time. You know.
Yeah.
Renekton picked up for the Shy.
The stock market.
Yeah. Damn you, Wall Street. That one actually does do financial damage. The Shy, of course, a very competent laner on this Renekton. When IG have looked at their best to me, it has been when they've had Renekton, Sejuani, Yone, topside, stuff like that, where JDG, the Shy, and Rookie can all make early plays. The Renekton really helps with that. I think, actually, I think BLG should ban away Yone, even though Knight is not necessarily unhappy with the matchup individually. Just knowing what IG have done with that composition recently, it allows you to play very, very hard through tops and have, you know, triple engage compositions between various picks on the Rift.
And there is that Poppy. Jhin banned. As you can kind of see as a potential answer in here. It's a good pairing with the dive combo BLG. It's very easy to follow up as a Jhin, basically, because you can actually stay in range. A lot of other AD carries can struggle to do as they shout, "Wait for me!" as their teams leave without them. Kai'Sa, I think, would be the other one. As the other premier dive pairing.
I think Elk is now looking mainly at Ezreal. I think Ezreal looks good into these 3 picks right now. Can struggle into the MF sometimes in teamfights because if you use your E to get away from something else, the bullet time stops you from really fighting. BLG have some options when it comes to that. I suppose they could go for an Ashe Braum or an Ashe Renata lane too if they want to. Ban out the Renata, maybe wanting to go for a Braum instead. That could potentially work for them if they want to play
Ashe Braum or something.
Ashe Braum or something like that. I wonder if Mako locks in early Rel. Rel could work out here. How important do they think support counter matchup is? Do they want more information for Rookie?
The other one is Nico still up.
True, yeah.
And they want it because I think it might be scary to lock in a Braum as Mako, of course, has a skin on the cat. Interesting to lock in. Instead, they just lock in an Ahri for Rookie.
Right, so Rookie goes for the Ahri, one of the best Ahri players in the world. I had a list of top 4 Ahri players of last year. They were Knight on one side of the Rift, Rookie on the other side in the LPL, and I think I think Faker and Chovy over in the LCK completed our top 4. Now, in terms of the order of that, I had Knight as the best, but I think that on the whole, it's kind of subjective after that point. Rookie plays around playmaking and fog of war so goddamn well. However, Knight is also incredibly good at the Taliyah. It's one of his best champions as well, and allows him to play very well against the Renekton and the Ahri and the Shinza, all dash champions. We talked about the Ezreal being powerful for Elk. That's likely to get locked in here for the AD carry of BLG.
And I think as well, I want to keep an eye on how Knight uses his E, right? That unraveled earth into everybody but the Misfortune dashing. I've seen a lot of Shinzas kill themselves trying to jump on a Taliyah and regretting the choice.
Man, I made a mistake.
It's like Neferi done it a few times when Neferi presses R and goes, oh no.
Yeah, audaciously charges 6 feet under the ground.
Yeah, yes. Into a wall.
Right, last pick for Mako. So, chance of a Nico, chance of
Meatballs,
chance of Rakan, which is of course one of Mako had a game on it the other day, which was just yesterday. People criticized Mako for getting picked off as the engaged champion. I actually think Mako did well absorbing those skill shots. He was focused very hard, but still made it. Sure, he was going down for 3 ultimates. This Rakan is absolutely huge because the engage speed is so fast. Even the Ezreal and the Taliyah can struggle to play disengage against it. IG, they have brought a very early game composition to the table, which wants to be forcing players around Ahri, Shinza, Renekton. Rakan and MF have great follow-up. BLG, they can play for outrange. I think they, on paper, have 3 difficult lanes to play. The Taliyah can get shoved over the Ahri, but can't shove hard enough to deny the Shinzao entrance into the lane. I think IG need to get off the ground early. I need to see their mechanics. I want to see the brawl. I want to see the brawn. IG and BLG talked so much about facing each other in the Ascension group because they're such good individual laners. That is why I want to see this early game under a microscope.
My eyes turn to JJ early on as well. Where does he put his attention? Does he look for invades? Does he look to threaten some of these lanes where he has got a fair amount of early power to work around? Because otherwise we start getting through to level 6s, level 11s even, and the second items start to come on through. Then your Ezreal Taliyah gets a lot harder to manage. Then the Unraveled Earth starts to come on through and make your snap engages that bit more punishing, and the Ambessa begins to fly into a backline of her own records. It gets a bit harder to deal with. BLG, we just had that conversation before we got into draft about the strength of their solo lanes. Of course, IG are here asking their solo laners, not just match, but out-brawl them in the matchups here. Doable, possible. Hell, even potentially likely if you took the nameplates off, but it's not necessarily the case. We head on to the Rift. Misfortune's having a party. Well, the weather's quite hot enough to be out in the swimsuit, but they'll be looking to ensure that it is them who come out celebrating on top.
Well, folks, this is the matchup we've been waiting for since IG announced this super roster. BLG, IG for the first time this year. Rookie and the Shy versus Bin and Knights. It's in Group Ascension. Best of 3 fearless. Let's get it on.
lot of Gyos out there, understandably. You wonder who bought up the tickets for this particular match. I suspect it may be the BLG and IG fans. There's Spikes. IG spiking pretty hard in the mid-game, as we expect with a comp like that, and then BLG getting slightly favored as the game goes on.
Gotta say, our crowds today have been fantastic. First series of the day, it was our first series in NIP's revamped arena in Shenzhen. So we had JDG versus NIP, both have large fan bases because of Scout and Doonby. And of course the local crowd from NIP, that blew the rafters off. And here we have two of our most successful organizations within the LPL and two of our most, well, popular players on the Rift, and Rookie and the Shy as well over on IG. Early laning phase, in which I like to dip into a lot with Rookie versus Knight on this kind of matchup. Both players and on matchup which can do so much work. Rookie, we'll see whether he goes for the Rod of Ages build. I hope he doesn't actually in this game. I think you need to accelerate early and you want to play very heavily around your Malignance kind of acceleration gameplay, but we'll see whether he's going to fall and prey to the meta a little bit more. Of course, jungle matchup as well, incredibly important here. JJ clearing through his bot side, not necessarily going to be influencing that bot lane too early. 2v2 not going to be made into a 2v3, which has often been one of Elkinon's weaker points. Been in the Shy, feels like the Shy has the favourable side of the matchup early on with the Renekton versus the Ambassador. Great jump forward from El. Double pulverize. That's nasty. Blows the barrier very quickly from Gala. Elkinon used the XP advantage well. And as we said before, JJ is not coming to help them. They played like this knowing that the jungler is not coming to help. Elkinon get a huge advantage.
Try to play with a little bit of swagger to fake like it might be happening. It doesn't. They get punished for it. And again, much like the likes of Jackie Love and Mako, Jackie Love and Chris. There we go. Sorry, that was last year. I had that moment earlier. TN's playing on top esports, and he's now on Weibo.
It feels like it's an LPL epidemic of bot lanes playing without the minimap on.
Yes.
Very good in the 2v2. You need to be aware of the map.
It's the 2v3s that's been problematic, but Elkinon, at their best, have always been really good, aggressive 2v2ers. When you can start just doing that. Gala again hit with another headbutt bomber. Nice buffer out from Elk on the other side of it. And Gala's struggling to get access to the minions.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite things that Kira does, who of course I do a lot of podcasts, is just randomly track important stats. Like, how many 2v2s did this lane win? Elkinon versus Jackalov and Mako last year won every 2v2 but lost every 2v3. I think it ended up like that.
That sounds so correct.
Something like that. It's pretty, I'd say it's an incredible statistic, but an incredible observation. On sticking around to make sure that XP's come through there. The Shy does have early push on the top side. You expect this of Renekton versus Ambessa, and you want the Shy to get as much over the bin as possible. I think the first early skirmish of this game is going to determine a lot. I think this feels like a gunpowder keg. Feels like as soon as one team gets ahead, they have so much ability to just brawl through early power. All of these champions have great ability to force fights around one item, 2 items if not. Recalling the enemy jungler, this is a very common thing. We saw this really evolve in 2022. If you're doing a full clear, but you're not doing the same path of the enemy jungler, you just recall in the enemy side of the jungle, drop a ward so you can spot them on the next return and make sure that they're not doing something funny in one of your lanes.
Shy eats a bit of a nasty trade there from Ambassador. He backs away before a good Q can come on through. Some pretty good stuff from the Shy on the Renekton just the other day. Gets a nice call the meat kill into the Ruthless Predator. Great names on Renekton. What's his passive call again? I remember it being a really good one.
Butcher of the Sands is his title, but I actually can't remember his...
Empire of Rage or something.
Yeah, something like that. That sounds about right. That sounds like a power metal band. Yeah. Oh, Shy doing well to use his empowered abilities there. Gets the empowered Q. Of course, you only really get healing on champions now. Getting the empowered Q onto minions doesn't really heal that much. It's one of the big things they changed about Renekton over time, so you can't just slowly bleed you out of lane. Potential combo coming in here. One gets the stun onto Mako. Doesn't go for the full combo, knowing that, oh, it's a really good W forward. Blows the Guardian. That cooldown's now down. Elk, as we said, very good at playing aggressively when he has that angle. BLG, I mean, in terms of the laning phase, looking pretty locked in right now. Even in top lane in a difficult matchup. Bot lane's doing well. 10 CS lead there, unassisted.
That's off some very good 2v2s, as we said. And on the other side of that, I want to shout out the Rookie has indeed gone for the Dark Seal on the early back.
Yeah. As an Ahri main, I'm obligated to tell you, Medjai's is Ahri's best item. I don't give a damn about Rod of Ages. I don't give a damn about anything else. Go buy that book if you can. And what really helps is going for the Dark Seal on your first bike. Has gone for the Ruby Crystal as well, so we'll be going towards that Rod of Ages. Yeah, everyone's going for it. I have opinions on it. We're going to go onto this dragon. No one's really roaming up. On is just going to make sure that Mako can't interrupt anything more than is necessary. Early dragon taken. Wei holding his nerve, saying, okay, you don't have a Xin Zhao behind you. This is fine. Gets the dragon, gets out.
Vi's always been one of the better early dragon takers by herself, purely because denting blows and the blast shield passive are really good against dragon. You can just stack through them against other people who have the habit of running away from you. That's harder.
Yes.
Against a dragon that's going to sit there and take your punches, a lot easier.
Yeah. I mean, if you get a Q on someone, you get the auto reset, and then that's your attack speed and the shred done. Wei towards bot side. No one helping the Shy out right now. Has level 6. So does Bin. So good lockdown, but it's hard to take out Renekton even a 1v2.
Breaks the Repudiation Shield. Public Execution lands. There's a Dominance after. Wei trying to find a way on him, but he's going to wait for the Shy. He's got a Q going to wait available to it. The Shy's going, yep, no, I want this wave. I know I'm dead. That's hilarious. Good man. Yeah, he's actually somebody waving.
But he's buying time. Hang on. This is such a bounce move. He might even kill back.
Oh, wait, he got the kill. He got the kill.
The Shy gets the kill in a 1v3. If Baus doesn't know who he is, show him the clip.
That is definition of illegal.
As I said, it's hard to take down Renekton in a 1v2 on spots at JJ on this top side, but that's a big moment for the Shy. Gets an individual lead out of that and buys time for everyone else. That being said, JJ, caught out on this top side, would have liked to go into the enemy top side jungle, knowing that the other side had been delayed on the bot side of the map. Now that's not going to happen. Wait, does have ult.
And that's a big chunk onto JJ and straight down into the dirt. The cease and desist comes on through, and they will ensure that Xin Zhao is punished for re-invading on the blue buff with no vision.
I feel so bad for the Shy. The reason he went for that play on bot side is because he could delay the play on top side and allow JJ at that camp steal. Now he goes in, gets that Q combo through.
They're going to get knocked up, but so is Gala. Trying to find a way on inside. The bullet time is solid. They kill off that Vi who had no ult with the wherewithal, now in danger as well. With
Rookie!
Run with Rookie popping off, gets a reset on the ult, but now Mako in danger. Grand entrance over the wall, but again he finds himself jumping into a shallow grave.
Six kills in under 8 minutes. Rookie gets himself some stacks for that Dark Seal, which we talked about being very important for the champion. And this is going to be one to sit back and review. It looks chaotic, but there is a flowchart to this. The bot side delaying BLG puts IG in a position where they want to play on top side, because the Shy realizes, look, we want to play on top side. Grubs are up, I can buy time. If they gank me here, sure, they get a kill, doesn't matter. There is a reason people make links between the Shy and Baus. Obviously, the Shy's been doing it for many more years and doing it to a world championship caliber standard. And the thing about a level 6 Renekton is that you just buy so much time. You buy so much time. The level 6 is not there from the Vi just yet. Uses the last tick of the Dominus and the last auto attack to take him down. Also gets the Talia ultimate, which means that IG feel emboldened to go towards topside, but they're a little too slow. They end up losing the kill the first time. Will say, I think On makes a mistake in using his combo before the bullet time's been shown, so there's no cancel for there. It means that he's then stuck in a play without really the best ability to go towards that. Luckily, Elk gets a great kill combo to even things up.
2-2 in the bot lane in terms of kills. We'll note as well, though, IG did get the Feat of Martial Mastery mark towards the full Feat of Trance, because they were the ones to get 3 kills just about first.
Now, I just want to say, someone in chat saying, when did Cage stream? And he said from the start of that play, the Shy wins that. I wanted to say, we also said that too. Turns out Renekton is really good in 1v2s around the level 6 mark. Turns out, that's something which people should know.
Oh man, he does silly things at level 6, does Renekton. It's away with it. Bin eating an early chunk in that trade as well, made it a little bit harder for him to step forwards and then wait. Doesn't have 6, doesn't have any CC, and the Shy goes, I'm having that. And did in fact have that.
So, we have, minor gold lead for IG, but we're saying the early skirmish is going to determine a lot. It's not quite, the knife hasn't cut one way or the other just yet. We're trading fairly evenly. The Renekton's not stupidly far ahead in terms of the overall gold. Does have the Eclipse, that will be an issue for Bin. He needs to make sure that he goes back for that item before the next big plays of the map happen. Ari has 2 Dark Seal stacks. Can be a problem. Has that Rod of Ages on the way, but doesn't, of course, have something like a Lost Chapter going in towards Malignance, which is a better earlier power spike. Knight really wants to get towards Seraphs. I think once Knight gets Seraphs, that's when he's really ready to roll. That's when he can actually start being a little bit more ballsy, trade 1 for 1 in terms of cooldown for cooldown. Also worth knowing, Wei actually getting quite far ahead in terms of individual gold too. Vi went ahead, can one-shot champions like these.
To a degree, but doing a decent job in terms of farming. The Shy in danger, has got a Dominus, but no flash. Teleport, trying to buy enough time, but I think he's just being knocked around too much. He can't get that much healing down with the Ignite in as well. Now Rookie is very deep, but a good flash will get a charm onto On, who immediately ults to cleanse it. Unbreakable Will now running try to get some work out. Mako finds a way to go and get in with the quickness, keeping them in the bullet time. Double flashes to staging. Rookie will have another charm available. Flashing to try and get Pulverize! As they get the Pulverize, still getting the kills. The Crescent Guard knocks people back out from under the tower in safety. Way in danger, they can't quite get the kill. Rookie had his ult timeout. And Bin is coming now as well. Watch how much he can do. He'll have the ult to work with and a flash. TP back in from the Shy.
Bin teleported in. He could have left himself alone. He was on topside alone. Chose not to teleport earlier into the play. I think he could have gotten plates topside. Instead, now the Shy will just get this for free. And once again, it's a 3-for-3 in bot side. The knife edge. We are walking along it again.
IG, I think, in the end, get a little bit more value in terms of where they are and what they're doing. 4 kills now on this Misfortune. We'll have a look at this play again, because it starts with a jump on the Shy.
It does, because, you know, the Shy doesn't have himself a flash. He can't get himself far enough away from the follow-up to space out the combo. It means that there's a guaranteed Ezreal on top of him. The Ignite comes through to cut the healing. Things get odd just a little beyond this point. On pops the ult, that is fine. I think Knight makes a mistake here. He puts down the E onto Mako, and that's fine. But you have to know Mako will follow up here. I guess Knight tries to do the calculation, says, look, they won't kill us immediately. Just, I think, misjudges the follow-up from IG. I think you can put down that E and flash out and leave things a little bit more easy. Choose to commit a little bit further. In fairness, they actually outplayed pretty damn heavily under the tower. I think then Bin probably should have stayed topside as well. Get some plates there.
6 stacks on the Dark Seal for the RE. 4-0-1 is this Misfortune. That's good news for the side of Invictus game. On the other side, though, this fight, pretty good spot herself. The problem is it's still IG to get more of the plates. Will likely get this turret first of all, so that will be the feats of strength secured by Invictus Gaming.
So that's the extra bonus around for them. Knight getting some gold up here. BLG choosing to not fight for once in this game. Folks, this is what we wanted from these two teams. A bare knuckle, no holds barred fight between the two of these on a brawling level. Will be a continued 4-man push on the bot side in a turret claimed and split between the members of IG. And Knight will get a solo turret on top side, so more gold specifically over the Talia rather than split. There is an argument about, is it better to have all the gold, even if it's less amount of it, onto one person who can be a carry rather than split between people like Rakan, who doesn't really want to use that extra 200 gold in this case that effectively. Well, we'll see whether Knight can pay that back to his team.
That's the idea. Dark Seal stacking, Rod of Ages stacking, all good stacks as far as the RE is concerned. It is the Eclipse build on the Renekton as well. I'm not sure we have that concept yet. He's going for a bit more of a duelist build rather than something like a Sun and Sky.
Yeah, we did mention it. We did mention it earlier when he had the Eclipse and the Ambassador didn't, because it's like, okay, if you're building the same item, maybe wait until you both have the item in case you're sat on components. Knight almost at hit, well, not almost at it, but he needs to get towards the Saras. They're currently on Vision. Maker has ult, no flash for a quick engage. They need to be careful here. How many people are going to roam over towards this play? They really want to play towards it, and now they realize something's up. They spot that ward, will back off safely. Vision control, of course, in such skirmish-heavy games can be incredibly important because you're looking for those odd wards which you wouldn't scout in your pre-game planning to say, well, this is how you stop a... this is how you track someone going towards this kind of play. That can be so important.
Still, we said IG need to be the ones with the feet on the pedal. IG, BLG going even isn't bad news for them. They come online that little bit later, as we've kind of been talking about. And IG, yes, they're in the lead. Yes, it feels like they've got a slight edge here, but it's not game-breaking. And I do need to see over the next, say, 5 to 10 minutes, them pulling the trigger aggressively, or the Renekton, RE even to an extent, are going to start to get to the point where the range discrepancy, the full combo from BLG gets harder for them to manage.
Yeah, I think once we get to 2 items, if it's even, that's where IG start to plateau. I think 2 items is the last point where IG can be considered like even in terms of a compositional standpoint. Of course, that can change. You know, you do have bullet time, which can suddenly turn a fight. A good enough Renekton stun, especially with a burst build, can turn a fight too. I'm not going to say they're out of plays. There's no hyper tank on BLG to stop you from flashing forward and getting good picks, but the game gets easier as it goes on for BLG in my eye.
I agree. They're in an okay spot themselves. This is with a very tasty game state, make no mistake about it. 2 minutes till the next dragon, and Herald in 50 seconds. We see how aggressively both people want to play for that. Often at this level of play, people like it for the fact it can give you mid lane out of turret, which is otherwise quite hard to find a consistent way to break.
Dragon in a minute 30, 1 dragon apiece per team. Herald up in a 30-second cooldown as well. Level 11 hit for Bin. That's a huge point for Ambessa, because you do get to that 20% Omnivamp / lifesteal, and then your Shred as well. Wait, is he looking for steal on that? No. His Q's actually on cooldown. IG didn't spot that. There was potentially an opening there, actually. Mako has his flash back up. That is huge. Just coming up now. See that shaded thing, shaded box on his character's screen. Flash on this Rakan is so important. Very hard to stop a Rakan from engaging like that. If you put the Talia E onto them, they just flash out of it and engage onto you. Watch out for Mako in the next fight.
Great engage. The last time was just walked out of the E and then engaged. And the value was pretty huge. Earned a lot of flash himself. Everyone's flash is now pretty much back up for this fight as the Herald is spawned.
Yeah, we see both top laners keeping each other at bay and bot side. Bin gets a good trade there. The Shadow looking for one back. They both have teleports. They can back off base and then look for a play. Thing is, fights happen so quickly. I think waiting for base for a fight can maybe be a little too long. Great trade from Bin. Doesn't want to give up too much of a trade after this. Trade puts it into the shield though. Bin winning out in the side lane, which means that he has the advantage now if he teleports directly from bot lane to the plane.
The idea is looking pretty damn good.
Way's heading towards bot. I wonder if they're trying to catch out the Shy again. Goes for the ult. Yeah, they're looking for extended play. Here comes Way.
The execution comes on down there. So Dominus, they're going to look for the season desist. The healing's not bad, but it's still so much CC. There'll be more to work with. The big Q flash away, staying alive for now. Vault Breaker is missed. It's now stuck under the turret, trying to find the autos. Can't do it. And the Shy gets out alive. And that means that the jungler on the other side of the map, IG, should just have Herald.
Where there's a will, apparently there's a way out for the Shy as he outplays that player and dodges that last Q. They give up the Herald for it. BLG wanted to play the map and open up a bot lane tower. Bin had traded so well into the Shy. Way just had to hit his goddamn last Q. Can't do it from that slippery snake in the bot side. Shy walks down to that. Forced out a flash. Knight unassisted. Manages to get a threat onto JDG. But IG pull ahead in terms of the objective trade. They get the Herald and they get the Dragon.
Massive moment. You just get the flash. Actually, the Shy's going to try and interrupt the meta. Oh, Bin stopped. Oh my days, you can't do that. Will not have an ult, but gets the stun regardless. Looking for the empowered Q. And backs away. There was still a little bit of danger in terms of who else might be in the jungle, but it's another delay on that back from Bin.
Yeah, of course, with no flash on the Shy, he wouldn't be able to do it alone, but Bin doesn't have the information to know whether he is alone at that point, so yes, every right to be spooked there. Almost 1,000 gold head. The Shy is playing so well to soak up as much attention as possible. This is a style of play which I think veteran players fall more and more into. They're going towards it again. Now, this might be too far. The last time you did this, there were objectives on the map. He has Dominus coming up. He will clear the wave, so at least he's not going to be losing that. He will be dying for this wave, though. Goodbye, Shy.
He is trying his very best. Everyone's clapping in the audience. They know what's happening. Let's go kill the crocodile. Slices, dices. But will find no respite. I suspect he's healing and buying a lot of time. All the while Rookie is at least top side of the
no, this is the thing. It's actually a double lane push. So while we're saying, oh, there's no objectives up, it doesn't mean they don't get use of it. They get a gold lead across the map because they get the inner turret, the outer turret and top and mid, and they get the Herald maybe in spot lane. No, not quite. Didn't get the angle. But still, IG using the fact that the Shy buys so much time, they can get free time on the map.
Oh, well, the Shy buys his death. Well, still 1,000 gold up despite being 1 and 3.
Someone cut it into a tape, show it to Baus. This guy's been doing it like you for so long.
You've been doing it like him. Is on, eating a lot of damage. Bullet time forces the ult. Cease and desist will put Mako into danger. Dies to the turret. Now waves the danger. Charm goes wide. We'll still make it a 1-for-1.
1-for-1. Double ults used by the bot lane and a heal used by Mako as well. Is there any kind of counterplay from BLG? Unlike BLG, they don't have that many counterpunches. Typically, they are the team doing what IG is doing to them, where there's someone dying in a side lane or being forced on, but actually you've got the tower pushes. BLG are typically so good at holding you accountable across the entire map, but IG really doing well here. This is, of course, still in the shadow of the Shy dying in bot side, but taking 4 members to kill him. An overinvestment from BLG perhaps in that bot side of the map. IG do trade 1-for-1 there, that's fine. And while all this is happening, the Shy is still ahead in terms of individual gold, so he's still going to be a threat in a 1v2 scenario, which is a problem for BLG. They don't really like that Renekton having so much presence on the map against Bin.
Definitely problematic. Of course, Mako dying there, probably didn't need to, and somehow managed to get queued back into turret range and then cease and desist. Sort of vaunted Rakan mobility leads to very little there. Alright then, Knight gonna shove up towards this tier 1, finally claim that one you have to feel for the side of Billy Gaming. Down 2 turrets after this one goes down still, so from that map control, not fantastic right now for BLG.
I will say, Knight has now gotten 2 solo outer turrets. That is actually very scary for IG. I don't think they care I don't think BLG care too much as long as Ezreal and Talia are relevant, because they are long range and IG have to invest a lot to reach them in 5v5. We haven't seen a 5v5 yet, really, besides, you know, the bot side play. There is a problem, of course, where you have a 3-1 and 2 Ezreal at the 2-item spike, who is still down 1,500 gold. Of course, you don't get to tell that by looking at the CS numbers and blah, 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 because you think, oh, you know, I'm doing well.
Enough, yeah.
But then you do look at the items and you're like, ah, those are really expensive items from Gala, and that's going to be nasty.
BF still on 52 now, right?
Which is close towards that Infinity Edge. So, Gala, Elk, Knight, they are all very, very strong heading into this next fight. Almost at the Rod of Ages breakpoint for Rookie as well, so he'll be a level ahead of where he is in the next minute. He'll be getting that free XP up there. Dragon in a minute 20. And we might see our first group fight of the game, actually. I mean, besides that bot lane frackers, which happened earlier.
Spoke about it, Rookie just went up to level 14. He's getting jumped on. Of course, he's pretty tanky at this point, but he's not going to be tanky enough to survive that. You think flashes out, though, and stays alive for a moment. But, of course, they still lose Mako. Nice all-in from BLG.
Great stuff. Rookie does get out with his life, protects his stacks, but the problem with this build is your ult cooldown is much higher compared to the Malignance build. It's a quick play from BLG, does mean that the Shy won't get as much free time on this top turret. You still take down, well, actually, how much is he going to get out of this? Might have to force his ult from this. He's just used his E. He's just used all of his cooldowns, so he has ult, he has flash. Is that going to be enough to save him?
Dominus gets some time. He's got Shojin in the Eclipse, so a lot of turnaround. Flashes away from the Q. Will have Slice, Dice, there's Conqueror, stack thanks to the Dominus, can now start to turn it around as the True Shot Rose lands on in, and finally falls. Way picks it up.
Yeah, this is the problem now. So BLG, hang on, Knight just got hit from that in the brush. Very nearly combo Scala from out of vision. Atacon being forced. Remember, this is not the GA version. BLG might just say, look, we give this over. That being said, Knight does have a lot of shredded resist targets to go towards with a free combo, and BLG roaming down. IG, I think they're rightfully quite afraid, because Bin could teleport in and force a 4v5 quite quickly. They couldn't kill the Atacon quick enough.
Not quite enough damage there, unfortunately. So it ends up being both Sidelanes and Invictus Gaming falling there, and
Talia ult, where's that going? Going to JJ, he has flash.
Think about finding his way over, he's stuck on the Unraveled Earth, knocked up and knocked down, surely as Sidelanes comes across. Look at Rookie though, trying to find the charm. Knight in danger, staying alive. Rookie is stunned, finally gets over the wall, but Bin is TP'd in. Rookie now split off from his team, gets back over the wall, but Knight is there and waiting. Down goes the Fox Girl.
The rock splats the Fox. Dragon taken for BLG. Atacon stopped, and I think the game starts falling apart here from now. We said 2 items is where IG still kind of maintain a good hold in this game. But in terms of the compositions, I think at this point, going to even gold, getting even in Dragons, BLG have withstood the early game onslaught of IG. You cannot write off a team like BLG, despite the fact that they lost that last split. They are filled with so many talented playmakers, and they love playing this quick, scrappy style of League of Legends, where they're constantly giving you questions on the map. You must answer within short order, or things fall apart. This is while the Shy is dead. Rookie gets caught off a little bit while he's trying to clean up the play too, and BLG pounce so quickly. This is their bread and butter.
They get themselves a Hextech Dragon, they get themselves Atacon, they get themselves into a great position in this game. Gold lead is not quite there. In fact, it is. They've got an even game state.
Yep.
It's kind of flickering between 100 gold one way or the other, but the point being, there is no longer a lead for IG. There is now a 1,000 gold lead for the jungle. You've actually got a lead in mid lane. This is starting to get scary for Invictus Gaming.
That's combo onto the Shy. Not great at dealing with that Talia. Take a lot of damage. This is where the Renekton starts to fall off compared to the Ambassador in the overall game state. You're still good in 1v2s, 1v1s, but I really feel like as soon as this game starts to open up, the next big play happens. Ambassador's just hit 2 items. Ambassador is not a fair champion on 2 items. IG need to be very, very aware that this is the point where BLG can start making more proactive plays again. They've already been making a couple here and there, but you need to be very, very afraid of Knight flying into the play, using that global in a way that only really Talia can. Has the Zhonya's on top of that too. You can even fly in quite recklessly towards Gala, pop the stasis if the bullet time turns back around on them. That might win them a fight. Bin, now it's his turn to be alone on one side of the map. Jed is going to walk forwards. So they have a potential plan to go forwards. Mako can E and then W forwards.
There we go, there's the Audacious charge, looks to get the slow. 3 Talons striking Wings become lightning again, looking for the pick, can't quite get it. Bin finally beginning to dash away a little bit further, goes into the play, and now the Weaver's Wall's coming, but it's a good charm. I mean, Bin surely falls, Redemption comes across. The healing though from Bin keeps him alive for so damn long. Rookie with a couple ult charges, but nowhere really to run. Finally gets a chance to go on forwards as they do bring down the Vi. Double kill to Rookie. JJ gets caught on the Unraveled Earth though, makes it an even 2-for-2 trade. Rookie at next to no HP will need to teleport back in.
On gets the stun there. Remember, this Renekton not actually fantastic without that flash. Elk is going to do so much work here. He's just going to run over the fight.
Just stopped. He doesn't keep it going. ends up in a difficult position. Gala now running away. Shy trying to slice away, but I don't know how much this dice roll will matter. Auto WQ is enough from Elk to bring down the Crocodile. How did Gala cancel his own ult?
I think he was just afraid. I think he was afraid maybe of a play coming in from a flash to Lear. We'll have to watch back the replay. Didn't see the micro of it, but BLG start to pull ahead. They'll take down the mid lane out of turret. It will become a gold lead for them for first time this game, question mark. Been hard to track that one. It's been close all the way through. And it really does feel like beyond the 2 items, BLG have found their feet in the composition, and IG struggling to answer now.
The Shy, where early the deaths made some sense, 1 and 5, now it's not what you want. It's very the Shy, but it's not what you want.
That top lane play, I even think that Bin made it a little bit harder for BLG than they needed to. We'll go back to a replay of this state. Does really well to avoid the initial play, knowing that Ambessa has a bunch of different dashes, and Mako shorts his W so close. Here's where things go weird though, because you know Taliyah's coming in, flies in and basically self-CCs himself because Ahri knows the landing point. It's a typical point of Ahri versus Zed as well. If you know where they're going to land, it's a free charm. Manages to make sure that the Ambessa doesn't just rule this fight. They take them down and does make it initially 1 for 2. Problem after that point though is that your carries are the ones which combined between the two of them have lower HP. Elk has nothing to worry about now. And Gala walks up. What happens here? No, you know what? Completely right. He just completely cancelled his own ult. I will say, don't think it would have made that much of a difference. It's an ulting Alistar and Elk was out of the play. I actually don't think it's awkward is what it is. I don't think it actually has that much substance to it.
I think he had Infinity Edge though, so I don't know. Even then, it would have taken some lucky crits. It's rough though, and you're right. The term's awkward. Does it stop Elk killing someone? I don't know, but it does speak to a mindset, right? Yeah. You can't have that kind of thing happen. Hextech Dragon spawns in 45 seconds. I think we're going for the roll of the dice, aren't we?
Yeah, so IG, what's the plan? Can they force themselves a big play? Sam has highlighted, oh, it's my favorite item in the game. Knight has a Medjais. Nothing says let's brawl and show who the real favorites are than getting the snowball item below 10 stacks. Knight, 7 stacks on the Medjais, knows that with the Zhonya's being built, partially built with that Seeker's Arm Guard, he can get one good fight and snowball into the heavens afterwards. Knight has been given so much gold by his team, and I think he's feeling confident with it.
Who face checks from IG at this point, because the Shy is just not tanky. JJ can, but it'll cost us all.
Rookie's teleporting in. Rookie's teleporting in. Where is his angle going? In behind the team. No secondary angle right now. That's a problem, because it's a level 11 Alistar. Knight's hidden in that brush, had a control ward, holding off one of these angles. Both carry some IG on one side of the fight. That's a problem. You don't want both your Ara carries in the same side. Dragon's going down very quickly. They're not even going to be able to contest. It's gone.
Can they find the fight afterwards? Goes way looking for an angle, but finds a 1v1 with JJ. The rest of BLG now looking to come on over. The Weaver's Wall comes on down. Charm just shot.
Oh,
Mako misses again, but so does the public execution.
It was the E from Taliyah, stops the engage, and IG are left out of position. The Shy is left out of position and turned into a handbag.
Yes, that's another bit of clothing for the wardrobe. Away from that one. When Riot Games are we doing a collaboration with some bag makers for an excellent themed handbag? Right. Enough. BLG now on the retreat. Should be able to get out of here. IG, think about towards the top side. Are we barrening?
I don't know what they can do. They have to get their waves in order. Somehow, someway, they need to get their waves in order. There was a moment there where I wondered whether there'd be a flash charm onto Ahri. I don't think they had the damage available, particularly with the Seekers, though, up and ready for it. BLG now have Soul Point. They get the attack speed and they get the cooldown reduction from that. That is very disgusting, actually, on all of these champions who are all auto-weavers at points. I suppose besides the Taliyah, really, and everyone else really does that. Even the Alistar for his E combo with the trample on. Speaking of that, left line right now has his ult, so he's actually safe to do this, and he can turn around for a combo now. That's actually a little scary.
On's got to walk in a straight line now. She goes looking for a play, but JJ now finds the Crescent Guard pushback. Charm lands. Bullet time after it's brutal. They've killed off Elk. He's dead. They've got the Ezreal. Ahri beginning to reset. Gets on top of Knight, who tries to get the Unraveled Earth down, but it's too close. There's no Earth to unravel. But the birth, you're digging up for your own grave. We head towards Baron, and IG looking for more.
Wade's caught out as well. Is he been seen? IG might have found the play which turns the game. Elk and On make a disastrous mistake. Even with the Alistar ultimate, they can't keep themselves alive. And now it is On Way alone. Is he around? No, he's backed. He's not going for a steal. IG will get the Baron against the run of play due to some awful mistakes there from Elk and On in the river.
That's ridiculous. And Gala picks up so much of the gold. Watch this ultimate.
On is out of position at the start of it. I don't mind going for this at the start. Great flash forward from JJ. This is insane. But the other thing is, On uses his combo again before the bullet time is used. On has not been doing good at keeping Gala accountable. Knight is out of position then at that point too, because he knows his front line and his back line are in such a dire straits.
Also, call it out, JJ flashes over the seismic shove and unraveled earth. Knight just gets no value with none of his cooldowns. It's massive. Yeah. It's massive. It's massive. And then when your front line, your area denial, your dash denial is gone, JJ gets to find moments like that.
And now Knight has all the pages torn out of his book.
Boy.
Rookie has 10 in his. We did say Magic's best item for Ahri in the game. It gives you a bunch of ability to snowball, gives you move speed, which allows you to chase down for charms. Suddenly IG, despite us thinking, well, you know, beyond 2 items, it's a problem for them. They find that opening. No game is completely done just by draft, folks. Especially in games like this. With the Baron push coming in, the gold very much in their favor now. Swung around about a lot. BLG now left on the back foot.
Gala 505 with 4 items done, the expensive items on this Misfortune. No one tanks the MF ult this game. You look at the Ahri as well at those 4 items. Yeah, she's gone for a bruiser build, but she can really keep rolling. As maybe though a big engage on Zameiko means he just dies. This Rakan consistently picked off again.
Yeah, this happened the last time Mako played the Rakan 2, just the other day versus FPX. Did feel like he was easier to pick off, and once again that happens. That will allow another play to come through. They have a 4v5. What can they do with it? They don't stop. The Heskate coming out. Knight so close. True Shot Barrage hits. I don't think they can chase through the Make It Rain. The slow from the Misfortune saves any further violence coming through towards IG.
Get a single turret off this shot though, I think, IG, which is not great. Wanted more out of the Baron, but Mako dying there was a little problematic. I'm hoping we get a replay, because I think he just got blind hit with an ult.
Minute until Dragon now. That would be Hextech Soul for BLG, so let's focus in on that one. IG, great item breakpoints that we talked about before. This Misfortune has been absolutely shredding teamfights, I think mainly because BLG have actually not been cancelling that ultimate very well. However, all it takes is one Flash Fire ultimate, which should be up in time for that objective. Same kind of thing with the Flash Alistair combo. Maybe the game turns on that. Knight still has the Seeker's Arm Guard. Incredibly important item breakpoint for him. 40 seconds. IG have control of the river right now, but there is a great flanking ward behind IG if BLG want to use it.
Ben's just bought and popped an Elixir of Wrath. Yep. Spent that and got a Null Magic Mantle as well. He wants the raw damage on this Mbessa now.
Okay, so clearing wards coming through. Charm lands onto Bin. Damage. That's going to be a bit painful. He needs to find a way to... If he hits a wave, he will get some Omnivamp for it. 20 seconds till Dragon. Now, BLG, do they choose to contest this? They don't have to. Be another Dragon over towards IG. Maybe they feel like they can wait it out. Maybe they feel like this is not the best position. They are not obligated to take this, but it is BLG. You might find an angle.
This time, it's IG with control in the river, with all of the wards denied. Another charm from Rookie. Decent long plays with the Leandry's build here as well, so can look to just keep finding incremental moments. Dragon started.
Going down to half HP. BLG, can they find another angle? The Shy has flash, is on an angle.
Way spotted out. Wall comes on down, not the best ever, but it's meant that Gala's caught under the back of the pit. They all go diving on in, but Gala flashed out to the back of the Way looking to get onto the main event.
Gala's down!
And Gala is down 1,000 gold, but Way's not in the pit. They've got the Dragon, they've got the Ambessa, and now On's in danger too. They bring him down, they killed off Gala, but still lose 2 and still lose the Dragon.
It's not Soul for IG, it's not even in the kills, it's 2 for 1, but BLG at least get the shutdown onto the Misfortune. It's more gold for the single kill compared to Bin and On going over, who had lessened the KDA. Baron belt play from earlier, not, I suppose, the biggest thing in the world, but BLG don't get exactly what they came for. This is, however, a good moment to show, of course, you know how you can shut down their MF. Problem, actually, another side thing I just noticed there. Ahri picks up more stacks, 18 stacks on the Medjais. That may become very, very important later. Gala chooses not to flash early, knows that if he flashes that, chances are that there might be a follow anyway. He wants to flash over the pit. Sadly, not enough to get him away from all of the mobility. And sadly, Bin and On are left alone in the pit. It has been a roller coaster, folks. And if you're a fan of either of these teams, how's your blood pressure doing?
Mine's not great currently.
Oh, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. Knight, 2,000 gold behind Rookie, picked up both of those kills in last play. 8, 1, and 5 on the Ahri. One of my favorite Ahri players in the world. Such a powerful build, and he's going forward again. Way caught out, has no flash, has an ult, but all he is food for the carrion crows.
Nice work. Rookie finds another pick. That's JJ who gets the kill confirmed as well. 20 stacks now in the book.
This Ahri is so strong, and BLG, they've been on the back foot for a lot of this game. That throw in the top river is going to haunt Elk and On felt like BLG were in such good control. There's a QSS on Elk now. He has 4 items. His Ezreal is very, very powerful. But it feels like IG have been winning through the front line. The Vi dies quicker than the Xin Zhao. And I think the Renekton, even though he's 1 and 6, is buying up so much random space. BLG are not able to cleanly find their way through these team fights and onto the carries.
Don't get me wrong, BLG consistently picked off the Shy. Mako as well, I think, has had a rough time in terms of staying alive, but those picks haven't been on the Ahri, haven't been on the Misfortune, who've done so much work across the back ends of these fights that a single pick isn't quite enough for BLG at this point. They need more. Mercurial Scimitar now finish them out. It's been a little while since they've seen that item in pro.
Yeah, well, he had needed the QSS against the Rakan Charm, so he can immediately QSS and E back out of that engage from Mako. Yes, he's been caught off a lot, but as we saw with Gala, all it takes is one time for that combo to land and your team fight ends very, very quickly. Right, 2.5 minutes until Hextech Dragon, which will be sold for each of these teams, spawns. Baron is alive. Now IG have vision control pretty much across all of the important parts of the Rift. They have to use the Ezreal to check brushes like this. They will spot 2 people moving there. They don't see the Ahri, which is kind of spooky at this point. Ahri is actually at a point where she can one-shot.
Looking for something here on Hextech flashes the other way.
Go.
This is on the Gala, knocks aside people as Knights looking for the engage, but the quickness prevents the easy follow-up. Wade's now in danger. Public execution on the backside from Bin, but there's a redemption healing everyone back up. IG still all standing. Bin going the other direction. Charm onto Elk, immediately scimitars to get the way out to safety. Gala gets Bin. Bullet time after. Ensures so much damage and the burn is there. Elk finding an angle, trying to get the guy around Earth as well. They do pick off Gala on the Misfortune. The damage from that Ezreal so heavy. The Raptors bought so much space. Elk got body blocked by Raptors.
BLG have got the memo. Stop Gala from team fighting. You just throw everything at him, and yes, it costs the line of the front, it costs the lives of the front line again, but the carries of Knight and Elk do get good work done. Rookie does walk away from that play with 25 stack Medjais. He's feeling happy about things, but it is scary as hell trying to keep this Misfortune alive. You can see what IG are planning to do. It's something which I like to call full contact team fighting. When someone jumps on your carries, you jump forwards and you jump back on them. You can see JJ and the Shy trying to do that in turns as well. Elk uses that Mercurial Scimitar to give value there as he does get charmed through out of it. The fact that the MF is put out of the perfect position allows Elk and Knight to use their range very, very effectively. Very nearly gets a double shove there to end the fight.
And there's Raptor Pit blocking some stuff super valuable. Can't quite get the kills they need. It ends up being a very even state of affairs. The problem is this Ahri is so strong with the Crypt Bloom now done as well.
Yeah, Ahri is in full flight. We do have Guardian Angel on Gala. That is the most important item on the Rift now, because this Gala at 6 and 2 is so strong. Mako caught out. Here comes the Weaver's Wall again. Do they have enough summoners? I don't know. Here comes Knight.
Knight has gone so deep. He's dead.
Knight's just gone way too deep, and that's one of the carries down. It's on Elk. He get cleanses away, and they have to reset the fight, but without their mid laner with 20 seconds on Dragon. I don't know if they knew that IG were all around the corner.
It all goes wrong, and now, hang on, they're turning it around with the Shy, who's getting a public execution, but Mako gets a grand entrance and knocks them all up. They finally brought the Shy down. What about the turnaround damage? Locket shield is good. Bullet time onto On. Even with the Unbreakable Will is breakable enough. They're trying to run to Bin, but on the side, Gala in a 1v1 with Elk, and he's losing. Needs to get away. Has got the GA. Popped down. The rest of IG have left the Misfortune out to die. Here comes IG, trying to buy some taste. The bound! Elk is doing his best work. He gets knocked by the 3 Talon Dragon Bin coming on over as well. They continue to keep on bouncing. Elk is the mightiest creature in the forest.
Turning Invictus Gaming into Invictus Roadkill. Elk's horns are so damn sharp. They will take the Hextech Soul and get ahead in this game.
I can't believe it. They all went running after Bin. And Elk just jumps Gala.
Rookie even has his ultimate force there again. Elk's not even done. 10, 2, and 10. G2 felt this at Worlds. This Ezreal is so goddamn Chinese right now. The Baron gonna get taken down after the Hextech Soul. If you were not entertained enough by the magnificent series of T1 Genji earlier, well, I hope you've got more in stock, folks, because BLG IG have got it here ready waiting for you. What an insane game between two of our most strong teams in the region.
All right, chat, someone out there's going to have to go clip that fight because that was remarkable. It starts with Knight overplaying to catch out Mako and Rookie, and he dies. It is then a 5v4, and Invictus Gaming try to pull and push as far as they can.
It is It is so clutch. They just lost the Talia. Rookie Knight overplays it. Elk gets the free fire. Gala wasn't in position. I don't think IG knew that BLG were going to go slap them back as soon as they lost one of their carries, and Gala wasn't in place for a bullet time. Now the bullet time's gone. Misfortune does not win against an Ezreal without the bullet time. Elk sees the opportunity. The team leaves him out to dry. It feels like Gala is very disconnected from his team in this series of events. Great, but Ezreal ult charged up while the revive is coming through, and we got a fight on top side of the Shy. Not looking too healthy there.
And there's a Hextech Soul and a Baron to IG's team. Oh my god, Elk!
17,000 damage team fight from Elk. I have never seen damage numbers in a team fight that high. That's
got to be edging on the world record.
That might be a world record from the games which I've seen. It is hard to beat that.
17,000 damage in a single team fight. That is insane.
That is
but on
absurd.
towards, trying to go pick up the charm, but again, QSS there, Arcane Shift away.
Rookie's ult is down. It's level 18. It's low cooldown than it was, but still. That's a cooldown which Rookie won't have for the next while. Gets another charm.
Will now ult as well. That's two big cleanses out of the bar.
When I saw it just from the cleanse, I thought, well, all right, maybe not great if there's another fight force, but the Alistair ult now is a problem. Bin doesn't have flash. This could be an issue.
He gets into a 1v4, will die. Taken out, even with the Hex Ult. On the other side, they're trying to break into the inhibitors. They will get the inhibitor turret, but nothing more.
BLG not cleanly pushing with this Baron. Still up plus 3k. Get some control across the map. They have far better wards now than they've had for the entirety of the rest of this game. I am so glad this game is delivering. This is the first time we've seen Invictus Gaming against BLG this year. We saw the IG Super Team come out of this offseason and we thought, okay, we might have something fun, but is it going to have substance? And then we saw the start of the split. IG started to show us a little bit more. But BLG have been so dominant here in the LPL for the last year, they had to show it against them. And by God, is it entertaining.
That is just magic, isn't it? Both bot laners have had great time. We've had a 3k gold flip in bot lane. Misfortune was 1.5 ahead. Ezreal's just turned it to him. He sold boots.
Ezreal sold boots and got a GA. Gala has sold GA and got a Seekers, so he has a stasis for the last fight. Both these AD carries know if they get a clean team fight, that could be it. Could shove onto JJ.
He's in danger, puts the Crescent Guard down, stays alive, but that is the ultimate broken. Stays alive. Well-timed Elk as the Crescent Guard dies to nearly kill off JJ.
Nasty stuff. That Hextech Salt, giving that chain lightning through the wave, is so nasty. Rookie gets a charm, but because of the pathing, doesn't go towards the base gates and goes out of the queue. Second inhibitor down. It's a little while until objectives are up. BLG with that Hextech and with the range on the Hextech, threatening to pick off IG just in these transitionary states now when they're trying to move between lanes. Put down vision.
If Elk doesn't die, the team fight feels winnable for BLG. That's just the way it is. He is so strong. Knight in danger here, is on the blue buff, should be okay with the rest of the team around. Mako is just looking on in, they're trying to play for grub here. Far side alteration will spot out Rookie, who now knows what's going on, was paying attention elsewhere, you have to imagine, and it's hit by a tree shot barrage as a result. The Shy in the base clearing the wave, has a TP if he wants to join, and is next to the Hex gates.
And I really want to say this, folks. The Shy is 1-8. He did his job. He was meant to buy time in the early game and give chance IG to snowball the rest of the map. I think he's done his job. This is a good 1-8 for what happened in the early game. Problem was, the rest of the team, I don't think held up the end of the bargain and ended up somehow not quite holding on to that lean through the mid game. It has been way back and forth. It's very hard to put BLG to the sword, as IG have sadly found out. And now the Shy is in a point where, yeah, he's a late game Renekton with a lot of items, but it's just not the same. And Mako is caught out.
Oh boy, Mako pulls away, stays alive this time, hits important. And again, the Shy, the early game deaths were great. As the mid game went on, we started to get worried about Mako dying, about the Shy dying, and nothing coming out of them. Led to a fantastic late game. Say a little note from Molly in chat says there was one
22,000 damage team fight from Jackula.
That's the one
against an Ocean Soul in 22 summer. Okay, all right. That's quite hard to do. Wow, I thought, wow, 70,000 damage. Is that going to be beaten? Turns out it can be beaten when you're Zeri in a Zeri meta.
2022 Zeri. What a time that was.
What you're looking at here on the bottom side of the map, by the way, bottom side of your screen, the 67.9 versus the 64.1 is the combat stats spent on each side. Worth noting, IG have an extra cap to that because they have the feats of strength, which allows them to spend 750 gold on their boot upgrades as well. Kind of think of it like an Ornn item. I think, though, the Hextech Soul is more valuable in this game, which adds on, again, extra scaling factor. Of course, you can see that go across the team. They can slow it down there. The celestial opposition taken away. Shadow Flame completed the last item for Knight. Maybe just wanted that quick item spike to get up to full build for what could be, well, I mean, I say it's the game decider. I think it has to be that now, right? 20 seconds on Elder. IG can still win a fight. Good enough bullet time. Good enough Zhonya's coming through from Gala as well. You have that Seekers and inventory. Out jumps forwards. That Hextech Soul so scary.
44 kills in 45 minutes. How we were on that number. Before, at about 42 minutes, we just had a quiet breather, which I've liked. I've needed it. It's been a long day. We get longer still. 3 seconds on the Elder. BLG are the ones in position.
See that Knight? Knight was actually scared of the vision there. Great pickup onto JJ. Ult forced.
Does get the ult down, but does it matter? Gets a lot of healing redemption back. Now they get the charm onto the backline, trying to get onto Bin, who will not die. Has a GA of his own. Turned it around with the public execution. They've got so much damage. JJ finally got the legs. Goes down. As Gala is dead, lightning crashes. And Billy Gaming will ensure that their namesake is true. Railgun through the backline of IG.
BLG find the picks onto IG as they try to contest the Elder. It won't even get taken. Rookie going to just have to run back to his Nexus.
We asked for something close. We asked for a brawl. 2 of our very best teams in the region going all out to win the game. We got it. It delivered. And it's BLG that come out just on top in game 1. And what do you know, guys? We're blessed. We get another round of this yet.
First Nexus falls in favor of Billy Gaming. They won the 1v1 for side select and they win their first game on blue side, but it was bloody and close. Invictus Gaming, I think, living up to some of their promises that they can stand toe-to-toe on individual levels with BLG. I hope you are so entertained because I absolutely am.
I thought Elk had thrown it. I thought Elk and On had thrown it with that mid-game river play. And then that single team fight was legendary stuff.
I can't believe that Elk did it again, man. I can't believe that Elk.
Real.
I've sometimes had criticisms of Elk when he's in 2v3s in bot lane and he ends up throwing some situations like that. But what can you say about Elk on that kind of form? Elk
he doesn't know English.
Elk at peak is just. He's just so Chinese. He's just such a Chinese AD carry. What can I say?
Where does the memes come from? That kind of play.
Ridiculous. Obviously,
Hi.
we're streaming this for you. If you don't know who we are Nymaera and Initialise. We are actual brothers and we are actual professional League of Legends casters. You might have seen us about to place on the LEC, LPL, or other broadcasts before. And because the LPL has no official broadcasts now, we are amongst many different streams bringing you a broadcast of the region just with our own resources. If you are enjoying what we are doing right here and enjoying keeping up with our world's finalists of BLG, Invictus Gaming with their super team reconstructed, please let people know that we're live doing this. Clip our channel if you enjoy some of the moments that we've had from the casting there too. And honestly, just sit back, relax, and watch and enjoy these games because this is why we do it. We want you as international fan base to enjoy these games as much as we do.
Did anyone get a clip of that fight? I want to watch it again.
I have no idea, Sam. I have no idea.
Chat?
If anyone got a clip of that final play, we'd appreciate it. But God, I love the fact that I mean, that's just ridiculous. 17,000 damage team fight, that's ridiculous. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, what do you say to that? BLG, you have to double tap. You have to get them with the headshot. Alex and Sam, we all need magical attention now. Get on your blood pressure meds, folks. That Knight death was crazy. That's the kind of play I need to see point of view from, because I think Knight was looking for those proactive walls because he thought that someone was disconnected from their team. Obviously, in that last death, there was a lot of teammates behind the person he was trying to look out for, and didn't react to that quickly enough. That was a huge misplay from that. However, a lot of the earlier walls were absolutely clutch. I think that IG adapted very well to Knight just pinging onto isolated members, and that last catch at the end was actually very, very important.
Wow. I am a little bit shell-shocked. We get another one of these. We might get 2.
We might even get 2. We might even get 2. IG will go on to blue side presumably for the next one. We'll watch the highlights of this game, folks. I mean, Elk has to get MVP, right? Insane game from the Ezreal. That was just ridiculous. I think there were some issues on both sides where in the early game, BLG did not realize how important it was to hold on to something like the Alistair combo or the Vial for the Misfortune, and I think that Gala got a lot more value than he should have done out of the bullet time. And then I think later into the game, that's just ridiculous damage percent from... But later into the game, I think that IG actually didn't hold enough to make sure the Ezreal could be held to account. And I think that was a huge problem, where they were getting jumped on and they were like, I've got to peel them off. And they didn't focus on the Ezreal. You have to stop the Ezreal damaging, because if he's not stood CC within a bullet time or something like that, the Ezreal takes over the fight. I think that it was a tale of 2 misjudgments in the team fights later on.
I don't know. I'm still horribly shell shocked. Sheesh.
Oh, we've been blessed with League of Legends today, folks. T1 Genji was absurdly good earlier,
Yeah.
and this game was one of my favorite.
Big
It's my favorite I've seen in LPL this split, of course. This was absolutely insane. This is the matchup which I think everyone wanted to see as soon as IG announced their roster. Because BLG, they won everything last year, historically dominant for the LPL. Typically, we see two teams contesting for the top. Last year it wasn't, it was BLG and then other teams fighting for second, really. Doesn't really happen like that in the LPL. IG with a super team, we thought, well, you know, we'll see if they actually connect. Are they just washed, blah, blah, blah. But then you look at them starting to come into a bit more of their own, a bit more informed. You think, oh yeah, actually, there is a real chance on an individual level they can actually contest with the players of BLG. Maybe. And I think particularly when you've got BLG sometimes stumbling in jungle and bot lane roles, I think, you know, even in this game, Wei had some more awkward moments. There is a chance that JDG, Gala, and Mako can outclass and maybe win through those roles as well. Oh, we're so blessed, folks. We are so goddamn blessed to have games like this.
Whew. Well, I'm alive. Just about.
Yeah, do you need a drink if anything?
I probably do.
You go do that then. You go do that.
Excuse me. Oh. Do you want the last treble, Al?
Would you have it if I didn't?
Probably not, actually.
Okay, I'd have it then. Yeah, please, thank you. Can't wait to see who Shy fanboys blame on this loss. Probably Elk. I think, oh man, goddamn that Elk. Probably have to blame him. Thing is, like, I really want to stress this, folks. I do want to stress this, and I would not call myself the Shy fanboy. I think the Shy held up his end of the bargain. What are you meant to do with Renekton in a late game here? I actually think the Shy did what he needed to do. He was getting multiple 1v2s, 1v3s on one side of the map, allowing IG to snowball the rest of it. What's meant to happen after that point is the team then end up capitalizing into actual game-winning conditions, which they ended up doing, actually, around that Baron. When they picked off the bot lane and top river, I thought that IG should win the game, and of course that didn't work out that way, but no, I actually don't think that the Shy... I don't think the Shy was bad there, actually. I think, yeah, I think that the Shy was actually good at what he was doing. In the early game, he was everything there. Nice BLG, you saved my kidney. I'm very happy for you. Ouch. Oh my god. Insane. This is the team that went 5 games at World Finals, folks. Here's our MVP. Yeah. Of course, it's Elk. I think Mako had a big couple of issues towards the end. Reminder, folks, if you're watching either here on, well, I say here, either on on Twitch or on my YouTube, or of course on Onivia's highlight channel as well, we have a Discord where we chat about the games and just build our community there. And of course, we have other social media here as well, where you can both follow myself and Sam if you want to catch up on our casting careers and also our I guess our what we do across the place as well. If you'd like to join the community and talk more about anything really. Yeah, feel free to join into those. Armada, yeah, I do agree. I don't think the Shy played bad, but he put pressure, but his score just looks bad. I completely agree. I think actually he held up in this spot. And a unanimous vote for Elk on the MVP. Okay, folks, if you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to put some ads on so pre-rollers don't get hit with that, and we will get ourselves into game 2 just after that. Right, I need to shave as well, actually. Mako needs to wake up or something. Mako had a bit of a bad game. Yeah, Mako getting caught out like that is not what you want to see from a player who is so important to the engaged core of that kind of composition. I'm gonna go clip that goddamn clip myself.
奥风电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量第一。奥风 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥风 G7。今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，
开局吗？
开就开。
High weather, Joanna. Okay, I got the clip. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I'm also glad BLG showed up looking for a fight on the looks of it. I'm always worried that they forget these series matter. Yeah, there is a certain worry about that. I'm not gonna disagree with you there. There's definitely some truth. Post this clip somewhere. So, where do we go from this? Where do we go from this? Oh, I'll come back on here for now. I need to do some, you know. I need to do that thing where I social media, because I need to not just be live on here, I also need to do like my own social media and stuff, which is a thing. I don't like clips. Can I share? How do I share the link to the landscape version, not the portrait version? Yeah, well, I'm going to turn the camera off a little bit because I'm not actually just not doing it on camera.
Oh, I see you found the clip.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get it, by the way?
What do you mean?
Did you just go back on?
I just made it myself.
So did you go do it on? Do you do it on Twitch or?
Yeah, I did it on Twitch.
I've not been struggling to get to. I don't know if I can do it on your.
You can be able to, yeah. You go on to videos past broadcasts and you go do it.
You can do it from the live on there. Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can do that. So,
yeah.
Okay. Oh baby. Good work. Well, there's our crowd. Players back on stage. It was an intense game one.
Okay, I made a post on Reddit about it. You can go upload it.
I will do that.
Well, we'll see if it gets through. I don't always know whether it posts correctly. But... maybe it didn't post.
Sometimes it just takes a second. It needs to go through like auto mods and stuff. But there's everyone on stage.
We've had to rest our voices after that one, folks. IG on the blue side, BLG on red, and IG licking their wounds a little bit after what was an incredibly high-octane game one. I think they felt like they should have won it after that mid-game, after the picks onto Alkanon and River. Didn't end up that way, though. BLG clutched it out. Skarner gone. Gwen, all of these kind of high-tier bands. Rumble still on the table. What else? Jace. Also very, very powerful. Varus, Aurora. So, God, look how big that folder is there. Danny on stage has a lot of information to flick through, and you have to with Fearless. Now, the branching draft trees are a thing that we're learning an awful lot about in modern League of Legends.
It's pretty mental. And there's the Gwen, there's the Skarner, as kind of noted. The Rumble's already off the table. I used in that last game. Is kind of high priority at this point. Aurora, I suppose.
Yep, did call that out. Did call that out. Ah, and Neferu's open too. Yes. So I think Jace is the obvious lock-in here. And the question is, does Bin have an answer towards the Shy, or I suppose Knight towards Rookie too? I think the Jace is an easy lock-in here. It's good in either lane.
The idea. As they get that one in. Rookie, a decent player of it, of course, but the Shy is probably one of the most legendary Jace players of all time. So it's always going to be difficult to demand you get the Jace, considering who it is you're playing alongside. The Varus, another one of those high priority options, does get through though for Elk and on. All the while, though, Lilia gets locked in. Look at that pickup full way, who had a weird old game one, some really good moments, some really not so good moments. Finds himself now in position. To do a lot more work here. There's the Ziggs lock-in. Gala, of course, a bit of a specialist on that one, alongside things like that. Leona could be a very good pairing. You've now got a lot of nasty poke and burst.
Oh, absolutely.
Find the combo, and the range alone is solid.
I do agree with that, actually. Ziggs was definitely something that Gala used very well on LNG when it's time there. This combo kind of plays itself, very long range. Will say, Varus feels strong enough that Varus can sometimes win the poke war by themselves. Lilia adds an extra kind of twist to that too. You get hit by one swell, so it becomes a full engage. Of course, the Jace can be put into mid lane too. The Scion locked in. You're just looking to see if you can soak up the poke, and Scion eventually can become tanky enough to shred, to kind of just shed off a lot of the damage that IG can pull through. Can't stop a Ziggs ult though. If Leona pings one of your targets, it is a problem. BLG now, maybe trying to say, alright, Jace, we want you in top lane. Let's ban out other stuff. And if it doesn't go top lane, let's ban out other stuff that could cause the Scion some issues. Of course, Gnar very good at mixed HP damage versus tanks. One of the reasons he's so impactful for that. What else do you want to get rid of there? A couple of things for the Shy which could cause issues. I suppose Camille typically been okay into Scion in the past. Okay with the dive comp here as well, but well using the Ziggs ult on top of that. I think maybe he wants to. You could also play something like Cassante too, go tank for tank.
For sure, definitely an option. And again, we have seen it's been really odd, right? Because it felt like for a long time, Jace just got outstatted by Scion in some ways, but then changes over towards the grass, having a bit more of a bruiser option, helped Jace just have a little bit more of that base HP and base stats to manage the Scion until he gets things like a Black Cleaver and some of those extra items, make it a bit easier to deal with. See what it will end up all evolving into, because IG's comp is pretty well sourced already. Good range, good burst, relatively good keep away as well. You don't have to commit to make a lot of your plays, whereas BLG, a bit more reliant on finding that big bit of CC, the Chain of Corruption, into the Lilting Lullaby, to blowing someone up. I think banning away things like that Rise, things like that Gnar, as you said, as a potential option to flex that Jace out does make some sense. And the Rel is a bit of a wombo combo option with that Varus, also sensible, but they're debating some interesting AD carry picks there. The Cogmore Hover was fun. I don't think we get it locked. Instead, they go towards the Corki, so double AD carry secured for BLG.
So, playing towards double frontline, potentially could go towards the Braum last as that's unbanned. Oh, come on, that would actually be really fun. Do you go for full poke here from IG, put the Jace topside? Rookie going towards, I mean, I know you hover the Zoe. It's dangerous into a Lilia, I get it, but come on, for the world's skin, from Scout maybe as well, could play towards that. No, choosing not to. Pantheon being locked in for JDG. Rookie last picking that mid lane. What does he want to go towards? Does he take the Jace, force the Shy to go into something else? Or does he play towards double range? The Aurora, not bad at playing towards the Pantheon combo.
Not at all, that's for sure. Oh boy, they will have a lot of pick and burst, and honestly just range. Between the Ziggs and the Pantheon, your ranged ult is, or your ranged engage is very, very high. If you lose track of people for 30 seconds, suddenly a Pantheon and Ziggs ults come flying on in, and your Varus or your Corki have a very bad time indeed. Debating a Nautilus here, or Nico, which honestly has been a bit of an on-specialty. He's been really good on that champion. Him and Missing, I think probably two of our better enjoyers of it.
Okay, so, unlocks in that Nautilus. Decent matchup into the Leona. You can interrupt the Zenith Blade, stop the Shield of Daybreak coming in afterwards. BLG, normally I'd say this is more consistent engage, but with Pantheon and Leona on the other side, not always the case. IG don't necessarily have the range advantage either, thinking about it, because both teams have a lot of that. I'm going to expect this is going to be the Poke Varus, makes a lot of sense. It does look, by the way, that it's going to be the Aurora top side for the Shy. And it will be Jason to Corki. Corki wins that 1v1 in mid lane. Handshake on stage, the fist bumps rather. The Aurora looking to be tank shredding in top lane. We'll get ourselves into game 2 of this. Again, first time we are seeing These two teams face off against each other this year. The super team of IG, of course, caught the hearts and minds, really, of many an LPL fan, with old legends returning to the team. BLG, the current overlords, did lose that first split, but a lot for them to be recovering after losing that first split. After Top Esports went ahead of them. BLG typically haven't been the best regular season team either recently.
No.
It hasn't stopped them here. BLG, clean 2-0 yesterday. Not a clean game 1, but they're against tough opponents. IG want to bounce back with their side choice, this time on blue side, and force a game 3.
Pretty stressful state of affairs, so make no mistake about it. No mistake about it. BLG looking for a little bit of invade of their own. Get some wards down, set the Shy up for success, and you're right, there's going to be that Jace flexed mid and the Aurora who can build the Leandries a bit more freely into that Scion. What's the Jace matchup into the Corki, actually? I assume just with the range you can potentially make Corki's life a little bit trickier.
No, I was talking about this at the end of the draft. In mid lane particularly, Corki wins the 1v1. It's why Corki is so good in our 1v1 matchups when we see them for side selection. Corki with Conqueror and the Gatling Gun, particularly early on, can start with the Gatling Gun, walk you. Doesn't matter that the Jace has 2 forms, you get all of your resist shredded, and with you taking Conqueror and Jace not taking that now, Corki wins the extended trades, and we'll see Knight try and get the best of that. Starting to the Foss Bomb, get some poke there, does outrange with that. Of course, Jace, even when he's in ranged form, his regular auto attacks don't outrange the Corki. Bot lane, of course, we are seeing that poke virus coming out from Elk. Basically, Ziggs picks up farm. There are some ways to punish if you get a good satchel and good CC from the Ziggs. Varus not running teleport. Sometimes you do see that once the cleanse versus Leona into the late game. Gets the hook down there. Maker can turn things back. No, but the bomb does return a little bit of damage.
Be the idea. As Elk and On doing their best to match. Then again, as he's noted, it's Elk with the Comet, so it'll be the Poke Varus and trying to trade out that kind of range discrepancy well enough from both supports. Similar kind of concept as champions, namely being engaged tanks. Nautilus a little bit more on the CC front, Leona a little bit more on the tank front. Lands the hook, but that's under turret On, so not sure about that, but the damage back is still very good, and I stand very swiftly correct as a Titan's Wrath Shield. It's more than enough to make Mako's life pretty hellish.
Yeah, the Nautilus, strong tank in the early lane. Gets less tanky when you're behind the game later. But for now, we'll do enough. So push in from BLG's bot lane. Pantheon pathing topside once again. Oh, that's a satchel under turret. There are minions still there, though. Takes 1 turret shot from not... Well, in fact, doesn't even take that. So the minions helping out on that. Would have been a great satchel if the wave was cleared. Not to be. Rookie gets to push in a little bit here. Maybe Knight... Knowing that the Pantheon has better going to success. Elk flashes forwards, gets himself a last auto attack. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. The cookie burning, and Mako heals up with that nice sweet snack in the back pocket.
On's going to look for Mako. I don't think spots him quite.
No, just out of vision. Just out of vision there. Gala left alone there now. Elk does blow the flash importantly. Knight jumping forwards, using that Conquer, using the level advantage too. Getting good damage on to Rookie, forcing him back. IG had the winning lanes last time, not to be in this one. Bot lane winning for BLG, mid lane winning for BLG, allows Lilia to get off the ground, and I will say Wei's best champion maybe is that Lilia too. Go back to the replay of this. Ward already in Tribrush, so what happens here? Does On flash over as well? No, he just walks up, knows that the Ziggs isn't going to help him. Hits the hook, max range, Elk follows off over for the W. Very nearly gets that kill. That cookie saves his life.
I mean, they've nerfed cookies over the years, not quite as strong as they once were, and even still, they are very potent if you use them right. There's been some debate about whether you could be going for other options in the rune choices, but you can sometimes see why players that like to knife fight like that additional bit of sustain when it matters. Game 1 was already one of those back and forth affairs I've had chance to witness in League of Legends in quite some time. back at it again in game 2. Slight edge in that bot side, obviously, to BLG, who forced the ugly reset from Mako, but they did burn the flash on Elk, whereas Gala still kept his, so you never know.
Well, no, they didn't burn the flash on Elk. Elk burned the flash on Elk.
Yeah,
so let's phrase this. Let's phrase this right. And this is the thing which LPL bot lanes pioneered many years ago, which is sometimes you burn your flash to get a advantage in lane. You use that summon to say, look, I'm going to have control over here. Now that's what they've managed to do. Get a CS lead over onto Elk, which led to bit of an XP lead as well. Yes, there is a teleport on Garlus, it's not forcing him out of lane, but it stops him having as much presence in it. Interesting thing here, now there is a plate which has been taken by the Shy. Bin hasn't dropped that much XP though, and has managed to stay up in terms of farm mostly. So the Scion not feeling too bad about the Aurora match. Of course, it gets worse because, for those of you that don't know about the Aurora, Aurora's passive is really what makes hanging second jumping forwards by Knight getting the XP advantage. Not going to lead to much more than that, but the Observer zoomed in, so I thought I should be intense about it. Basically, Aurora is very good into tanks because her passive, when you get 3 hits between your abilities and then your auto attacks, applies a heal to you and move speed, which means that if you hit a tank with your stuff, you get to chase them down for forever. You run the grasp, you end up running whatever the hell items you want, but basically you just continually get to chase them down, and tanks never get to disengage.
Doesn't it also do percent HP damage where, like, she's got deceptively high damage from it as
well?
Oh,
something like... Well, that's when you go for Leandry's.
Yeah.
Hang on, Knight's getting good damage here, flashback.
And Knight's in danger, the shield ball over the good Valkyrie, though, still not going to be enough as the H so comes on through and gives enough move speed. Knight flashing out to safety, the Comet Spear just wide, but Mako's there, looking for the shield of Daybreak, allows an accelerated shot blast to bring down the Corki. Wago's looking as he watch out, eats forward, but will eat a shield. I think Mako's
There's a flash
run away.
shot on. There's a flash shot on. Can they do anything with that? Rookie, if they can stop the resets, maybe get something. Here comes the Scion. The train coming through, but not going to get the angle.
Rookie trying to get on out, gets enough speed. They're trying to find an angle. Still on, hits the wall. Dredge line and a miss.
Oh, turn the TV off. I don't want to see it anymore. On, misses the dredge line. It's a great insect back, or the budget version of it, from the Jace hammering blow. Goes straight into that flash Pantheon, which puts Knight down for first blood. Great play from Rookie to make sure that Knight goes down. That it will remove JDG Rookie's kind of presence from the map though, because they have to take this long retreat. Does mean that all the grubs are going to go over to the side of BLG. No contest here, but come on, you've got to hit that hook. That should have been one back.
That's rough, and IG get away with literal murder. We'll have a look at the start of this play because it begins with Rookie going all in to knock Knight back towards JJ with a wonderful thundering blow, and JJ flashes for the shield vault, but it's well buffered with the Valkyrie. Aegis Assault gets some speed. You think, oh, Knight's gotten out of here, but Mako on the roam helps set that one up. We're back to live though, as there's an incoming Grand Star falling. Nelk has to flash away. Now away, got a Lilting Lullaby, the shield ball over the wall puts the Lilia in danger, flashes away, will Lilting Lullaby, but well buffered through, honestly, by the Leona in trade, but Mako now in danger as the arrow, you're right, is fantastic. Between worlds goes the Shy, and they will still go 1-for-1, supports both. Trader JJ in danger has been doing a lot of work. Way still alive, the Shy trying to get some orders, goes across the veil, Mecha Inferno Bomb makes Way's life absolutely hellish, as JJ in danger, trying to buy some time. Where is the Aegis Assault, gets a massive Mortal Will option, has been just alive! From Elk!
Elk cleans up 1 kill to make it an even trade.
Yes, 2 for 2, I believe.
2 for 2. Yeah, we'll go for that. The first blood went on to Knight earlier on. And folks, we are down to scrap again. So who's coming out of this ahead? 1 kill over to Rookie, of course, from the earlier play on to Knight. 2 kills to a poke Varus is a problem for IG. No one wants to be dealing with a fed Varus. That is a problem. Of course, this play comes through at the end of the grub take. Mako kind of spotting them leaving the scene of the crime. Wei has flash, has level 6. On does use his hook and his, he gets the aftershock down. Elk does well to avoid the initial engage. I think if that initial play lands onto Elk, I think that pretty much ends the play. Instead, Wei's the one that sticks around. You don't have mid laners at this play. Neither of them kind of able to join into that one. Elk is the big damage coming in from BLG. Gets himself a second arrow through this, which ends up getting a huge amount of damage. Of course, linked onto the Lilia ult for the extra pop of damage, which helped an awful lot. Ziggs ult a lot there too, catching both the outer edges onto 2 different people. Does end up just about being a 2 for 2.
Indeed, Elk just fights the blind arrow. That's wild. Keeps us in a very interesting game. So IG, though, with the slight gold lead, of course, and they do get that mark of martial mastery, which is nice towards the feats of strength. It's up. Dragon now to match the grubs that BLG got earlier. Could be a big deal. Of course, when you're into a Ziggs, giving up grubs to Ziggs.
Oh, hook lands onto Mako. Has that flash, but has to flash away from the Varus ultimate. That one's going to be down as Dragon is started by IG. Knight round the corner. Fairly strong here, actually, the level 8's on the core key. I think IG needs to be a little bit afraid here.
8 seconds on Lilting Lullaby. Hook goes wide. That's another flash blown as Gala had to burn his. Into the backline goes Mako, though. The Mega Inferno Bomb makes Elk's life absolutely hell. They keep jumping for more. Will bring down Elk. Lilting Lullaby.
Here comes Sion.
In comes Sion. The damage is massive as they bring down the jungle and support. On is beating up Gala as well. And BLG just come away with more.
On hooks Gala back in for another round as BLG continue the fight in mid lane. Way and Knight have a lot of damage. Rookie jumps forward trying to disengage the play, but he might have put himself into the death chamber. Decimating smash goes forwards. A Rookie goes down. No, he lives.
Looming blows in the dream dust, not quite enough. The Shy still under tower. He's trying to clear the wave. Why is he still here? Can he get a shock blast onto Knight? Wait for it.
Chooses not to, but Pantheon goes in instead. JJ has flash. Can he find anyone?
Can you see the Sion recalling? Throws the Combat Sphere, faces the retreat on that one, does not get the reset. Flashing, just with the hook! Now he's in danger himself as Mako can go looking forward with the Zenith play of the action. Just keeps rolling. Knight doesn't want to leave the play, can start to throw frost bombs over the wall, but On now in danger. Flash away. Where is Mako? Elk's also here. Put back, and the violence continues until morale improves. Teleport in from bin. Welcome to the garbage dump, folks. Everyone's going in the trash. Sion is here, and the violence is still going to go to Mr. Decimating Smash. And he'll to blast code out to safety. The Hysteria Horizon has officially been breached.
If you don't love the LPL, I don't know what to tell you. Another teleport in. Knight going towards bot side. Gala satches the turret, but it means he doesn't have a satchel to save his own life.
Teleport.
Yordle on Yordle violence as Knight tries to take down Gala. Teleport in from Jace, though, who has flash, makes things safe for Gala. At least Mako roaming across the map. A blast cone should be able to save him, and he does have a Valkyrie. He has flash too. This shouldn't be a kill onto Knight. Dodges out on the Zenith Blade, and now Knight is safe.
I genuinely wonder when he altered that blast cone whether he might have gotten rid of his only opportunity out, but he's just out of range of the Zenith Blade and guessed to stay safe.
Had the tier 2 boots, was safe. We have had about 2 to 3 minutes of constant, unending violence. BLG, Dragon, 6 grubs, and about even gold.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Despite, the violence will continue until morale improves. Oh, Jesus Christ. It is not ending. If there is a hook, does not land onto the Shy. There is a depth charge. That's going to be the pass auto or not putting that into the play. And it does look like IG have a significant lack of teleports to use here on, going to be shuffled out of the top lane turret.
Gala now looking for a potential chunk onto Knight, who does not enjoy those bombs. JJ's coming as well. He just saturated him into the wall. Knight's in danger, has to flash away from the bomb. And the Comet Spear just shot by the Rag, the Raptor's doing damage to him. Reset's coming on through between worlds, just silence, just reset. Elk's now in a 1v2 as they keep on going. Elk, Chains of Corruption, Flash, Cleanse should be okay, but maybe forced to burn something more. Gets to walk away.
I cannot believe what I'm witnessing on my team.
I absolutely can.
It's been a year or two since the LPL was just utter fiesta like this. And it just so happens here in the good Lord's year of 2025 that happens between two of our top teams. Billy Gaming, Invictus Gaming have left nothing left to be spared in terms of mechanical outplays. They have been pouncing on every opportunity. I will say though, on the whole, back's going to be stopped. I think that one isn't actually going to lead to violence for the first time in a long time. I think BLG are still coming out on top. They're not that far behind in gold. You're a little bit scared of the Aurora going onto the Rod of Ages and getting gold early. However, BLG have the 6 grubs. They have themselves the Hextech Dragon. If this keeps being scrappy, BLG take down towers so easily, it's a problem. Pantheon ult comes in onto Elk, has Cleanse, has Flash, can maybe get out.
It's a corruption used. Mako is the one target on that. Ult for ult in the grand scheme of things. Dredgestein lands though as On has just been heat-seeking today. H still comes on through into the depth charge across 2. And JJ
Sion
coming on up. Rookie gets 1. The damage back is brutal. Solar Flare onto 1. Does some damage on the Knight. Gets to the sky. To the wind. He comes on through. And Rookie gets another. Flash over the wall. Away is now in danger as well. The Lilia deer hunting season. Burned out. Triple kill for Rookie. Bin gets 1 back. But now he's in a 1 versus 3. The Shy trying to burn him down. Sion. Roar of the Slayer he might have, but he may well just be slain. Weirding comes on through. Shield of Daybreak. My God, he's tanky as Mako is in danger. Surely they just kill him now as they miss a few skill shots. He's under the tower. Finally, the Weirding brings him low.
Bin doesn't stick around for the passive. I wonder whether he could have got some kills in the zombie form. But IG come out on top in the top lane. I don't know what the hell happened with Bin's ultimate. I think he just ended up slapping himself into the wall. That might have been the difference. We'll have to watch the replay. Did he channel it from too far away? I think that Sion ult not making it to the play itself was a huge issue. Elk has a good 1v3 at the start of this. Manages to play quite well around the disengage, but look at how the Sion comes in late. It's a 4v5 for a large part of this fight, and the Sion ult comes in too far late. Watch, he'll come from the bottom side of your screen. Does it just run out? Did he go into the wall itself? Where is that Sion? I think it just runs out. If Sion had managed to get into the play a little sooner, maybe that changes things. Maybe they were counting on that Sion being there just a little earlier.
Rookie getting a triple, flashed out of the decimating smash, and then Sion gets run down. Over a long period of time.
Yeah, Sam, I saw you pointing at different things, so that tower goes down. No, my post on Reddit got taken down by the mods. So, yeah, I had a post. By the way, if anyone would like to, post the really good team fight on Reddit, because apparently I can't. That'd be really cool.
Well, why couldn't you do it?
I don't know, sir. I posted it, it got taken down.
Did you get a notification for it?
I didn't get any reasoning for it, just said post removed. But you don't actually see on mobile, though, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
You don't always get to tell. But, yeah, that sucks. Right, IG. About 1,000 gold ahead. Again, I think BLG are not... They're not unhappy. Dragon for dragon, 6 grubs. That helps. Now I guess the question comes in about scaling. Poke Varus, really good in this game. There's only one true tank, and that's the Sion. The Sion's doing fine in terms of individual gold. Has 2 kills, even in gold with the Aurora. Might be the wrong kind of post. I'm missing spot. No, I put the esports. Oh, flash forced away from Gala. No, I put the right tags on. I was aware of that one. Yeah, it might be because I post too much about myself. If that's the case. I didn't think I was. I normally keep that pretty active. But, questions to be had. Gala having a good game on the Ziggs. Gone for the Ludens and gone for the Leandries. Doesn't have a tier, so a little bit lower in the actual ammunition department. Bin. It gets a good chunk onto Rookie. Stops that to the skies coming through. Good damage there. Sion, surprisingly high damage if you let him hit you with stuff.
Yeah, he is. And again, he's got 2 1-on-1. He's the only member of his team aside from the Nautilus to be a gold lead. And Rookie, after picking up 3 kills, is now a much scarier proposition. Gala with 2 items as well. Ludens, Leandries is decent burst and good burn. And I think in this game where you have got the Sion and the Nautilus to consider, it does make some sense to have a bit of burn to you.
Right. And I do see some comments in chat. I just wanted to let you know, I posted the right thing. It was just removed. Teleport down into that bot side. This is onto a regular ward. Rookie might not see this. Bin is very tanky. Knight jumps in. Bin tanks the aggro, and Rookie does not have summoners. Bin will survive under the tower and uses the tankiness of the Sion to make sure the dive comes through clean. Reminder, BLG have 6 scrubs. This will lead to a full turret take. This is the worry about cross-mapping and being attacked in side lanes. Even by a Sion of all things. This is the scout style of macro. You teleport into your other solo laner's lane to make sure you have a brief 2v1, and then you teleport back to the other side of the map to defend things there. This was pioneered here in the LPL by Scout.
Shy doing his best first. Gone for a Rod of Ages build here himself to try and be a little bit more of a scaling bruiser option. Going towards that Leandry's second. Mega Inferno Bomb to deny Knight a wave in bot side, because again, the 6 scrubs would have allowed a lot of damage there at the tier 2. IG did still get first turret, though, it's worth noting, so they have the feats of strength regardless.
They do, it's not going to help them on the other side of the map.
No.
Now, you're using the Herald here. BLG say, well, that'll get you a tower. How about we take a tower, which is what they do. They end up taking this. The 6 scrubs makes it very quick. You don't have another Ziggs ult to clear this wave. Sadly, it's not Season 4 from Victor's game, and we could do that for forever. Of course, Rookie won OGN Season 4 summer. And the KT Arrows, what a legendary run that was. Herald will go in towards mid lane. That will get taken down by Ziggs with the satchel. That is an important prize. Are we going to see on Hex Flash over the wall? Gala, no flash. If he gets too close to that Nautilus, that could be fight over.
Let's change the corruption into the massive decimated virtual. Right, he's gone. Gala's out.
Bin, fantastic angle onto the Gala. Ziggs, yes, they take the turret, but Gala had no flash. BLG open up the map, and the 6 grubs start to get real value here now. You have to defend the map. Yes, you did lose that top lane and mid lane out of turrets, but BLG, if they get room to really push on all of your lanes, that can really start to make things a big problem.
I mean, let's have a look again, because again, the vision play is great. Bin manages to sneak on in here and fully charge a decimating smash onto Gala. Absolutely brutal into the Chains of Corruption, into the ult from Bin, and Ziggs immediately pops.
Gala, so strong but very fragile, is often the way of artillery champions. BLG finding really good ways onto the fight. Now, it is worth noting, folks, we're talking about this saying, well, you know, BLG, blah, blah, blah. This is still even in Dragons, and it's still even in Gold. I don't want this to be too BLG favored. They did take themselves a lot of presence on the map. Gala, able to kind of push in waves infinitely now, really, and that'll go beyond the mid lane turret. You don't get to take the mid lane turret on the other side. Dragon is up in 40 seconds. If IG win that, BLG find themselves in a difficult spot where it's hard to unroute the Ziggs, and they're behind in objectives. So what do they do there? Edge of Night for Elk, big power spike. And will definitely help him survive against some of the plays coming through from the Pantheon. Worth noting, the AoE of the Pantheon ult will block will blow the shield from the Varus. I want to blow that early if they can. And the Luden's pop does it. That's nasty, so Elk won't have that spell shield. Does dodge a little bit of poke. Dragon in 10 seconds now. Waves both lead to the mid lane because they both have artillery on both sides of the rift.
That they do, and IG is certainly not shy on wave clearing, I'll give them that. Between the Ziggs, the Jace and the Aurora, waves will disappear in short order. They are the ones in the river first, clearing out a lot of BLG's vision. The Asta face check into the river, of course, with the Nautilus, able to check some of those bushes with the Dread Giant, and on heat seeking with some of those today.
Who's going to be brave enough to start this up? I will say BLG have the better terrain for this. Playing blue side Dragon versus engage and versus range, it is a problem. If you're sat against that wall, dodging against swirl seeds, dodging against hooks like this, you feel pretty bad. Didn't even need a wall that time. Maker has to blow his flash early. Good damage coming through from Rookie. Blows the spell shield onto Elk again. Dragon startup down at half HP. Bin doesn't have an ult angle right now. Walks over Vision. The Shy gets some burst through. The Locky does stop some damage. Dragon still going lower.
Down 2k HP into the other side comes Bin with that unstoppable onslaught. Chains of well wide as the Shy goes across the veil very well. Grab stop on the backside as Rookie lands a massive shot flash. They're going to jump onto On, and Elk, who flashes, trying to stay alive in the Magma Inferno Ball, burns him out. Rookie finishes the kill. He gets a second. This Jace is certainly the defender of tomorrow, or at least another game. Mako now in danger. Blast cones away. Trying to find some space. His Knight now goes Valkyrie forwards. Gala flashing in turn. Vantage just satchel to the other side. The Shy across the veil again. And Bin gets two. This Scion is a monster. Little bunny rabbit trying to make like Monty Python and be a killer indeed. Could go across the veil. Flash on forward. The Shire. They're winning not quite enough even with that Comet proc. Turns to grasp, trying to play somewhere around. Bin is just on top of it. The Decimated Smash going to go wide. The Shy gets a step on the other side, start to burn through that passive again. Really good into the tanks if you can get through multiple rotations, but won't find more. BLG are the ones that come out with the man advantage.
Bin 5.5 thousand damage in the fight, and it's very hard to kill. BLG, though, eat way too much poke on the entrance to the fight. The Locket Shield does help against the Aurora Burst, but I think the Shy does a really good job right here. Sees that there's a choke point and says, right, if you walk through here, I'm going to get good damage onto you. Does a good job to stop Wave from getting in for a contest, and I think the Shy starts things off well. Forces BLG into a late contest. The Varus ult misses. The Shy's got enough movement speed, and Rookie sees the angle. BLG a little late to the play. JDG, great angle to force Elk to retreat one way, but not far enough. They shut down the Varus, which has been a thorn in their side. They do struggle to deal with Knight, the remaining carry, and then of course this very, very tanky Silo. No one is a tank killer once the Jace is really out of the picture. The Ziggs can do bits and pieces, but you can see how hard it is to shut him down.
It's pretty nuts. I mean, I don't even know where you go on that one. It's left us with a game that is once again, what are we at? 26 kills in 22.5 minutes, which is pretty mental. Oh man, well, Gala will clear up the wave from mid, and BLG with a nominal gold lead, only of a few hundred. The difficulty, as we've said, is, look, you've still got the 6 scrubs, you've still got this front line that's going to be absolutely unreal. Bin is 6-1 on 2 on Scion, which is absolutely unreal.
LG, how do they approach the next fight now? So, they have 2 dragons. Good side lanes, of course, when in 1v1s. Need to be careful of those 2v2s. BLG looking to upset one of these bits on the map. Mako doesn't have flash, remember. Good combo onto Elk. He doesn't have enough to survive here.
God, that's surely it. But we saw that the last fight as well. He buys enough time for at least BLG to get involved. The lilting lullaby back means Made Knight could potentially do a lot of work. They go 1-for-1 back and have Bin in the front line. Knock up onto JJ, trying to run on out. They will lose him too surely. 2 for 2 now. Rookie, Gala, and Mako all on the retreat as BLG do counterpunch well once more.
Rookie was just hanging about on that brush. Still technically could walk a big one. I think ends thoughts of contesting, and that swirl seed means that Gala and Mako need to be a little bit careful here now. Rookie potentially able to clear out that back end of this wave with Shock Blast can do so just here, but the 6 Grubs might actually kill this before they can clear the wave. It does. In, outer turret gone. Bin is now just completely walking up and zoning IG away. IG are struggling so much to deal with the secondary carries. They can get one of them, but not Wei and Knight and Elk at the same time.
I remember when Bin couldn't play tanks, when he was mocked and not mocked, but like criticized by his fellow top laners, saying, yeah, you can't do this. This is a problem for how you play. And he went away, he became a Xantim. And he plays Sion now. And this is what we wanted to see from a guy like Bin, who is a lot more than he was when he was a debutant Camille and Fiora and Gangplank player. Being able to be this obnoxious, this terrifying on a Sion of all champions, always a good sign as a top laner to have that different edge to you.
I think this game gets very, very hard now that the Sion has reached unkillable status. 1,000 stacks in 25 minutes, feeling good about that. Wei, secondary carry. Alongside everything else, this might be a bit... Ooh, on goes into the side lane and goes melee range onto Rookie. Instant teleport back, double teleport back. I think BLG might have gone too far here. Night caught out, doesn't have a flash.
And he's such a key part of the damage. They finally bring down the Corki, and Atacon's right there. Mega Inferno bomb into the bush, gets a bit of a chunk, but not too much more. Can they do the Atacon afterwards? Bin is still very scary. Wait is there with a flash.
I actually don't know if they can. They used a lot of their abilities here, and one Swirl Seed, one Flash Lilia Q could lose the fight for them. JDG looking maybe for an ult angle, maybe looking to see... this is a fun thing. IG just did something fun here. They actually just drew the Atacon up towards topside to kill bits of the wave. I think they were trying to kill their own minions a little bit more. That was kind of fun.
We saw someone else do that, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we saw that one time in Split 1. BLG lose Knights, that's it. Don't think they were ready for all of that to be thrown at them. I will say, though, that's double teleport from Gala and the Shy down for a single kill, which doesn't get out of Khan. As long as BLG can make a play, well, now, they don't have to worry about those TPs. Dragon is up. It would be third Dragon for IG, not the Soul, but it would be Soul points. BLG, of course, want to play around this. This is better terrain for them. They want to make sure they can get into River, force IG to play against the wall. It's hard to do that when Jace is putting out so much damage alongside the Ziggs, but BLG, that is their game plan. On has Flash, can maybe look for a Flash hook if someone's out of position.
They certainly can. Towards the Dragon we go. So it'd be Soul point for IG. Get it. BLG in the river first, and you've got to find your way through the likes of this Nautilus and this Sion that we've already said have been absolute monsters. Down half HP, IG now looking for the angles. The poke will be brutal. Elk spell shield now down. Strandstorm from the backside. Dragon secure for the fight afterwards.
Oh, Rookie's caught. Rookie's caught.
And the Lilting Lullaby comes on through. Got hit by the Blooming Blows beforehand, and the Jace is unfortunately the defender of his own grave. Been in danger on the other side, though. Got to hold down to safety. Cowards! He yells.
Ben gets out. Unkillable status achieved. That is the one for none. It is not the same having Rookie in the backline on as Jace compared to the Sion. The IG continuing the fight, though. Mako wanting to blast gun over the Shy, flashes forward, and Mako might have an angle. Misses the Zenith Blade on, maybe caught out. This Lilia is very, very scary, though.
Trying to find some damage. That Lilia is indeed very scary. The Death Charge buys time. On still very low. Trying to kill him off with the Shy's in danger. Chase across to the wide. Decimating smash to the bush. Get 3. Bin once again finds a way of vision. How has he done it so many times? The Shy is slowed down. Another decimating smash. A triple kill for Wei. And BLG on the road to a 2-0.
This is a Sion game for the ages. Bin, the player that could never play tanks, has picked them up and ran with them to the finish line. BLG in their first matchup versus the Invictus Gaming Super Team of 2025 with returning members Rookie and the Shy, with JJ and Mako reuniting on another team, are being schooled by BLG's top laner Bin.
He escapes, then walks back in and gets onto a push with no vision. Rookie getting caught just about by the Lilting Lullaby is a bad start. Don't get me wrong.
And it's just not the same situation being caught out in the backline as a Jace compared to 1,000 W stack Sion. Sion flashes out, uses the ult to get out. Has so many shields and heals.
The ward was not seen, so it's all still there. They know it's there, but not taken away. And he gets to just TP back in and walk into the bush with no vision.
Well, this is
unbelievable.
Well, this is the thing. Bin had 3 different ways he could teleport, and IG should know there is a teleport ward as soon as the fight fails. Look, they know they're likely getting teleported on. They just don't know exactly from where. It's not surprising. When there is a fight around the Dragon or on one side of the map, you drop wards mid-fight. Bin, incredible play from him. 6, 1, and 8, 3.5 items, 1.2k stacks on his Infernal Forge, Infernal Furnace, whatever it is. Soul Furnace, that's the one. Ults down onto the Pantheon as he lands. Gets out safe for now.
Inferno Bomb into the shield vault brings him low. Elk, it's just the way the Varus works. Actually, they managed to lose the Shy on the other side. There was BLG punished once more. Every time Elk's been the target, they managed to turn it around. The Zhonya's comes on through, lilting Lullaby onto Mako as they will kill off JJ2. Knight gets vengeance for his bot lane.
BLG jump back on IG as they jump on Elk. Elk has been the primary target, but as long as BLG say, right, you're going to have to expend ultimates on this guy, we're going to kill you before any of those cooldowns come back up, it has worked out in their favor. They have the 6 scrubs. They'll be able to walk forwards and use them well on this inner turret. IG have, unlike the first game, been a step behind BLG the grand majority of this game. Atacam going to get focused down there too. Reminder, the Ruinous Atacam will mean that those 6 grubs of BLG are 7.25 grubs worth of value. Extra 25% value from the neutral objectives. Of course, that applies to the extra dragons they can claim across this game too. This won't be contested. IG, I think this might have been the fight which starts the free fall. The Shy, the Shy has had, I think in the first game, I think he was good on the Renekton in the early game, and then he ended up being a late game Renekton. What can you do? This time, you're against a Sion which you are meant to outvalue in a side lane and bring value into the team fights later. He's sadly done neither of those things. The Shy, poor game on this Aurora so far.
Yeah, some moments earlier on when he was dodging some skill shots, but these last 2 fights have not been it, unfortunately. Has at least got 3 items, and there is that. You've got the same for the side of Rookie. But that will be Baron. The Khan taken as well, and now Knight. Oh my days, 8-3 and 11. This Corki is lethal, and yes, Elk, unenviable job this game on the Varus. You don't really get much opportunity to survive unless your team peels for you. At the very least, he's still managing to buy a little bit of time, and the rest of the team's going, cool, well, if you're the one dying, that gives the Lilia time, that gives the Corki time.
Minute until Dragon now. That'll be where IG, well, they can afford to give up one more, but can they really? I think there is a problem with them just slowly and surely kind of falling out of this game. They do have good poke, they can play from range, but I don't know if you can afford to give BLG Soul Point. This might be the time we need to find something. But level 17 Sion with 1,000,000 HP. God damn, that's a big old shield.
Grand Starfall into the backline again, but where is it landing? On really the only real target. Elk flashes away, Chains of Corruption land onto the Panther. He's got a GA massive knockup again as Bin's on the other side with a lilting lullaby coming on through. Way goes Golden, buys time, Night Valkyries over the walls. Mako needs to back away. The Mega Inferno Bomb catches a couple, but to no real avail. JJ's got a GA. That means absolutely nothing. This Angel has no more advice to give aside from to give you the keys to the kingdom. St. Peter was waiting, and JJ heads up to the pearly gates.
The Angel on the shoulder has been ripped brutally off it. Left with the Devil dragging you down. BLG cleanly snowballed ahead of this game through Bin Sion. That has been the difference maker. BLG, we have asked questions about them after they lost that last split. Are they taking the LPL seriously? Are they off form? Can IG join those top teams as well on an individual and a team level? BLG say not today at least.
10, 3, and 11 is this Corki as well now. Never mind the Sion we've already seen a lot from. But let's be real, Bin, likely the MVP of this game, but Knight, not miles off. This will be Soul Point, it won't be Soul. Teams trading those dragons earlier on has kind of denied that from us, but still with the Baron they break 2 inhibitors, they get themselves a Soul Point. BLG now firmly in command of the game if they weren't already.
It's looking a bit dire. The Ruinous Atacon, of course, giving even more value for the dragons, which are already kind of spooky. It's been a while since base dragons have really been the superpower that they were. It used to be, 3 Infernal Dragons, you get an extra 24% AD and AP or something, but Jesus, that's a fat Corki, man. With all of the extra stats as well, even the single Hex tech being very, very valuable for this champion. Went for the Black Cleaver instead of going for an Infinity Edge to have a bit more brawn, to say, look, I'm going to have HP, I'm going to run at you, going to QSS so I can cleanse out of you know, something like the Pantheon or the Leona as well. Knight is very, very strong on this. If it wasn't bad enough that you have to deal with the Sion, you can't deal with the Corki and the other carries at the same time. It's so bad.
Yeah, it is. And unfortunately, the combo from IG just isn't enough. If you can land some poke, maybe. But the problem is they're not really getting the opportunity or the platform or the wards to actually land poke onto valuable people. If you can sit there and get Gala and Rookie hitting 2, 3 skill shots onto valuable people, then you can start to have some other conversations, but that's just not been happening, and the all-ins have been not enough, nearly at a death cap for Ziggs. Maybe that then changes how the ults are hitting. But for now, you can compare to someone's HP bar, and the tanks keep tanking. and everyone else is bloody scary right now.
Even, I don't know, even the Nautilus is a problem. Like, this Nautilus is the point where, you know, level 13, good level for this game because of the amount of stacks. 2 items, yeah, this guy's pretty happy, pulls the ult through, Rookie able to skirt out of that one, but has to blow the flash. Had teleported into the play, maybe looking to punish someone. Instead, is on the back end of that pin, just tags up a full shock blast with the shield. It doesn't even halfway hit the shield. So I think Rookie needs a Serpent's Fang, but I just don't know if he's got enough gold for it. It's a big problem. Baron being threatened. IG, how do they approach this? Because there is range on the other side. You can tank Baron for forever with Sion if you want to. You see in the picture in picture what happened there. On, caught out, getting a lot of damage onto him. He said he's fairly tanky, but not tanky enough. Good pick from IG. The Baron being started. Pantheon goes into the middle of the play. Has to go through the double spell shields.
Don't get the double spell. He's dead already. Mega Inferno blows up Elk though. So maybe his job is done. 1 for 2 as it stands. You've lost your jungle. The Shy is just out of range of the Decimator's Mask with the weirding. But Mako's just not tanky. Knight's untouched. Way's untouched. The Shy needs to go across the middle. The Gatling still hitting him. Tries to get the weirding down. Decent damage. But Knight just keeps going. Boss bomb just wide. Flashes on forward. Trying to do some more damage. Gala is brought low and Knight don't care. Rookie's killing a control warden trying to clear the wave.
Well, turns out when you've got a mid-diff like this, we call it a night and day difference. 13, 3, and 12. The mid laner of BLG cleans up and BLG head to the Nexus.
Unfortunately, Rookie's left to look like his namesake. He's not even had a bad game. It's just not been Knight. It's just not been Bin. We wondered whether the Shy, whether Rookie could finally match the monuments to glory that are BLG solo laners. So far, the mountain is too high to climb, and BLG 2-0. It's dramatic, it's messy, it's a knife fight, but it's still Billy Gaming, who are your victors. 2-0.
That'll end out our games here for today. BLG fell in Victus Gaming. Not to worry, there will be a second matchup of these teams later into our group ascend. BLG stamped their authority here. We've sometimes criticized this team for not really taking regular season seriously enough. Don't think you can really criticize them for that today. This has been a hell of a performance from BLG. Quick on the trigger, effective at team fights, what I like to call full contact team fighting. Someone's caught out, you jump them back. Knight, incredible at that style of play. Jumping onto someone around the side of the fight. Bin, also incredible at that. Doing so much work to make sure that the cooldowns used at the start of the fight from IG actually dug their own grave. Didn't have enough to deal with both Way and Knight and Elk at the same time.
Hey folks, still alive, still here. I'm Initialise, that's Nymaera. We do this casting thing together. I'm strictly his older brother. I've known him for quite a long time. I don't know why I've gone towards this accent. I don't do that. I hate that. That's not what I want to be. But it was a big win in the end for Billy Gaming. It was a great series. I enjoyed that. For all it was a 2-0, it was very entertaining. I might leave you in the hands of Nymaera while I go set up the podcast, which we said we would do.
We did say we'd do that, yep.
Do you have any idea about what series you'd like me to do?
I'll have to think about that now.
That's fine.
Okay, folks, for those of you who've been watching on YouTube, thank you for joining us today. As Sam was saying, we're going to be sitting ready here to do our LP. You need to move this chair as well, Sam. You keep leaving it in here.
Yeah,
Door
open first.
Yes, I know, but I'm just like, I see you walking around like, God damn it, don't leave the chair in here again.
Just you know, wanted to be near you, Alex.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. Yeah, can you not drop it on my bed this time again? Appreciate it, thank you. Okay, yeah, so what we're going to do after this, and this will be only on the Twitch stream here, is Sam and I are going to be doing our podcast, LPL Recap, in which we shorten down the amount of games which we have, and we give you our top few games to watch from the week, and say this is, if you want to catch up on the league, the best games to watch from our region so far. Better cast than official. So, Daymoon, by the way, there are no official broadcasts right now. There are only fan broadcasts, and if anyone is streaming LPL, my heart goes out to them. I suppose it kind of is a competition in some ways in terms of viewership, but it's not, if anything, it is a friendly competition. So, yeah. If you like us, that's great. I appreciate that. No one is an official broadcast anymore. We're all just kind of fighting for a piece of the crumbs, I suppose. BLG. Well, I mean, they're pretty damn good, aren't they? They're pretty damn good. Right, we'll stick around on here. If you are on YouTube, thank you so much for watching us, and we will see you next time. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you want to come watch an LPL podcast in which we kind of cut down things into just the best bits, oh yeah, true. Yeah, that's true. Let me stop the stream here for now. Okay, if you're